especially as there's been a greater emphasis of ensuring that women um, have been promoted into positions where there's senior management, and there is substantial empirical evidence that the more that women have been introduced into senior roles over the years, the more profitable become. I noticed from reading that I've done, also speaking to some people on the executive boards of very large companies. So there's an argument to be able to say that BI has been effective in some.
Tree. A very simple message. We just want to be able to live affordably. Everybody can get on board with that. So that's what Democrats should be focusing on, is how he's campaigning, how he's doing social media, how he is also getting out there and meeting with groups that wouldn't necessarily normally naturally support him. He's doing the work. And that's what Democrats should be doing anyway, not just keeping it in their little bubble, but going outside of their bubble, talking to everybody and creating a generic message of affordability. That's what I think. And people, the idea that, these billionaires will leave New York or whatever, they say this all the time. They said it when de Blasio, and they called him a communist and everything was fine, it was overblown. So that's my message. I'm done speaking.
Well,
So I think my own way.
I understand about it, but I think I like him. I trust him. I like his integrity. There's something about him that I trust, and especially at this point in time with what we've gone through and what we're going through, that matters to me when somebody has integrity and when somebody has humility. I care about that. I believe him in terms of what his concerns are. I think he cares about human beings and about all human beings. I believe that about him. Yeah, I'll give you that he doesn't have the experience, but who he is as a human being, I trust that about him, and I think that counts for something.
All right, so I heard a couple people talk about why they like him. I still ain't heard the people who don't like him. But why you don't like him?
So he's just like a complete socialist. He has very, very, very radical ideas, and then also this idea of him having high integrity seems a bit silly to me. I mean, there's reporting that he checked himself as African American when he applied to college. His whole defund the police stance is pretty ridiculous. Some of his
plans are that is ridiculous.
His rent plans are crazy. Some of his rent ideas, some of the taxes he wants to impose. So there's a lot of insanity there.
I just don't think he can do a lot of it. The rent thing is not abnormal. De Blasio did it 3 times, so shit didn't blow up. I just think there's a lot of things that he just won't be able to get done. That's why I say don't focus on the policies and everything. But I wish first of all, Cuomo wasn't a sexual abuser, and I wish he had more spunk. But this is where we are. I'm going to miss Eric Adams' social media. It's going to be the sad part of it. But again, Mamdani's going to win unless 2 of the people named Sliwa and Adams
Only one. Only Adams needs to drop out. Again, we'll just suppress Sliwa as well. Sliwa's will just get suppressed at the end.
Well, here's what I think, for what it's worth. I am not a super fan of Mamdani, right? I did rank him. He was at number 1 or number 2 for me, right? But I think that's really the best choice that we have between him and Cuomo, right? He's not what I would have chosen first, but I think that, and I'm not a fan of DSA at all, because, I understand the inner workings of DSA, and you know what, CEO, there's not as radical as you think. They're really not. The funny part is, says it or not, outwardly, he will be on that train because, they don't play out here, right? So they already sat his ass down and had a talking to him. So the radical shit, it's not gonna happen. Like, trust me.
I think the other part of it, if you are a Democrat not in New York, is that if Mamdani wins, he's going to shift how the midterms play out. And I think it will.
Now, everyone's not in New York, so people need to stop panicking. The world is, America is not New York, right? So, as far as like the shift and all that stuff, I think people need to, stop panicking and stuff because the rest of the world is not gonna go for those liberal views, right?
Because New York never sets trends for the rest of the country?
No, I'm gonna make my big statement. All right, ready? I'm gonna make my big statement here. Here's what. Oh wait, were you speaking? Okay, I can't hear you. No, here's my statement on all this. The reason why the right wing and the institutions are panicking is because they're not afraid of what Mamdani will do. They're afraid that he will be successful. And that means the country will be able to see that, maybe slightly liberal ideas in terms of helping people is not that radical. So maybe we should give a thought to people that are a little more progressive because the policies are actually working for everyday people. That's why they're freaking the fuck out, because they want the establishment, they want the right wing, they want everything to stay as it is because they're doing just fine over there. So that's why the right and the institutions are freaking out, because Mamdani, even if he can move the pendulum slightly to the left, may actually be successful.
That is not the reason. That is not why conservatives are concerned about Mamdani. Like, Scotty, where did you get that from? Do you think that's like
because I live here. Because I live
okay,
here.
so you think like if you were in a secret meeting with a group of conservatives and they were forced to be
they're never gonna say that to them.
That's what listen to the scenario. I said if they were forced to be 100% honest, you think those are the words that are gonna come out of her mouth?
They would never agree to being 100% honest.
I said, like, if you gave truth serum, and they're interrogated by the CIA, do you think that
They are secretly worried that the little that we can do here is going to play out well, and therefore other strategies of how people run in this country are going to also work out, and it will shift. I'm not talking about shifting the pendulum to some socialism. I'm just talking about having policies and also having the campaigning style that works for regular people that could also shift. This could be the Tea Party.
Oh, the campaigning style. Okay, that's a different argument.
I'm saying all of it. So in other words, if the campaigning style works and then the actual governing works where it's not a tragedy, if it doesn't become the tragedy that the Republicans say it's going to be and the establishment, then they're going to be fucked. Because then people are going to be like, wait a minute, they talked all this shit about how it's going to be a communist or whatever, and New York's doing well, crime is low, business is up, tourism is up, the city's doing well, and the affordability has become more significant for the regular people that work here. So that's what could happen, and that's what they're.
So now you're talking about a full term, which is a totally different kind of calculation, right? So
yes, what if he's successful?
But the first thing you have to think about, and why this matters, is he would start his term in January. The midterms are in November, and he's going to have enough mess ups that he's going to be weaponized against to energize the right for the midterms. That's what will happen, Scott.
But if he doesn't, and things are as normal,
it would take years for that to happen.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. When you have the handoff between mayor to mayor, things don't change right away. So the only way it could happen is if he's totally sabotaged by the police department and by other forces where they start, they're like, oh, we're not going on the street anymore, we're just gonna let crime go crazy, or whatever it is. But term to term, the numbers don't fluctuate very much at all. So if he just coasts in his first year through the midterms and doesn't do anything crazy where it makes some kind of impact, but tweaks the margins here and there,
Really
so that people
ambitious.
get well, why not? It's New York. It's not Long Island.
I mean, but you're thinking he can do that, and you're thinking that there's gonna not be things that occur that get spun based on what his reputation. Look, wait till these debates happen. Wait until you see the level of the tax level on him when we
I'm
get
fine with that. I'm fine with that.
October 1. Yeah, I mean,
No, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with
and
that.
that's going to be how he continues to get characterized if he wins, and then that will be weaponized for the midterms. So I'm just telling you, if he wins, it's going to make the midterms worse for them. I'll bet money.
I don't agree because there's going to be a long, a big, rather large amount of time between January and between November midterms. And if things are mostly the same status quo, then people are going to be like, oh, shit didn't, go crazy. So I guess it's not that bad. So that's what will happen. I don't understand how you think it's all of a sudden he's gonna be a disaster right off the jump.
Because he lacks experience for his role.
But if he has a good team, around
he
him,
doesn't understand public safety at all. He doesn't understand economics at all.
but if he has a good team
And he's going to be
around
forced
him,
to do, and he has a mandate to do some significant things. So he's going to try to do some immediate actions to move the needle.
I disagree. First of all, the only thing that I see happening is that the left is going to turn on him for acquiescing to the establishment, quote unquote, however they define it, and him not moving too quickly to do some of the big ticket items he's talking about. So if anything, the left and the DSA and the people who never vote or whatever, they're going to be really upset because he didn't do all of their things big and fast enough. That's what I see as a scenario that would happen before anything. Also, because I'm a liberal, I'm open to watching the debates, seeing how I feel, and changing my mind if I want. But this is how I feel right now. It's how I felt for at least the entire year so far since he's been in the race, and since I've been tracking this very closely.
Have you spoken with Bloomberg regarding Mamdani and heard what he had to say?
Yeah, I put him on speed dial. Don't worry about it.
No, I didn't mean it like that, but, you know,
I'm just saying, Mamdani will have good people on his team, like Brad Lander, who's already the city controller, who knows all the levers and shit. I just don't think people are gonna let him do stupid things, and he's gonna learn quickly. I agree. He was not my choice, by the way. I had at least 4 other people ahead of him that I wanted, but they didn't get selected, so here we are.
what if I told you it's already a shoe-in and he's already won, but, it's not out in the media?
You can argue, and
You're right
say
about
no
that.
about this.
I will tell you that the people, because I know people that are going to be a part of his team, they are extremely vetted. They have a lot of experience, the experience that he perhaps lacks. So he is going to surround himself around more experienced people and stuff like that. So the team is going to be very, tight. And they're already meeting. They're already, and wasn't it de Blasio who was, people were like, oh, he's an extreme leftist. Was it de Blasio?
Yeah, de
So
Blasio.
people were saying the same shit about de Blasio. And
So it's a little tricky though, right? So that was just like the kind of old school extreme leftist. It's just like how people used to talk about George W. Bush until we got Donald Trump. Right. Okay. So that was just classical extreme liberal blah blah blah. That's all. It's different than like what he actually is and the level of it. Yeah, him versus De Blasio, like Mondani, is way to the left.
You know who else was way to the left who they call the socialists?
And a new person chime in.
Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't hear you. You were breaking up.
Hey, the New York Jews ain't gonna have him become the next mayor of New York.
Yeah, okay. Well, this one's gonna go for him. So, what's your next question?
You know, you're not the typical Jewish person in New York, right?
Oh,
You
not,
fit into it.
okay. Are you talking about the Orthodox?
No, I'm talking about the flag that you got in your thing. Like, you're not.
Which flag? Which flag? Who's talking about?
You got a rainbow flag in your description. So I'm saying, like, so you already like you have.
Oh, I
So
see.
you have an alternative worldview. We have an alternative like perspective on a lot
I
of.
don't know what my rainbow flag is, but okay.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm telling you. Like, you're not like a typical.
67% of Jews
You're not.
voted for Mamdani in the primary.
Yeah, they're not gonna have him.
67% of Jews voted for Mamdani.
Why won't you let me talk? This is what I'm talking
Go
about,
for
man.
it. You're just wrong. So I'm telling you you're wrong.
Well, let me know I'm wrong after. Yeah, where's the discipline, man? Where's the respect? This is the issue. You see
Where are the numbers? Where are the numbers?
All right, fuck you guys got it. I'm not getting.
All right, perfect. Then
Okay,
you
good. Anyway, 67% of Jews voted for Mamdani. The ones that are not or local, those are the Orthodox and the Hasidic that are in South Williamsburg and Borough Park and all that. So, no, they're going to be, Trumpers or Cuomoers or, fucking Curtis Lee or whatever. But they're 20% of the Jewish population in New York. So that's fact. And 60-70% vote for Mamdani. So it's not about that. It's not about a fucking Jewish conspiracy because that's where you want to go with this shit. It's not any of that. So removing that from the equation, and that views don't control fucking New York City. What else do you want to submit to them? All right, cool. Anyway.
So in broader circles, what I mean by broader circles, you know what I mean. So the understanding is that Mamdani follows some of the blueprints of Bloomberg. In political circles, it's known that Bloomberg is talking secretly because he doesn't want to come out there in the fray. Certainly not upset the Jewish community. But Bloomberg is talking with Mamdani. But you didn't hear it from me. Just say Patty told you. Yeah, just say Patty.
Thanks, Patty.
So basically, I'm saying it's a shoe-in. It's already a done deal.
I mean, if that's the case, it's obviously a big deal. Bloomberg's pragmatic. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, and so here's the issue. There are people like Bloomberg, and you guys will hear me mention that a lot. Bloomberg, Larry Fink, BlackRock, et cetera, et cetera. So when it comes to the midterms, it will be a united vote of red and blue people together. And that's will be kicked off through Mamdani. So be careful what you hear and get some facts.
And you think if Adams drops out, Mamdani will still win?
Adams is not even a contender. It's just smoke and mirrors. So you guys gotta get outside of the clubhouse. But I'll fill you in later. Just tell him Patty said it. I don't want to tell you.
Don't say it, Nicole.
Didn't Brad Landers just get arrested again a couple days ago?
I didn't hear. I didn't hear it.
I didn't.
Yeah, I think on Tuesday he got
I
arrested.
mean, he was my second choice.
Yeah,
he did Adams, but
Yeah, he was
he would
good.
have been good.
He really
Well,
was
wait a
good.
second, hold on, checks notes, he's a Jew, look that. Yeah,
Not bad.
but anyway,
I don't need to hear
And
something.
they crossed they did the cross endorsement, which is very interesting,
Yeah.
between, Brad Lander. The point is, Brad Lander is very competent comptroller. He's a nerdy, dorky guy. He knows how New York works. That's kind of what I care about. I don't care about a lot of things, but I like New York to be working, and I like there to be a mayor who is pragmatic and is able to, figure out how to make the city work and how to make it better for the citizens here, and not also scare away, businesses and making things easier to do business here, easier to live here. That's what I care about.
Yo, Scotty, you see your telegram? They over there protesting in New York.
I'm not.
Yeah, the Black Wall Street.
Yeah, I sent it to you too.
Yeah, you have to look. I'm trying.
Wait, what are they protesting?
So yeah,
I don't know, but it's Al Sharpton posted it. Check it out when you get a chance.
Wait, I don't have Telegram.
Not Telegram, love. I'm sorry, Instagram. I sent it to your Instagram.
Oh, okay, I'll have a look.
Okay.
Brad Landers was released and the charges were reportedly dropped. Just for an update on Brad Landers, if you're interested.
Thank you. By the way, the person, one of the mayors who they were talking about, who was a communist, socialist, they were going off the rails with this particular mayor. His name was Fiorello LaGuardia, and he fucking transformed the city for the people, and he was so good, they had a fucking airport after him.
It's the best airport too. Way better than JFK.
It is a good airport, and he's even good with business too. Thank you, Governor Cuomo, for fixing LaGuardia. I mean, if we're being,
Spirit, what's going on with your economy? Your markets have been flat for the past 2 days. Are you all dead? Where's the money? Where's the money?
Well, we were all here when we saw.
listen, look, if you're gonna do the Susie Orman thing, just tell us explicitly what we should do or not do.
We'll do nothing right now. People are taking baths. Nothing's moving. People are just, for example, I warned everyone yesterday and the day before because they asked me, what do you think of NVIDIA? Because their earnings was coming up. I said, listen, don't go for the hype. Leave it alone. Just sit on the sidelines. Did they listen? Oh, no. Oh, that's why I say I don't give a fuck. No harm to me if you don't listen. And so they crashed and burned when the earnings came out yesterday. And NVIDIA is still down 2%. So I don't know. I can't make it any clearer to people. Fuck them, right? Fuck them. Leave them behind.
Yeah, but NVIDIA is going to be worth a lot more in 5 years than it is today.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, not everything should be like a day trading.
No, the options is referring to earnings.
Wait, I want to ask my Uber driver something. Can I ask you a question, sir?
No, hold
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Understand.
I want to
What
hear
do you
it.
think? What do you think about the mayor election? Can you vote in the mayor election? What do you like? Do you like Mandami? Do you like Cuomo? Even if you can't vote, do you like Mandami? I like Mandami. I'm just saying, like, do you like Cuomo? Do you like the Curtis guy? Do you have any opinion?
Would you like
Everyday people say Cuomo. You don't know exactly.
do you want
Okay, so
that?
are you sympathetic to what Mamdani wants to do, or do you not care? Like, does it matter to you if Cuomo's elected or Mamdani? the people you talk to like Cuomo because they're just regular people, right? Okay, that's interesting. Is it okay to ask where you're from originally? If you're from here, that's awesome too. Where are you from? I'm like, oh, cool. I love the DR. Okay, awesome.
You know, like you're harassing people in public.
You know, black. Ask him if he's black.
That's
I'm just
weird.
joking.
So regular people like Cuomo and like even things like Donnie, is that it? Basically? Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have any feeling either way. Okay, that's very interesting. Thank you so much.
Yeah, this is feeling very Bernie Sanders versus Hillary Clinton to me. That's what this race feels like.
It's not surprising to me. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way. And by the way, I do want to see the debates. I want everything out there, but I have the right to change my mind. That's all. So you can hold me accountable in about 2 months from now. We'll reassess and we'll figure out where we're at. Is that fair?
Of course.
Be careful, guys, in the audience. What you hear on stage is someone saying something will be something in 5 years. That's not necessarily true, and I have reasons for that, but they don't want to hear that. So go with the mods, whatever they say, believe it is gospel.
No, I definitely want to hear this. Why would NVIDIA not be worth more in 5 years than it is today?
Because there may be new companies, there may be more competition, but I think to answer your point or question point, why the market's dead on arrival today is if we passed that Israel arms embargo, I think that would have resuscitated the market wholeheartedly. Sadly, that was tabled, and Ken Martin had a lot to do with that, in my opinion. Even though only 7% of the Democratic Party is in favor of genocide.
Why are we talking about this again? We're talking about the mayor's race, and you gotta fucking throw this in all the time.
Because it's related to the market, it's related to money, and Point asked the question, so I just answered it. That's all.
Gosh, you just tried to answer. Nothing wrong with that.
But that's why the market's a stalled. I get it.
Well, that's his answer. So what's yours? Go ahead.
Nobody can predict anything that's going on, so they are just sitting tight because this whole administration, you can't plan anything, it's erratic, so just don't make any big moves. That's what the people are saying.
That's a good answer. What's another answer? Everyone has answers. So
That
let's
is
hear.
not a good answer, Point. Stop
Okay,
it.
but it's his answer.
Scotty, I'll say this, right? Waiting on this administration to dictate the market, we'll be waiting forever. We just heard somebody say that, I'm not even going to mention his name on this app, but we all know who's running for office and crap, buying ads up on WorldStar, has been eating dinner with the Trump family, made claims stating that the Trump family's plans are to stay in office, not just another term, but as long as it takes for Barron Trump to be of age to become president. And that's the whole thing.
Why would you have to bullshit for real?
So,
I'm sure that's how they laugh too, see.
2040. So Donald Trump's going to be president till 2040.
No, his family will start the new royal crown here if we just.
It'll take 14 years for Barron to be eligible to run for president.
You already did the math, yeah.
Yeah, he's 21.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then
Even if they want to adhere to that, right?
So Trump's going to be 94 when he leaves office.
Well, they may lower the age. They may, if he's still in office, right?
no water.
Well, that takes a constitutional amendment.
Water. The next president will be, what's the guy? Stephen Miller and Trump Jr. So Joseph, I didn't tell you, that will run for 8 years.
Correct. No, we can't
You
have
guys see the interaction between Les Moore and Trump and what Trump said after the fact?
I did. You want to recap it now?
Not really, because we're going into meeting, but the I thought it was actually a nice, and I think it was really good on Westmore. The meeting that I saw, the recording, like it was in like, it was in a stadium. I forget where it was.
Oh, wait, you're talking about some live interaction? I thought you were talking about what their interaction on social. No, I didn't hear this. Go ahead, I didn't hear.
Yeah, no, I'll see if I can post a clip. It was basically they had a nice interaction, just about, helping the city, et cetera, but it wasn't Westmore being like, oh my God, thank you so much, it'd be really up. There wasn't any of that. However, when Trump had recapped the meeting to the press, he just totally embellished the whole fucking thing. So there's video evidence of it and then video evidence of Trump. And I'm gonna see if I can post.
Is it the message of Trump to the governor? Is it that real, or is it specifically, do you have the two of them talking to each other?
No, the two of them talking to each other.
Because
Hold on, let me see that. No, because it was a split screen essentially of what had happened. Let me, if I can find it, I'll put the link in, but I can't play it. I'm going into.
Put me on speakerphone in the meeting.
No, we're exchanging.
I'm not ready. Everybody. I'm not ready. Not me there. I'm not ready. Ever.
And don't force nobody, try to force someone in America to support you the way you want to be supported. Send you cookies or some care pack that you feel like you deserve. Like be mad if you want to be mad at someone, be mad at the government that sent you the right to push it more.
We're not mad at the government. We're not. Hakima, we are not mad at the government that sent us to fight the war when we're fighting the war. We are not mad at the government or our bosses when we're sent to do a mission. We are mission. Listen, you think so? We are mission.
That's a problem.
Let me finish.
No, let me finish. What are you talking about? That's a problem.
No, because
Wait, hold on.
I'll let you finish. I'll let you finish and make my point.
I think Hakima, you're missing the nuance of what he said. Mike started his initial answer to you by all means, Americans can say whatever they want to say. Like that was the very first point that he made.
But he went on to say to shut their
If you're
mouth.
going to say you support the troops, don't knock their mission, was his only point.
Right, but my point is, sir, that you can't tell nobody how to do what they want to do. Like, just go fight your war. You don't. In a free country, you don't get to tell somebody how to support or how to talk. You don't get to do that. And that's the point.
You're right. You're right in that he.
But he's not going to fight that war
he
just
doesn't
because
get
he
to-
wants to go fight a war. He's fighting for you. He's fighting for his countrymen and the civilians and everybody who doesn't know jack shit about war.
He doesn't get to tell anybody what to do or how to talk or how to support, but as a former service person, he can tell you from his experience what it feels like to have somebody say, I support our troops, but fuck them for being over
Here's the
there in
goal.
Afghanistan.
Here's the goal, Hakima. Do you care? Is it all about you and what you look like, your appearance and your reputation? Or do you care if they feel supported? Because if you care if they actually feel supported while you're out there supporting them with your flapping gums, then the best way to do that is to stop flapping your gums and do something physical to support them. That's my point.
I don't care how nobody feel. I don't care.
Sure. Okay, that's fine. Well, they care a lot about how each other feel internally. Like, they're fighting that war for the guy next to them. They're fighting that war for the guy next to them and the guy on the other side of him. That's who they're fighting the war for. They're fighting for each other in an engaged, unified mission to accomplish what they've been told to do. They do not think that it's a bad, they don't talk about what a bad idea it is, what they're doing. They don't do that with it. They don't. Okay? They don't. I don't care if they disagree with it. They don't. They don't go on a mission and talk about how fucked up it is on the mission. That would make them highly efficient. Okay? When they come home, they might talk about how I don't see the point of it. I was over there. I don't understand why we did it. Great. But when they're there, they ain't saying that at all. Okay? And so you being at home saying it, you're not one of their team. You're not their team. You're your own team. That's fine. Be your own team. You have a right to be your own team. But don't run around on your own team and say, hey, I'm on your team, guys. Because they're going to say, no, you're not.
This is just a difference between a should and a must statement. So Hakima, it sounds like you're trying to make it a freedom of speech issue. And it sounds like Mike is saying should not say this, but he's not saying you must not say this.
Yeah, and we also have to remember the context of this. After the Vietnam War, the left took a beating because they treated the vets so badly, and they treated the people fighting that war in the soldiers so badly that they had to come up with a way to save face. So their little diversion was to say, oh, I support our troops, but I don't support the war. Was there... It was
correct. It was a diversion.
It was nothing more than a deflection. And I think, Mike, what you are expressing is the fact that people who are actually over there understood that it was nothing more than a deflection. And my whole take on it is oftentimes war is the result of failed diplomacy. Hakima, you're right. Anybody can say anything they want at any time, and they can protest the war if they want. Absolutely. Mike is not saying you can't. That's not the point. My point is, if a war happens or the U.S. commits its troops to fighting some military engagement, it's too late. If you were going to protest something, if you were going to make your viewpoint known as an American and get other Americans to join in your viewpoint to reach a place where our legislators listen to that and take the action based on that viewpoint, then it needed to happen before we committed our troops to that military engagement. That's the point. Once we're over there, once we're fighting, that's it. It's done. Like Mike said, they are over there, people are shooting at them. It's the end of it. Now, Hakima, you can still complain about it. Absolutely, yes. But don't pretend like, and I know you don't do this, but I'm saying people need to not pretend like they're still being patriotic or they're supporting the troops or any of those other deflections that the left came up with after what they did to our military men in Vietnam.
100% true. And here's another thing. I'll tell you that you're talking to somebody, Kima, who's so consistent that I'm supporting Donald Trump. I have not been talking shit about Donald Trump since he was elected because I talked ultimate shit about him before. I've never voted for him. I'm a never Trumper. The second he took office, I started talking in a manner that prays for success of whatever the U.S. is trying to accomplish. It's not my choice anymore. My vote lost, and now it's my duty to line up behind what I consider my commander-in-chief. I don't care if it's crazy or not. It's consistent. I know it's crazy to be consistent in 2025. I have fucking integrity.
If your consistency is leaning on insanity, then you should break your consistency. Because, like, I'm not going to follow that. That's just, I'm not saying Trump is doing it. I believe he is. They're saying he's trying to take us back into slavery times, right? They say he's trying to go there. And just because you're the president, you're going to support it. Just because he won, you're going to support anything he does. You say, I'm going to support anything America does. The fact is, the way Trump thinks, it's not about America. When you hear him talk, I gave you this money. I did this. Donald fucking Trump. If you want to follow that, that is insane.
I'm not following him.
Your consistency.
I'm not following him. I'm not supporting him. I am remaining. I am shutting my mouth to allow the United States to not fail while it takes various actions that I may or may not agree with.
Some shit need to fail.
Hello, moderators. This is candidate Congressman John Kitover. I'd like to read a poem to the room for 60 seconds.
I'm all for the poem today. Please bring the poem on.
Come on, John. It's your time.
John, bring the poem on. Bring it on.
Okay, we read this book in this room. It's called The Tao Te Ching. This is the 31st verse. Fine weapons of war augur evil. Even things seem to hate them. Therefore, a man of Tao does not set his heart upon them. In ordinary life, a gentleman regards the left side as the place of honor. In war, the right side is the place of honor. As weapons are instruments of evil, they are not properly a gentleman's instruments. Only on necessity will he resort to them. For peace and quiet are dearest to his heart, and to him even a victory is no cause for rejoicing. To rejoice over a victory is to rejoice over the slaughter of men. Hence, a man who rejoices over the slaughter of men cannot expect to thrive in the world of men. On happy occasions, the left side is preferred. On sad occasions, the right side. In the army, the lieutenant commander stands on the left, while the commander-in-chief stands on the right. This means that war is treated on a par with a funeral service. Because many people have been killed, it is only right that survivors should mourn for them. Hence, even a victory is a funeral.
Good enough.
And there you have it, folks.
I have a question for Mike.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Sure, thanks. So with your exchange you just had with Hakeem, I just want to see if I'm understanding this correctly. So you're saying essentially, while Trump were any president, the moment he's sworn in to the moment they're removed, albeit in the peaceful transition of power or Trump style, the entire time they're in office, you were standing behind him or her as a patriot, regardless of whatever executive orders or whatever direction we're bringing the country in. You think it's inherently wrong to challenge, question, or protest against something you may disagree during said presidency?
Well, I think there's a caveat that needs to be made, which is that specifically when it comes to issues of people of our troops at war and they're engaged under fire action currently, then yes, 100%. When it comes to political issues that aren't troops under fire related, I choose to show my patriotism by shutting my fucking mouth if it appears that it's not being supportive of whatever we're currently trying to accomplish. And what we're trying to accomplish may not be what I want done, if that makes sense. Now, that's my way of doing it. The summary of all of this is simple. I believe that freedom of speech is the laziest form of patriotism that anybody can engage in. So I don't.
Call has been forwarded to an auto.
automatic voice message system. 8.
Hi, this is Scott. I can't take your call right now, but if you leave your name and number, I'll let
You've pressed an incorrect key. Please enter your password. Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. Please enter your password.
Hey John, how's it going?
Hey, it's going good. How you doing?
Sorry, I can't hear you. There's like feedback.
I'm just at home relaxing. I was gonna put up a Craigslist ad because I gotta tell you, recruiting people to get signatures on petitions, people who circulate petitions, there's people here in Jefferson Park that do it. Like yesterday, somebody asked me to sign 3 petitions for 3 Democrats. So there's people here hustling petitions, but do you want to help me with my petitions?
Bro, I'm like way overwhelmed right now with a lot of stuff that's going on. I mean, I've got like lawyers that I'm reaching out to. I've got an app I'm working on. I gotta start marketing that thing.
You got
And I
bigger,
got a whole bunch of
you got bigger things to worry about. Well, you got to worry about,
family.
Marcin, you still got to worry about finding a wife and having kids.
Yeah. Then there's the relationship stuff.
Is that going? You have anything cooking?
I mean, on the other side of the world, which isn't like.
Oh, you mean on Dune, the planet Dune, or the moon?
Exactly.
I see. Dune or moon? Yeah.
I'm Dune where they don't speak English well, so.
You're dating some Fremen girl who lives in a spice mine.
Yeah, so shit could definitely do better on that front.
Well, that's part of the thing about traveling is you can always swipe right in a new town and see how your Friday or Saturday night turns out. But you got to travel to the Spice Mine, which is the planet Dune, which I would call Rockford and Peoria. I'm just making a joke, but yeah, I have to start getting signatures on my petitions. Otherwise, my campaign, means nothing. So if you have any ideas or suggestions, I know you said you know somebody in Rockford. If you could send me their information, I know you had a falling out with that person, so maybe this.
Dude, they blocked me on Facebook.
Well, that's okay. This could be your way to reignite that friendship because I say I'm still calling you. I say friends for life.
Yeah, but like I don't talk to that person, and like I said, the last time I spoke with them, they blocked me. So.
Well, Marcin, the whole point is to say, hey, I'm a nice person. You're a nice person. Let's just be in love and peace. I mean, that's it. There's no. I mean, unless there was some kind of major falling out, but. Whatever your political opinions, I mean, that's your political opinions. That's who you are. And if people can't accept that about you, well, then they're no friend to you.
Yeah. Well, anyway, this, I don't know. I'd rather just take this person out of it. But yeah, my only suggestion is that this damn political system be reformed where you don't need like 50 billion petitions to be on the ballot. How about that? That's a suggestion.
Well, to run for Congress, I only need 700 signatures. That's it, dude. That's it.
Really?
It's nothing. I can knock that out myself. I'm gonna have to do it myself if I can't find people to do it for me, and I will physically do it myself. But it's nicer if I can come up with an approach to organize a grassroots effort to do this. You're my man. I mean, you had what was the name of the protest staff?
There's Chicago Association, or I don't know, what are they called? Alliance. You can reach out to a lot of these political groups.
I only have $600 in the campaign checking account. So
they can probably help guide you on like how to get, how to go and get through the process of getting, signatures and stuff. Like,
It's
I mean,
not
there's
rocket
different-
science, Marson. You're a
I know,
fucking
but there's
software
probably
developer.
some
I thought you were smarter than
suggestions and
this.
shit.
All right, well, listen, I gotta go. I hope you're well, and I hope Ken is well. I feel your pain for him about not being able to, be mobile. This is very tragic and sad.
That's his fucking choice. Like he could have worked out and he could have tried to recover. He's kind of just given up on life, which is bullshit. But like it's his fucking. Like, I mean, I'm pissed off about the choice he made, but like.
Well,
like, you
is that
can't
the first
feel
time?
that.
Is that the first time you've seen somebody who's bedridden? I've seen people who are bedridden that passed on, and there was nothing they could do because they physically didn't have it in them to move anymore. Like they literally, the pain was too much. They were bedridden at that point.
I mean, Ken, I don't think he's ever been at a state where he couldn't move because he was, in too much pain or whatever. I think he just chose to, give in, but I don't know.
Well, Marson, every great life has a beginning and an end. This is unfortunately, if this is how he chooses to end it, this is how he decides to end it. But he's lived a great life. He has a lot of grandkids, my friend.
Yeah, I know. He's got a lot of grandkids he could be hanging out with right now instead of laying in the freaking bed,
Well, genetically, he's in every single one of them. He lives on forever. So what I'm saying is you view it as death.
He could be hanging out with them, making those connections. They can be getting to know him, listening to all his wacky stories about his life and his children's lives, but instead he's just chilling in bed, so.
Well, haven't you ever observed the birds and how they raise their children and how they fly off? And next thing they don't even know who their kids are. They don't know who their bird. They're just flying around doing what birds do,
True that. Well, I mean, it's different for people, right? We need those connections.
Listen, I put up these bird nests, and they get filthy. The birds poop all over them. They have no way to clean it, so they rely on humans to change the bedding and clean the box. That's what you got to do if you want to get in the muff.
Yeah, well, he could rely on humans too to change his beddings and
Muff in the muff. It's like you got to remember how to get it. You don't even. When was the last time you were even inside of a muff?
It's been quite some time.
How many years? You're probably not moist anymore.
Anyway,
You're not trans now, are you?
Right to this place. Like, I gotta figure out how to promote this application I built out. And
What's it called?
It's SM Dynamics.
The name of the app.
The app is I don't know. It's like I don't know. It's the Sun Dynamics collaboration platform, or I don't know. It doesn't have like a definite name. Like sometimes I'll call it a Sun Dynamics NFT platform, but it's like I don't know. He could find it at like app.sundynamics.org. So that's where it lives at the moment.
All right. Well, don't forget. Go to johnforcongress.com. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. See you, John.
Okay,
Good
bye.
luck.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Hey, Augustus, it's John Kitover in Chicago. I have a big media interview set for next Friday at 3 p.m. at Illinois State University down in Bloomington Normal. And I have this one interview with George Deinhardt with the Prairie State Report, a local newspaper, that went very well. People are saying it's a very good interview. So I wanted to do a room with you, like a fundraiser where we'll play the interview, and we'll do a fundraiser. And anything we raise, we will contribute to you as the influencer who did the fundraising or the fundraising dinner or fundraising X space. So if you're available today, that would be amazing. Otherwise, I hope you and the Mrs. Palante are having a wonderful day, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye. Okay, up next. Oh, we could call Rachel. Hey, I'm looking at a trash bag in the muff. I'm thinking, is your phone? Yeah, it should. Let me see if your phone's good. Anyways, I'm just saying, while you're waiting to get in the queue, I might as well say hello since I'm watching you in the muff.
Right, I'm in the muff.
It's so
How
interesting.
are you?
I'm good. I was talking to my friend here in Chicago who I'm trying to get to do petitions for me. And he's very resistant and hesitant. And I said, I put up all these bird boxes, and the birds, they shit all over the boxes. So it takes a human to clean the bedding out of the box and clean the box.
Right.
And, and this is how the world works. We all work together. I was like, when was the last time you were in the muff? He's like, oh man, it's been many years since I've been inside of a muff.
That's sad.
Yeah, some people, they struggle with love. And, the whole thing is, when it comes to meeting a beautiful woman, you have to be able to communicate. And some people are very bad communicators.
Right. No, it's sad. Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for those. How old is this guy?
I think he's maybe even younger than me, maybe 39, maybe 40, maybe 44. I'm not sure.
That sucks. And he just doesn't get laid anymore?
No, I've never known him to ever even get a peck on the cheek.
Wow, that sucks. Is he ugly?
No, he's not the worst. Oh, he said he's dating some girl in the Philippines. So I said, oh, you date some chick on the moon. Okay.
He's dating online?
Pretty sure. I've seen photos on his Facebook, and it looks terrifying, who he's dating. Right. I would just, But the thing is, that's not dating. That's living in, the fantasy world. He says he's got all kinds of problems and struggles, which sound to me like typical everybody. Everybody has the same exact problems.
Right, we all have problems. Who doesn't have problems?
I mean like relationship dynamics, patterns, archetypes, collective unconscious. This guy is the laziest guy in the world. He doesn't go to the gym. He doesn't do anything physical. He's very lazy.
Is he fat?
He's not really fat, no.
He's just not strong.
Yeah. I mean,
well, that's a shame.
He's, I would say there's health issues, but he's a software developer, so like he's really good on a computer. Like he's got a talent, but he helped me with a project once, but never to fruition, and so that's the problem. It's like you gotta cross the finish line.
Right. Yeah, man, I don't know. Well, so why doesn't he doesn't want to just go get some signatures?
No, he's probably just, he's just too busy. The thing is, I'm gonna put up more Craigslist ads like now to get more circulators and petition signers. Because I saw a guy yesterday with 3 clipboards like, I need your signature right here. We need your help now. Sign please now. And I'm like, what are those for Democrats? He's like, yeah. I'm like, no, I'm not signing this. He's like, ah.
But you're running as a Democrat.
I'm running as a Republican.
Oh, you're running as a Republican. Okay, good. All right, good. Well, so yeah, there's the competition. They're out there now. There's a guy with 3 clipboards out there right now.
I know, and that's why I'm saying, like, I can't wait anymore. If there's, like, I have to get on this now. I need, 100 signatures by Sunday.
I can't, I told you, if I do come, it won't be till October because I'm busy until then, but I would encourage you to, like, get out there today. Like, go get out there today. Go get 20 today. If you got 20 signatures today, that would be a good day.
Well, for me to just go drive 2 hours to get one
true, it's
signature.
2 hours away, so it's not like you can just walk out your door.
No, it'd be more effective for me to try to do digital organizing off of Craigslist and getting people out there now. Because people have to print these ballots. You see what I'm saying? Like, I need to find, do you know how hard it is to find a person who can even print something, let alone put it on a clipboard and grab a pen and say, I need your signature now.
Right.
But you could help me do the onboarding on Clubhouse because you've done petition gathering. So if I get these people from Craigslist and funnel them into Clubhouse, I need you to do the onboard training on Clubhouse. Can you do that?
100%. I very much can. I could help manage and encourage. I mean, yeah, I could definitely at least train people and tell them what to do and how to do it. And
because we're going to pin the link to the Illinois Election Commission website with the PDF for the petition. It's on page 16. And
right.
So also even funneling them to a Google form page to fill in their information, and then get access to the petition. Like, we have to funnel them into the campaign. So it can all be onboarded through Clubhouse and a link. And I wouldn't have it any other way, because anybody who can't fucking download Clubhouse to join a conference call for the campaign is not worthy of being in this campaign. And many people are already failing that test. But the one guy in the beginning, he did successfully do it because he's had Clubhouse before. So, onboarding people like that successfully is essential. Unfortunately, the campaign couldn't work with him because Clubhouse ruined the whole thing for him. So we had a guy named Edward who onboarded through Clubhouse, but people were putting so much shit in the chat that we couldn't actually onboard him, and it freaked him out. He's like, this is a spam and a waste of time. Good luck.
oh, I see.
And it wasn't my fault. It was the fucking moderator's fault. So, it's on him. But he, people who don't act professional on Clubhouse, they're just making the content. I'm trying to use it as a show, but also as an actual conference call platform for the campaign.
I love it. I definitely could do it. I think that, I wish. It's a shame that it's so far away because you have to commit. But I mean, 2 hours is not that bad. Like, I've driven to Boston and back in a day.
No,
so
I'm
it's
gonna.
2 hours there, and then
I'm
leave
gonna.
at 7 p.m. and you're home by 9 p.m.
No, I know. But next Friday I have a big media event at the University of Illinois in Bloomington Normal, and it's a 3 p.m. basically full recording. Like, it's called WGL-TV, and that will be like the biggest press I'll probably get this whole campaign. And so I'm gonna stay down there and get signatures before and after, and use the money in the account to book a hotel. So part of your job on this campaign trail is to also do fundraising on Clubhouse for the campaign to get you to Chicago to help with the campaign. So prior to you actually getting here, you should be able to raise like $2,000 to fund your trip. And plus, don't waste your time on Clubhouse unless you're fundraising, my friend.
That's true. We should have a room. I mean, we should have a room that's like, donate to the campaign. Let's do a room.
We'll
talk about it.
I would say change your Clubhouse profile to petition signatures and make yourself a ballot. Get the ballot from the Illinois. I'll text you the image of the ballot and just start campaigning now in the muff, because these people will talk about everything under the sun for days to come because they're just addicted to talking and dopamining. But you could transform from a trash bag, my friend, into a petition signature. And you can be instrumental in changing this campaign now through Clownhouse. Don't let these people hypnotize you, and don't hypnotize them with any other spam other than the campaign. Because this is the only thing that has a cash pipeline. Every other second we spend on here is a net negative to the campaign. unless we're actively promoting and actively getting donations today. So I'd say fund your trip now. You could fly first class, if you can raise enough.
That's true. It's very true. It's
You,
not a bad idea.
yeah, you could get a beautiful rental car at the airport. I mean, you could pay for everything, but don't waste another second. Even if you can go into Amir's room, you could fundraise. Like, make this the troll. Make this your shtick that you're fundraising and petition gathering here on behalf of the campaign. Do it now. Don't disappoint me. Please do it. This is a big opportunity for the campaign. You're my clone soldier that I need. You are the petition campaign, coordinator right now.
That's true. It's not a bad idea. I'm going to do it. I have to go do a driving lesson, and then I have to go speak with the rabbi.
Well, ask the rabbi if it's kosher to be an online campaign organizer for the campaign to elect candidate John Zachary Kitover, and tell him Rabbono Shalom.
I will. Yeah, sounds good. Let's do a room later talking about it. We'll try to get people to donate.
Don't waste your time in the muff. Transform your profile now in the muff. Make the announcement. The whole thing deals with communication and putting it out there. You can interject anything you want in the muff. This room is basically chillism for stupid people as well. It's a total waste of time. Do you know how many times I've heard Ewan talk about the migrant gangs? It's like he's retarded or just a drunk. But how the fuck does this guy have a kid with Sarah, and he comes on here nonstop talking about grooming gangs and getting into beefs with BB? Like, the guy's fucking stupid. Anyways.
Yeah, I don't know.
Read Toyer. All right, I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
All right, sounds good. Talk later.
Hey, Walter, it's John. How you doing?
Good. How are you, sir?
I'm good. I'm in a clubhouse room chit-chatting with people, but I have to start gathering signatures. So, are you gathering any signatures?
Yes, I am, sir.
Where are you circulating at?
I can go anywhere. I can pretty much go anywhere, any place I want.
You freestyle like that.
Freestyle. I can pretty much go to any VFW hall. I gotta make sure there's people there. I can go to any bar. Mankind in Illinois. I can go pretty much anywhere.
I see. Well, have you ever been to Dune, a world beyond your experience, beyond your imagination?
Wow. What is that?
It's the planet called Dune. It is the clash for the greatest prize of all. Chicago.
Getting their signatures at.
I'm getting them on the planet Dune in Chicago. It is the deadly battleground where a young leader will emerge to command an army of 6 million warriors against the tyrannical force that threatens to enslave the universe.
Who's that be?
Its surface is barren, its true strength hidden. Its foreboding desert conceals the power to fold space, to slow time, to send the mind where the body cannot go. It is the source of the ultimate power. No, this is from the planet Dune, a world beyond your experiences, beyond your imagination.
So what's the good word?
That is the good word.
That means that you get signatures all day week.
I'm about to. I gotta hang up the phone and get shaking. What are you doing the rest of the day?
Watch them go to the library. Meditate to Allah.
You're a Mohammedan and an Abramelin. I said you're a Mohammedan and an Abramelin.
Yep. Hartford. What's up with Max?
I don't know. I just called him. He doesn't pick up.
Yeah, why is he? I don't know. What is he doing?
I don't know. Maybe he'll call me back.
I mean, he created a lot of stuff. He should do something, or we just do it on our own.
I don't know. It always seems like
Like in state legislatures.
you got to do it yourself, I think.
Yeah, he's like, so many different events. I can be everywhere because like they can't clone me. I like to be everywhere. I want to be here. I want to be there. I want to be everywhere. You know, you think that stuff is right and everything is moving, you gotta be there. Yes?
Got to be there or be square.
Like, what the hell, man? Can't be everywhere.
Did you see they updated the video with Mark Rice versus Darren LaHood?
No, I didn't see that.
They like framed it because the radio station like edited it, put together like a nice image, black and white of them with their fists up. They made it real dramatic.
Aaron Del Mar, you mean?
Yeah. Mark Rice versus Aaron Del Mar.
It was funny, like, he told Mark Rice, he said, take a pill, or whatever. Oh, that's funny.
Well, he got roasted, and Aaron Del Mar is like, "This was a setup."
That was funny.
Isn't that funny? It is funny.
The whole thing was funny. I thought they were gonna be swinging and stuff.
This was a setup.
Then he's like, soul raper.
Yeah,
That was funny, actually. Can you check who's the owner of that soul raper or not?
you can. Yeah, it's called a Who Is Lookup.
Who is looked up?
He probably doesn't own it anymore.
But I tried to look it up. There's nobody listed.
I don't know. I don't really care anymore. It's all, in the past. All right, listen, I got work I'm going to do. So I pray for you, and I pray for your health, your wealth, your peace, your love, and your stillness, and your silence.
Alright. You have fun out there.
Okay, take care. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Alright.
Sign our petition. Nice. Vote for Edmund Dakin from Clubhouse. Nice. Okay, so I'm going to put the antidote. This is how we're going to fund your trip. Oh, he left. Riri, welcome, Riri. Yo, Augustus.
Yeah, what's up, brother?
Hey, how you doing?
Today is my wife's birthday,
Oh, wow.
so it's not a good day today to do it. And the way I want to do it is I want to invite some other big speakers to join the space. And do it that way. Just so I know, like, we could raise a couple dollars,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because everything we raise will go back to the influencer, aka, you as a creator and a host. It took me like 5 days to get $600 on Clubhouse. I mean, it's possible. Roger Mayhem was a very good MC, so the MC or the host really has to do the prosperity gospel. So it's all communication as hypnosis. And so the host, even if you have other super hosts, as the MC or the super host, you got to be that prosperity gospel preacher for the hour or 30 minutes or however long you want to go.
Yeah, probably do like a 2-hour thing. Let me just like today, tomorrow, at least spend some time making some calls to see who I can get to join the panel. I'm gonna talk to America Mission. That's the main group I want to speak to. So that's Dustin Stockton and Jennifer Lawrence. They started America Mission. He also started the Tea Party movement, and he was like a big fundraiser for like the Republican Party. And now he just did like a 20-foot statue of President Trump. I don't know if you've seen that.
Mm-mm.
Nah. I'll text you over like some information on that, but let me give them a call and see if they'll join me, and when would be available for their team to come on, because they've got like a team of influencers that are on X. So like whenever basically their team would be available to join the call, I think that would be the best time to do it.
Okay, cool.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So yeah, let me call them now or tomorrow and figure that out, and I'll let you know.
Yeah, peak
Thank
time.
you for the opportunity.
Thank you. The peak times I think are always probably in the morning, like 8 a.m., 9 a.m., and then noon, and then 5 p.m. I think that's when people peak use, social audio platforms.
Yeah, I go for like a 2-hour walk every day,
Mm-hmm.
and I figure we'll just do it at that point in time. Like it's either early in the morning, like 8 or 9, or it's in the afternoon.
Well,
Let me see what's available for them.
if you can do your power walk, do your hour of power, but don't do this one on a power walk. If you can record it, your audio, if you can do it in an office and record it as well on your end, that would be a big publicity piece for the campaign as well. I mean, you could publish this as, an exclusive like podcast recording from your end. Don't, like, 2 hours is a long time, and that's a big conversation. I would love it for you to record this one on your end and publish it.
Okay. So you're running in the 36th district of Illinois, right?
16th district of Illinois. It's Rockford and Peoria.
16. Okay. Rockford and what?
Peoria, Illinois.
Rockford and Peoria, right?
Peoria, and then Bloomington.
Peoria.
Yeah, and Bloomington, Normal, Illinois is the other town, major town. Bloomington and Normal.
Okay. Okay, cool. Let me relay that information, and I'll get back to you.
Okay, great.
All right, cool.
Okay, sounds good. I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, man.
Okay, bye. Hi, Yulia. Do you want to donate to the campaign? Link is in the chat. Как дела, Юлия? Как дела, Юлия? Хорошо. Я тебя люблю. Я хочу самолет.
To the websites of the nonprofits that received money from fire aid, they state specifically they don't give, who they give money to. And in dozens of cases, it is specifically not only not for white people, but for people completely unrelated to anything having to do with the fire, such as musicians in Nashville. Now, I'm a musician, and yes, I support musicians, but musicians in Nashville were not affected by the fire, and they don't need mental health related to that. It was mental health for musicians in Nashville, or indigenous people who haven't registered to vote. So, 9, yes, I hear what you're saying, and yes, black people have been traditionally marginalized. I can concede that point. But and yes, I understand that when you look it up on Google, that yes, Altadena is listed as having a vibrant black community. That's all true. But if you look at the nitty-gritty of all of this, that wasn't who was affected by the fire, because where the fire happened was in the more, how can I describe it, was in the more mountainous region of Altadena. And I'm sorry, but the fact is, that's not where that community was actually happening.
So what percentage? What I'm reading is that 61% of the Palestinians were black, and 48% of the black homes were destroyed. And out of the 17 people that was killed in Altadena, 70% of those were black. So I'm like, kind of,
okay, well,
I mean, can you give me some numbers like that?
Okay, Hakima, I stand corrected on that. Okay? I stand,
Not that adamant that it wasn't the case. I did one service, I did too. And you went to concede. You didn't do any research in the beginning. You were just saying stuff off the feeling. It's fucking weird.
Hakima, driving into Altadena and seeing where the homes were burnt, okay? It was an entirely residential area. Okay?
Did you see the live there, or did you just see the house?
What I saw was, I've even got pictures of it. No, I didn't see them. Nobody was there.
So how do you know the home wasn't full of black people there?
Well, because there.
But they was in a certain place, so they couldn't have been black people.
No, that isn't what it is.
Well, no, I'm gonna say something.
Hakima, I'm giving you a half of a gotcha. Okay? I'm not, look, Hakima, I'm giving you a half of a gotcha. But don't express any ill intent, because you went and you looked up the actual stats. Forgive me, okay? I know people there, and when I drive there, Hakima, let me say it, when I drive there, look, I'm giving it to you, I'm not fighting. All I'm gonna say is, when I drive there, okay, and I see where the black people are, and then driving through the residential and seeing who's out on the lawns, okay, well, maybe I misinterpreted it. Not maybe, I did, okay, in the actual stats. And as someone who says we gotta listen to the stats, you got me. All right, that was wrong of me. I'm throwing myself on the sword. Okay.
That's big of you. I won't put your sword in any further.
Yeah. Okay. And look, you're right. I was wrong in that. That doesn't take away from the fact that where the money gone to has gone to people that have nothing to do with the fire.
So based on what you have, like in terms of information and facts and whatever, like what percentage of those funds have been given to people who truly deserve and who truly don't deserve the aid?
That I don't know.
We have no idea.
I can't find that.
Watch the
All right.
Watch the report.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to In the Muff. This is your stewardess speaking. Oh, wait, hold on. Where's that thing that my friend sent me? Oh, where is it? Damn it. Sure.
Text.
Wait, hold on a second. Was it back channel? No, it wasn't back
No,
channel.
it's text.
I'll do better. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the In the Muff, providing service to Procrastination Island. We ask for your full attention as we review important safety information and rules of the house. Ensure your seatbelts are fastened and in the upright position. All carry-on baggage must remain stored in the overhead bins of your brain. Seriously, we don't want to hear it. Your seatbelts fasten by staying on mute while others are speaking. We can only hear one of you at a time. To release that seatbelt, make sure it's meaningful, brief, and avoids the use of the N and K words, both on stage and in the chat. Please expect turbulence, which can occur unexpectedly and regularly. In the likely event, this is long ago. In the likely event of a loss of cabin pressure, oxygen masks will not be provided, but we can pretend. They'll drop from the panel above you. Place it over your nose and mouth and breathe for fuck's sake. If the going gets tough, you're welcome to get going. Please secure your own mask before assisting others. There is one exit on this aircraft located to the top right corner. Exercise your personal discretion. If needed, a low-level moderator might guide you out to the halls. Better luck next time. In the Muff, regulations specifically prohibit doxing, threats of violence. Keep families out of your mouth. Safety information can be reviewed on the house description page for additional details. We'll be monitoring compliance before, during, and after takeoff. Thank you for flying with us, and we wish you a mostly pleasant journey.
Is that copyrighted?
Bravo. Bro.
It might get bad long, yeah, so we might need to edit it, because I was like,
I've already tried it 3 times, Mom. 3 times.
No, don't edit it, because if you start changing it, then every time that I hear it and start, picking up on it, if it changes, I'm gonna be thrown off.
Hey, please don't edit it. It's long, but it's funny as fuck every part of it.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's creation. I get no credit for it, so, direct all the praise to her.
Monica gets the lovely stewardess voice, though.
Monica read it with a straight face, though, so it was good. I did
Creative. Who created?
Serendipity.
Then that's why she gets all the credit.
I doubt Serendipity thought of any other thing when she created it, but Serendipity, what made you do that? Because it is fun.
We were joking yesterday morning, doing the whole,
Monica.
welcome to American Airlines, and I was just like, we need a welcome to In the Muff.
We could put it on the house wall to read it, on the house wall. But actually we can't not until the creator of the house comes back.
Oh, he is back, but I can. I've got admin pro.
Nice. The listening lounge, though, that's a holdover from Krishanda. She used to call the audience the goo, the listening lounge. That was cute. Whoever removed the poll, did you screenshot the results for the librarian or no?
I didn't remove it. I didn't even know.
I removed it, and because I didn't vote, so I couldn't see there was.
Girl, you could have back-channeled me.
I'm sorry. I usually do. but I didn't vote. Sorry, we didn't mean to bust up the combo.
I have a question. Is this house about being inside vaginas?
Earmuffs, Ewan. Earmuffs.
What? I'm just saying, it's called in the muff.
Earmuffs.
What else?
Yeah, if you're
Oh!
yeah.
Oh! Sorry. Because I thought, yeah, I don't know. I thought it was slang for vaginas, but okay. I was like, what the fuck? What's the name
Monica's
of
in
this
the room
episode?
right now, so it absolutely means earmuff.
It means moist vagina.
Kima, did you say that M word?
Yeah, I tried to run Monica out. Though.
I'm upping the rules. We're gonna include the M word too.
Muff has several meanings. A muff can be a cylindrical garment for warming hands, a mistake or botched action, or, in slang, the vulva or pubic area.
They can also warm the hands.
Yup.
As a verb, it can also mean to mess up.
We should find out what muff is on Urban Dictionary and read that up.
That's a good idea. Somebody else do it.
My mother actually read the definition from the Urban Dictionary about a week ago, because when he came in and was wondering what's the muff, and Mojo was like, go read it on the Urban Dictionary. And so, yeah, let me see if I can pull it up unless somebody already has.
I've already pulled it up. It's pretty good.
Go ahead.
Alright, muff. Contrary to popular belief, they spelled it wrong. The word muff is not associated with hair at all. Instead, the word muff is an inoffensive slang word for vagina. Muffs can range from dainty and tight to floppy and roast beef colored. Some muffs smell fishy or sweaty, and others smell like skin or roses. Some muffs are hairy, others are bare, and some have razor burn or ingrown hairs. Females and transsexuals of all ages have muffs. Oh, they included that in brackets. There are baby muffs. Oh no, that's weird. I'm not going down this. I'm not even gonna finish this. No, I'm not even fucking finishing it. Yeah, let's fuck that. That's a very, very
the whole definition out of that point.
Most muffs.
Yeah, I'm gonna report this definition.
Unless the owner is on some sort of contraceptive. It is also the root word of muff diver, muff, and muff doctor. Jan decided to go on birth control because the muff doctor said it would prevent pregnancy, cramping, and that weird smell coming from her muff.
That definition is from 2006 by someone called Muff Owner. That's fucking crazy. Urban Dictionary, we're all.
Yeah, he probably in prison right now, doing about 40 years.
Yeah, no.
Should we update Urban Dictionary with our own definition?
Yeah, should we make a new definition and out muff this muff definition, this terrible definition?
I mean, I like the quadruple entendre.
The quadruple what?
Entendre of the use of the word muff. You know, you just let people use what makes them feel comfortable.
Labor Day
Jarl? Is he in here? He'll be so disappointed he missed this.
It's Jarl.
Jarl?
Yes.
Either way, it sounds like a gurgle. He came in this morning, we were talking about the weather, having coffee, trying to wake up. And he wanted to know why we were doing that instead of talking about how the U.S. likes to kill kids. Y'all want to talk about it?
No, I'd rather have coffee and wake up.
What is white phobia? White phobia is a terminology is strange for me. I think it's some kind of phobia between only among black people, maybe.
Hakima, do we have white phobia, Hakima?
Yeah, only black people hate white people. Nobody else hates white people.
You said so black people hate white people. That's an interesting claim. I thought it was the other way around.
No, he's asking what the definition of white phobia is.
He said,
What is the definition of white phobia?
He said white phobia sounds like something that it really only black people have. Hakima, do we have white phobia?
So you said, we damn sure should, and the rest of the world should have white phobia.
There you go.
Black women are so beautiful.
As long as it's only
I don't discriminate. The black woman, they are so beautiful.
Oh boy, here we go. Well, thank you, sir. Appreciating the black woman. I don't know how to vote in this poll, Serendipity.
I know, I just picked one guy. I just picked one, okay?
I don't know. I'm gonna keep it safe and just pick. I almost went to white phobia, but we're just gonna go Labor Day weekend.
So what Lion made me realize that I was racist, even though I didn't think I was, and I gained knowledge from it. I learned from it. Actually, he opened my eyes a little bit. Because even though I felt like I'm not a racist person, he just, he did exactly that. He pointed out how every other race to America throughout history was practically welcome, brought in here, and given benefits and bonuses, except for black people. And that when he was just making that point, like, everybody wanted to go to America, right? Everybody came here. But not only, were black people dealt the cards that they were, everybody else was intentionally dealt better cards. And I was like, damn. So it's not, maybe me not really giving a fuck for or against people of color, could make me just flat out ignorant. Like I didn't give a fuck. Whereas now I sort of understand, like, and have an even greater respect. And I'm like, wow, like, man, like, as it stands though, like, our kids today are not born in a world like that, and there's no reason why we should uphold or keep the world being discriminatory. We have differences, but who gives a fuck? Grow up.
Presupposing everything that you just said is true.
Who gives a fuck? No, I'm sorry, Tim.
No, you're
You got a heartbeat too?
Presupposing everything that you just said was 100% true, I'm not making the correlation on how that makes you a racist.
Right, I was gonna say, while he's in the process of learning how racist he really is, despite what he feels in his heart, I had him into reading White Fragility, where you can have a black woman gaslight you for 300 pages to tell you about white body trauma and how you're internally racist, even though you don't feel like it. Didn't read that because it will help you reach that point where you can feel fully racist, even though you, in your heart, couldn't really care less if somebody's black or white.
The white man just can't catch a break. I'm like, this shit is diabolical, boy.
That was sarcastic. Go ahead and read it anyway for a good
No,
laugh.
I know. I just so tickled by it.
I know. No, I was laughing while I was listening to him because I know being sincere, but the reality is, he's literally doing what we were talking about earlier, which is he's expressing white guilt. Like the white guilt we're told that we need to have. He's expressing it.
What I heard him say is that he felt that he could be racist because he totally was dismissing a whole part of history. And for that, damn, some of the shit I've been saying is fucked up because.
No, not necessarily.
Can I trigger that? Now you triggered.
Well, when you take it the wrong way, I need to interject so that you can be set straight, so that you can understand.
Well, we have to, finish his statements, though, ladies and gentlemen. Let him, land before we interject.
That's right.
Okay, well, go.
It's room 14. Interrupt me. No, go ahead. Go ahead and clarify your statement. Let me know where I'm from.
Okay, well, by saying that I was racist prior doesn't mean that I just, slavery never happened or neglected or don't give a fuck. Just before not really feeling like, hey, I'm not going out calling people the N-word. I'm not racist. I have no ill intent towards anybody until I get a feel of who they are and how they treat me. So when he started getting to white guilt, it was kind of like that. But Lion was the only person who could make me see and feel white guilt, because I've never felt responsible for the white man's actions. I've not cherished.
Shame on you. Shame on you. You should feel guilty. You should wake up every morning feeling extremely guilty for what your great grandfather did.
Right.
I just wanted to
better than me.
I just wanted to quickly point out, because we've been bringing up Robin DiAngelo quite a bit today. I was trying to find the worst paragraph in White Fragility, but what I stumbled across is a news article where it turns out that she's been credibly accused of plagiarizing people of color in her doctoral thesis. So just let that sink in, Mike.
Oh, the irony and hypocrisy.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Hakima, did you get a chance to land and finish your thought? Did you have more to say about men's submission? If not, please go.
I'm good.
Yeah, no, I thought we settled that. I thought we came to an understanding.
Gotcha. Okay. No worry. If I may interject something really quickly for my movie lovers in here, there's a horror movie being made or has been made about Jesus being either possessed by demons or battling demons. FKA Twigs and Nicolas Cage star in it as Joseph and Mary. It's called The Carpenter's Son. The teaser trailer has been released. If anybody's into that, I'm pretty excited about this film. It looks really thrilling, to say the least. So if anybody cares, The Carpenter's Son teaser trailer is about 60 seconds, has been released. I'll see if I'll share the link in the chat for anybody who's interested. Just a brief interjection about movies.
Wow, FKA Twigs is a black British girl, isn't she? I actually love one of her songs.
Exactly,
Am I
yes.
saying the right girl?
Yes, ma'am.
That's an interesting, wow. She's actually a phenomenal dancer. My lord. She started as a dancer. If you haven't seen her music videos, woo, pretty hot stuff.
Okay, so my question now is, based on today's day and age, who is going to be the one portrayed as Jesus?
Has she been in anything else? I didn't know
She was just in that Crow remake just recently, the Crow remake.
Oh, okay.
That came out, I think, a year ago. Wait, Monica, was that your PTR? Was that why can't that woman I can't stand? With the flu, I caught the last moments of it. Oh God, what's the fat singer? I can't think of her name, but I can't stand that one.
Lizzo?
Lizzo, was that Lizzo in your PTR, Mon?
Check the chat for her answer.
Okay, thank you. Why? I'm curious why she added that. That's so funny. Yeah, she is a classical flute.
She's actually really good. It's a shame that she got canceled. She was.
Well, I don't know. She's kind of I know there was a brief moment of cancellation when she got caught up in that when her dancer sued her for sexual harassment. Outside of that,
It's a wilder story than sexual harassment. Did you hear the actual?
well, I've heard various, the submissions and the legal complaint, but I haven't heard anything in a while. Lately, she's just been kind of trying to rebrand herself in her weight loss journey. She's lost a lot of weight. But yeah, go ahead. If you have more to the story, I didn't know she was. I thought this was kind of under the water briefly.
No. So like the big reason why I blew up was that she like kind of forcefully pressured one of her dancers to eat a banana out of the vagina of like an erotic dancer in Amsterdam.
Oh yeah. I remember that part. Yeah.
Pretty wild. Yeah.
You see the chat, Akima? Akima, can you see the chat?
I'm driving, didn't know what to say.
Yeah. It says, I apologize for stopping you mid-thought, though, Hakima. I misconstructed part of my presentation.
Wait, I didn't know Adams was here. Adams, I swear to God, you are the funniest person in the world. I just saw the Adams comment. Lizzo was a filthy large beast. She attacked those dancers with those bananas. Lizzo should be arrested and thrown in the zoo and the enclosure with the rest of the elephants.
Oh yeah, that's fucking up.
Where is Adams? Is so funny to me. I don't even see him in here, but okay, he's in the chat someplace, I think. Adams, have a great day, Adams. You are the fun.
Post that in the
I think so, because I don't see him anymore. Hi,
Hey, Shanika.
Hey, Serena, how's it going?
Pretty good. How are you?
Pretty good. Glad to be here. I miss spaces like this on Clubhouse. There used to be a lot of spaces like this.
Well, thank you. We appreciate it. We've been going all morning. I mean, it's just been one topic after another. I can't keep up. I just said, let's just insert topic title here.
Yeah, we've been flowing from one thing to the next. It's been pretty smooth.
If you're looking for a really good movie, I know this is random, but I came in because I saw the movie and popcorn thingy. I thought you were talking about movies.
It is.
But if you're looking for a really good movie, Night Always Comes on Netflix is like #1 worldwide. I don't know if you guys have seen it.
I haven't seen it yet. I'll go at it.
Wait, what's it called? It Always Comes.
Night. Yeah.
Night Always Comes.
Maya's like, this is my wheelhouse.
Yeah, Night Always Comes. It's #1 like worldwide now on Netflix.
Okay, because it sounds familiar. So wait, Seneca, you've watched it. Where do you rate it? You said it's pretty good on a scale of 1 to 10. What do you give it?
Yeah, like on all the movie critics are like raving about it, and it is #1 like worldwide on Netflix. But I haven't watched it yet myself, so I'm actually a about to watch it right now.
What is it about?
It's about two jobs, overdue bills, one night to stop her family's eviction on a chaotic dusk to dawn search for cash. And so Lynette is ready to beg, borrow, and steal. So she's on this huge rampage to pay her bills and pay her rent.
Alright, this makes the third one I've put on my list this week. I'm a terrible TV watcher, y'all. We should do a movie night in the month.
Yeah, I'm very big on, I hate watching a bad movie or a bad show. So
Were we all press play at the same time? I'm sorry, continue.
yeah, I hate watching a bad movie or a bad show. So I'm very picky when it comes to. I don't watch a lot of TV, but when I do, it has to be really good. So I'm gonna feel like I wasted my time.
Me either, something like that. I'm just, that's the thing for me is I generally don't have time. Yeah, we should totally do a movie night in the month.
Call it months and movies.
Right? Netflix and chill.
I have a couple of recommendations that, feel free to go over or consider prior to being yeah, let's get 8 people to watch fucking Barbie or some shit, Unless 8 people actually want to watch Barbie.
Would we just hit play all at the same time? Is that the idea of the ring?
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Is
Yeah. Yeah, we just all had to play at the same time, and when we got restless and wanted to talk about it, we could stop and then start again. Hey, I've done it successfully.
Yeah. I'm down.
As long as we have one of the flight announcements before takeoff, I think that might work.
Right? Yeah, we have definitely done it successfully. It's really funny though, the people that come in the room and they're like, what the fuck is going on in here? Why are there so many people and why is this dead silent?
I think it's funny when they're listening to that. They're like, oh shit. Not only is this funny, but it's a warning. This is, if I misbehave, this is warning me I can leave quietly or I can get removed.
Who said these are possibilities?
Yeah, I don't think you can stream Netflix material. That watch party technology does suck. We've tried that too. And there's actually an app called Rave that you can do, and as long as everybody has their own Netflix login, you can sign up for Rave and we can create a room just like Clubhouse. Basically, it looks very similar to this layout. And in order to get into the room, you have to sign into your Netflix account, but we can all stream the movie at the same time.
That's cool.
Yeah, the only thing about Rave is that you have to be careful when you sign up for your account. By default, it pins your location to your profile, and so it would show everybody where you were at. So you have to turn that off before you go friend requesting people and shit.
I was gonna say, if all of you guys got an Oculus, we could all watch it in a movie theater in virtual reality.
Yeah.
There's apps where you can watch Netflix in a virtual reality movie theater.
That'd be sick. We could look over at each other's avatars and shit. And all
I did it with people on this app. I even bought someone an Oculus because they refused to buy one. And like, yeah, a bunch of us used to go on the Oculus, and it was actually really fucking fun for a while. We got kind of bored of it, but I'm down to like straight Netflix all there. That'd be fun. You just look like an idiot wearing it. That's about it. Don't do it like a
I mean, yeah, but I'd be alone in my room. Look that. I'm comfy as well. I can be on my bed anywhere. But then all I gotta do is eat, shit, sleep, drink, exercise, shower. Yeah. Okay. Sounds like a retirement plan.
I just think the Clubhouse version's the easiest because everybody can watch it wherever they want to. And we can just stop it together and
All take a potty break in unison.
right? The whole having to
Laundry.
get another app is a pain in the ass.
Or you wouldn't pause it for a long road. You just mute yourself when you're coughing. We'd all be on mute anyway so that we wouldn't hear each other.
Right. I'll just send a photo of mine. Mojo was on this morning and I missed him.
Oh, he came on the app.
Yeah. I know. Goodness. Monica killed it with her little stewardess rating.
And she did it.
That was the best.
Hey moderators, this is John. I'd love to read a poem for 60 seconds if I may.
Yeah. Take it up a notch, John.
Okay, this is to all my Clubhouse friends and haters out there. There is a sun star rising.
Oh, that's me. I'm one of those.
Okay, well then take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds. There is a sun star rising outside the reality of form. I am lost in that other reality. It's sweet not to look at two worlds, to melt in meaning as sugar melts in water. No one tires of following the soul. I don't recall now what happens on the manifest plane. I stroll with those I have always wanted to know, fresh and graceful as a water lily or a rose. The body is a boat, and I am waves swaying against it. Whenever it anchors somewhere, I smash it loose or smash it to pieces. If I get lazy and cold, flames come from my ocean and surround me. I laugh inside them like gold, purifying myself. A certain song makes the snake put his head down on a line in the dirt. Here is my head, brother. What next? Weary of form, I came into qualities. Each quality says, I am a blue-green sea. Dive into me. I am Alexander at the outermost extension of empire, turning all my armies inward toward the meaning of armies and Clubhouse friends. Friends in peace, enemies in war. Friends in peace, enemies in war.
Yeah, we'll see. We won't have any of that, 10-minute plus reading stuff going on. John, you're getting requests. Oh, did he leave? He left. Okay, never mind.
He might not be here physically, but he's here somewhere listening.
He's always here.
He's always
There were like 4 or 5 of us left in the room last night, and everybody was just talking about, prior seasons of Clubhouse. And I was like, y'all want to go to a private? Because Kitover is still here. So we moved from in the month into a private. Because he's always here, y'all.
Always watching.
Kristen, how's your day going? It's Friday Eve.
I'm good. Are you proud of me that I haven't been on night and late?
I'm so proud of you.
Thanks.
I'm proud of you regardless, but,
The name of this song is Light Music.
Hey,
Magic music.
Dang, get that note.
Is light music. aka
that came from my soul. Yeah, has it have the conversations in here been good? It got a little bit too much for me.
We're so bland.
He's the one I have.
Unfortunate how expensive it is. Commercials on TV, you get those
Yes, we know the chills and dilemmas.
They're afraid that he.
Chilla's on Dilemma. That's what it's called now.
Yeah. You can tell everybody's working.
Trying to decide what to
Talk about some kind of movie previously
This is
about
like it.
Nicolas Cage. I think was interesting the topic about it.
Music on the sun tour performed by Kennedy Congressman John Kitover.
Topics about Nicolas Cage was 50 Second. This movie have money at all. I think
The name of this song is Music of Light on the Sand Tour.
Yeah, you like Nicolas Cage, huh?
Oh no! That's why I say I don't give a.
I want Nicolas Cage to do more National Treasure movies.
It doesn't do anything with Steve.
Me too, because I don't really care for him. But I did like the National Treasure movie.
They're like Indiana Jones light.
Exactly.
I always miss you.
Aw.
You don't talk still.
This room has been broken every single one of you has changed their accent.
Was interpreted once last year about some kind of Indiana Jones Indiana Jones, but I can recall that it's based in historical facts or something like that, and it's discovering like Indiana Jones, but somewhat similar, but I can recall the name.
Woman archaeologist who goes through a lot of those adventures, and that would be an awesome series too. And there's just so many cool unique book series that would make such good TVs or movie stuff. I wish they would tap into that instead of recreating all this.
This is light music on the Sun Tour performed by candidate Congressman John Kitover.
That would be really cool. That might make a good documentary though, yeah.
Did somebody say they wanted me to read from a book?
I did, John. Thank God you're here. Wanting to hear that voice. Read. My day is not complete.
You had a request, John, for This Is Water, DFW's commencement address. But it's really long, so I was going to suggest that maybe you should do a replay room.
Well, I'd just like to read the 75th Tao Te Ching. It says, why are the people starving? Because those above them are taxing them too heavily. That is why they are starving. Why are the people hard to manage? Because those above them are fussy and have private ends to serve. That is why they are hard to manage. Why do the people make light of death? Because those above them make too much of life. That is why they make light of death. The people have simply nothing to live upon. They know better than to value such a life.
Is that frequency beep at the end? Like when you get your memory wiped in Men in Black by the little pen because you don't want to wear the glasses.
He's wiping his own memory after and then he leaves the room. He doesn't remember that he was even here. Then he comes back. Hey, can I read it on the phone?
Yeah, but the other poem would be interesting. Read the poem. Go ahead.
was here.
Exactly. That's what I was saying. Is everybody forgot what's going on now?
Yeah, everybody's working in the background, so that's why we get quiet real quick, is folks got distractions going on, but we certainly appreciate everybody who's here. Or this afternoon, I should say.
Yeah, that's good room.
I'm having a shipment of my belongings moved to my new house. Well, my new spot, anyways. The new house that I live in. I don't do it.
Bishop came from New York.
I'm probably gonna sell
when they transfer,
my
Bishop
TV
transfer the
so
country
that
people.
my dresser will get room for
And
laundry.
one of the things that happened is that, like at that time, my church was doing pretty healthy.
My Xbox into a different screen, no problem.
And I got
Actually,
transferred.
my Xbox has
I was called to do a transition in my church
wraps around
with another
it,
pastor.
and this case opens up like a laptop.
You could have said
You have
no.
the Xbox on its side.
No, I had zero. I had silver's my chat.
And 120 hertz. Has two HDMI ports and has its own dual speakers, so it can do stereo sound.
I think if you combine the Xbox X with a good TV movie, could be managed with the OLED technology, could be the maximum technology available on the market.
We'll see. Nintendo patented the idea of
taken from Clubhouse.
an optical sensor of a mouse and putting it into their Joy-Cons. So now my idea of having an Xbox controller split in half that also has a mouse built into it.
Now you have available these features. I think is you can paint in Mario Paint if you have online and Nintendo. Even you can play that video game as so rare with the share or something like that. You share play this board and something like that. I see in the announcement of the Switch. And even you can use the sensors in the new Donkey Kong. I think it's wonderful. I think yeah.
You can use it to browse the internet. You can have mouse and keyboard like gameplay without it being mouse and keyboard, without having a keyboard, I guess. But I don't know, it'd be like having a kick-ass gaming computer mouse with all of the buttons and a joystick that you would need, and it just snaps to the other side. That'd be neat, I think.
The only problem with this console is expensive. The price is so high compared with the other consoles. Even the hardware is not. The only thing it matter here is the video games, for example.
But when I was a kid, it was tornado drills and fire drills. My parents and others, even though to look back on
Modern military, they just do very.
But it was duck and cover. When we were in the heart of the Cold War, and the thought that just Tuesday for me
I had to readjust my work schedule because I forgot about the open house orientation at my son's school, and there was a couple there, their student, they just moved to our neighborhood, and their son's new at the school, and they just gave me the universal black head nod, like, oh, hey, what's up? And the wife asked me about the active shooter drill, protocol at the school is on Tuesday night. So it wasn't even, it's before yesterday. And we just had a discussion about that. Some of the ideas being floated, like water, but that's fucking insane. There's no fucking way that I'm even remotely comfortable with children being responsible for their safety with their own handgun. That's idiotic to me. Some of the ideas, especially and I try not to, but like, what skin is in the game? People who have children. I'm not saying people who do not have children don't have skin in the game, but if you are of sound mind and can come up with some reasonable ideas, like fucking cannons and whatever, and forgive me, Point, it sounded like Point had brought up some good ideas before I came back to the room. But my thing is the notion that there's one singular solution is false for me, in my opinion. Attacking the problem from many different, avenues. One, our elected officials, they work for us. I've experienced in my time over here, fucking school shooting we had, which scared the shit out of me, and my godsons are in the school, not even my kids, but my best friend, his children, I'm their emergency contact, and to get that alert on my phone, and then my boy and his wife were calling me up because that day I was actually closer to the school, and the trauma going back from even before Sandy Hook, the trauma that it instills on a community, the families that lose children and those that survive. My boy and his wife, their kids never went back to that school, and they both are in college now, and I'm talking Oxford, Michigan, and this is the school shooting where fucking parents bought their 14-year-old a gun for Christmas on Black Friday, and he went the following week, days later, and killed 4 of his classmates. I've lived through that, and my boys, I call them my boys, but my nephews, they are in college now, and they're still in therapy. The trauma that goes beyond. I'm forgive me for being long-winded on this, but I'm saying the notion that there's one solution I feel is false. Can there be several things?
This is like
teachers asking they barely get paid enough as it is. They have to buy their own supplies, and now the notion that they have to be armed. My grandparents were teachers. I don't see that as a reasonable solution. Bulletproof vehicles. Hell, wasn't it just the CDC in Atlanta in the recent months where somebody shot at by the grace of the bulletproof glass and nobody was injured? Could that be one of many different solutions? Stricter gun laws. I'm a gun owner, and one of my opinions is that guns should be hard as fuck to buy. I recognize the Second Amendment, but at the end of the day, it's not a fucking toy. Its purpose is to take life. Period. Make the shit hard as hell to acquire. Look at Japan, if I'm not mistaken. When someone buys a firearm in Japan, they interview the fucking neighbors of that potential gun owner for their psych eval. So, again, the notion that there's one solution, I wish we could broaden our vision and think beyond that. And every situation is not the same as a previous situation. Maybe one of the consistent things is, yes, schools, but let's throw all the wild things against the board and see what we can come up with. Short term, middle term, long term. I admit I don't know what the magic solution is, and I also admit my own triggering of shit like this, because I have children both in college and in grade school, like many of us.
I gotta go back in. I just wondered, I appreciate you, Brian, so very much. You're one of my favorites. When it's the male voices that I hear. And sometimes I hear you in my head, which is weird, strange. But I gave you guys my solution, and I'm gonna figure we need to. Okay, I'm giving you my solution. We don't need to do anything. Y'all don't even have to listen or care. But my solution, final word from me. Or maybe not, but it's just to get rid of the most overpriced things I've ever seen be sold repetitively is men's razors. Clothes on and powdered wigs back then in the day, and they were carrying around muskets. They had no clue that we were going to have this type of armory and people walking around blowing with children. They had no fucking idea that we were going to have the guns that could deliver those kind of rounds at one time. Look at a musket. You open the door and say, look at a musket. How about that? I'm good for that, because you got to push it down and put the powder and whatever. Go get you a musket. By the time you load that, I'm going to knock you out. So that's what I'm saying. And go learn, like Gemini said, go learn how to fight. Go take some karate classes or whatever you guys need. You softies, you weak ass men. Go do that and learn how to protect your family.
Also.
Or whatever. Yeah, so they had no idea. And then when we're all gone, all of us here, because we will eventually die, and there are going to be some other advancements. You guys think it's just going to settle with what we got going on now? Those stuff and stuff? It's going to get worse. There's going to be better technology, better ways of killing. And if you guys are okay with that, so have at it. I don't, at this point, I don't really give a damn.
Well, that goes to my point of, sorry, Mike, I promise this will be short. Just to reiterate what Lisa said, in my opinion, what hurt my heart was after Sandy Hook and nothing was done. And that really hit me like, well, shit, when this country and our elected officials got comfortable with kids being killed, that spoke a lot to me.
Yeah, that was when I realized that America loves guns more than kids. Also the Second Amendment, like everybody just glosses over the well-regulated militia part. Like I think that if you want to have a gun, you have to be in the National Guard, because the National Guard is the only officially recognized militia. So that you can only have a weapon if you're in the National Guard.
They should be okay with that, Trumpers, especially because they like the National Guard being in their city, so.
You're pretty cool. How long does it take you to load a musket?
Well, I'm from Kentucky. Don't test me on the musket. Let's don't go there. I got that skill.
April's like, I just used the musket to hunt rabbit the other day.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, come on, this by the time these lazy, see, these are armchair military heroes. All these guys in here talking about their guns and whatever. They all masculine when they can go and get their gun and whatever, you know what I'm saying? But you bring them outside and say, put your dukes up. By the time you get outside, because you know how I am, you guys. I work on my arms, my upper body, try to keep it intact. Because if one of you weird ass clubhouse people come up to me, I'm gonna sock you in your fucking jaw with a lock in my hand. I'm not playing around. So if you so damn bad and you so big and bad, go learn how to fight and then meet us outside. But you don't go and grab your gun because you're hiding behind it, the bullets or whatever. I don't have one. Meet me and let's do hand-to-hand combat, but you don't want to do that.
Right. You ready for some breaking news from General Milley?
Do it.
All right, this is from yesterday. This is General Milley speaking.
Breaking news, Trump gave the order, but for the first time, the military said no. In a historic moment unfolding in California, General Mark Milley, one of the most powerful military leaders in the U.S., openly defied former President Trump's directive to use the military against President, I will not use the U.S. Army to carry out injustice. If you cross this line, you'll be facing me. His words, captured in real time, have triggered a political firestorm. Trump's attempt to invoke fear through military force has instead ignited resistance, not from protesters or lawmakers, but from within the chain of command. General Milley went further, saying that Trump's actions violated the Constitution, and that if these abuses continued, the military would take steps to protect the country from the inside. It's rare, almost unheard of, for a general to publicly stand up to a president, but this moment made one thing clear. No army, no weapons, no power can defeat a nation united around justice. For more updates like this, follow and stay informed.
Is sure this is real? No?
Yeah.
It's an AI voice, and General Milley is retired.
And they said former President Trump too. That's maybe
Yeah, that's that whole.
The comments are from the last 12 hours. That's what I checked.
Yeah, the comments are, they could be commenting on it now, but it's a whole video that they're commenting on. So,
Okay, let me check.
That's definitely
Jeremy, are you aware the soldiers pulled out of Union Station? Are you aware why? No.
The only reason they were there for the pizzas and the burgers, because that's all they were doing in Union Station.
I thought they were taking over Union Station.
No, the vets came out. The vets came out and challenged the actual soldiers and told them they were taking illegal orders. And told them they were taking illegal. Look it up yourself. I told you I have people on the ground.
I come here to get my news from Viewpoint, so I don't know.
Thank you.
You gotta do what you do. I'll do what I do. I just share what I share.
I'll listen when you try to tell us. I'll listen when you try to tell us.
All I'm saying is don't bite Ellie's head off because she's giving you some even further.
I don't give anybody's head off.
No, I don't feel like my head was bent. I apologize.
Nobody's biting your head off. Don't listen to Point. You know we love the hell out of you. Don't listen to that shit. I love you like I love cake, and I love some goddamn cake.
I was.
So, you know that. You know that.
I'm just trying to keep us on breaking news because I think that's what, how much can we talk about this shooting? I mean, it's been going on 24/7 where I live right now with people that I know and their kids. So I'm just looking to see what else is happening that's important.
Hey, what type of cake?
I like all kind of cake.
Oh, damn.
Is there something wrong? Am I getting ready to get chastised for loving cake?
No, not at all. I'm just.
I love you too. I love you too. I love everybody. I might not sound like it, but I love everybody, and I appreciate you guys all the time. Everything you have to offer, even though I don't agree. That's my wife. Even though I don't agree all the time, it's not personal. I love you guys, and that's why I love ruffling it up, ruffling your feathers, because we are all different, but we also are so much the same. So hugs and kisses. We're gonna take care of some patients, and I'll be listening.
Listen, Sister White, you better go get all your shots now while you can, because RFK can diagnose children just by looking at their face. And he said, you don't need no more vaccination, so we're gonna continue at it.
Boy, he should have, instead of going to law school, he should have went to medical school.
You think knowing medical science would be a prerequisite?
You know that he is an MD.
And I
love it.
I think you have to now get a prescription from your doctor to get a COVID vaccine if you're under 65. I think that's a new rule.
Yes.
What? Well, I'm high risk, so I'll get it. They already told me to get my ass over there and get my pneumonia shot and this shot and that shot.
I know, April, I gotta get the shingles and pneumonia. I'm like, damn.
Shingles is not bad. I had no problem. It's 2 doses. They tried to get, my doctor said, oh, you need to get the shingles shot. I'm like, yeah, I already got it. So look at the record. Yeah, it wasn't hard. Just go for 2. It's 2 different ones. I can't remember the timeline between them, but it's not too long.
So sorry for us old folks talking.
Yeah, so old folks talking our old folks' health. You young ones are out here spreading the plague every other damn day.
Natural medicine for shingles.
sir, no ma'am.
Y'all finished showing off for the day? Just let me know. Y'all finished showing off?
I just got here, first lady, to show off.
You showed off as soon as you got in there, so. Yeah.
I knew you
So
were
you
gonna put the
finished?
hammer down. I am finished.
No, you know.
There is a vaccine for shingles. That's natural point. It's called attenuated shingles.
Ew.
Well, I don't know about for the COVID, but
Why are you
I
talking
just
about
got
shingles? What's wrong with y'all? What's going on?
speaking about health and improving our health regulations and everything else.
Don't you gotta be old to get the shingles?
No, you gotta get it at 50, and he's 50.
You can get shingles at any time. It's just
You're supposed to get the vaccine at 50, and that's why he's saying that, because he's 50.
I forgot.
Calling people old.
I said, don't you gotta be old?
I just
And I didn't say that he was old. Somebody else said it. I didn't say it. So it's not a y'all. It's
any age can catch the shingles, can get the shingles.
Oh really? I thought the younger people catch measles when you're older. It's the
It's chickenpox. So
okay. Chickenpox, measles, same that.
No. Chickenpox is where you would get the shingles. So you get. So before people got vaccines for chickenpox, which man, y'all so lucky. We just got the chickenpox, and then because of that, later on in life, you get the shingles, possibly get the shingles. So
you have it dormant in your system if you've had actual chickenpox, which older people now, when we were younger, we did. Our parents had the stupid chickenpox parties where you would get it and they'd take you around kids that didn't have it, so everybody.
Yeah, I had the chickenpox and I'm not that old.
So, girl, what? Now I gotta get that too. Yeah, I had chickenpox too.
Yeah, you need when you 50. Not now.
April said you can get it anytime.
You can.
Yeah, but they're not giving shingles until you're 50. They're not giving the shot.
You're
So let me get this straight. I gotta go get my butt played in at the doctor. I gotta go get a shingle.
Remind me.
Yo, you sound like what my husband said. He was like, they want to check my prostate, then they want to do this, then they want to do that. It's too much.
Listen,
I heard that they can do it like in a different way. I don't want to do that.
Listen, at least you don't have to have a speculum put up in there and cranked open.
But don't they? Huh?
What?
Is that a
They put that spatula up in your crotch.
Why?
And open it up so they can pinch that tissue out.
Can somebody give me a reason for
I
what
just told you so they can go in there and get the tissue out.
Make sure you ain't got no polyps.
You're a weak on a pap smear. Sorry.
No, they're gonna put you to sleep, just.
You know they don't put you to sleep for no pap smear.
No, I'm saying him.
Men don't get pap smears.
No, for your colonoscopy.
Everybody's
Jesus.
No, April said that.
Hold on. Let's get this straight.
No, you get it straight.
Yeah, because you're trying to scare people. Anybody go first, lady.
I know what it is. Ladies get pap smears, and they have to be cranked open. They are awake during that. Men, they play with our buttons the way you described it. We go to sleep. Okay?
We're trying to sleep to check your prostate?
No, he's saying for colonoscopy.
Colonoscopy.
That's not for men, that's for everybody.
But for a colonoscopy, you can do it a different way.
I used to be like you, every drop I gotta get in there.
She has to have a little bit of drama every day, right, Royal?
No, I mean, so look, I mean, what do you expect? I mean, she's young and she gets bored and she, wants to be a camera. It's okay. I'm old, I'm not.
Feels more social and intimate.
Yeah. Well, in some places.
Yeah, we always do have the crazy rooms.
Yeah, let's not get into intimacy on Clubhouse, babe.
Yeah.
It doesn't bode well for some people.
piece of shit. He was like, Sarah, you're a piece of shit. And I was like, what's wrong with you, man?
Let's not talk about it.
No, I know. It was quite funny because nobody's ever called me a piece of shit on the app. And I was like, oh.
Well, Sarah, I'd say count yourself lucky. It's the worst, but it's bad.
You're a piece of shit, but I love you to death. How about that?
Oh my God.
You called a piece of shit twice on the sound now. Once by your husband.
The only thing that annoys me is that the emojis, you have to click on someone else. You can't just have an emoji yourself.
I know. That bugs me too.
Didn't that used to be a thing?
No, that's new.
Used to, when you click on the emojis, they were on you.
Yeah.
But now you have to click on somebody else to emoji.
Yeah, so you have to react to someone in a sense. You can't just do it.
What about the sound effects? Can you still make the sound effects?
Yeah, you make that by holding down yourself, and then they're there.
Gotcha, okay. So it's the same, yeah, okay, that's the same. Well, I mean, that emoji's fine, I don't care about that one.
Personally, I think the best feature is the GIFs.
Yeah, I like the gifts.
Yeah, no, the gifts are pretty sick. I'm into it.
I found myself wanting the exclamation points that we used to have. I don't have them anymore. Like when you're shocked by something.
Yes.
The eyeballs one we have.
Isn't that on when you click on someone else? Let's see. No. So no. Ewan, when I gave you that masking tape the other night for the front door, where did you put it?
And I mean, stand.
I did say that.
Send a meter the measuring tape, hold it,
I did say that. I said, y'all gotta get this out. You gotta get it out. It's gotta go.
When it's time to deliver, I'm here for my cesarean section. I'm not doing that.
Whatever you.
Yo, that's how my aunt is. She does not do vaginal delivery. Everything is C-section. She's like, nope.
I'm like squinching my butt cheeks together while we talking about it.
Just put the baby out.
try laboring for 6 hours and then they have to do an emergency.
How does it feel? Like,
Well, I labored for 15 hours and then I had a C-section.
You know, when I was male, I would have got better and I would have came back there and squared up with everybody. So y'all motherfuckers let me go.
My best delivery was my 1 and my number 4.
My husband was there.
Ooh, so you did that joint 4 times?
On my face, yeah.
I had 1 C-section, 3 vaginals.
Those C-sections,
That number 3, bro.
I mean, not that I know.
Was that
I went with my homegirl to have her baby, and the daddy didn't like show up or whatever, so I was in there, passed right out. When they lifted them legs up,
Yeah, that's what the baby said too.
passed out,
If they don't pass out, they want to come on.
I had a Cardi B knot on my head, sure did.
Why did you pass out?
Because as soon as they
You
lifted
see
it up,
that placenta and those lips and
baby, and it was like the head, it was like coming out, and he said, he said it's about to it was about to split, cause sometimes it'll. That's all I remember.
No, she cut me. I had a piece of
Yeah, there's some people that don't get cut prior to a tear. Yo, there's these chicks, they tear from the pussy to the ass.
That's what they were saying.
They have to lube a lot.
I was like a 12-pound baby.
About this,
It's like really tough. Because listen, I was there and I had to keep a straight face the whole
damn time because goodness gracious, I really wanted to make that scrunchy face. I couldn't because I wanted to make sure my wife.
Yeah, you better not.
Look at me crazy.
Oh man,
man.
was looking at you like, don't make no faces about my kid.
I was gonna start projectiles.
I was mean to my mom. I was a 32-hour labor and I weighed 13 pounds.
Jesus Christ.
You over
You wouldn't have made it. One of us would have made it. One of us would have.
And then for y'all to do it and then go back and do it again, it's crazy.
Yo, the crazy thing is after you do it, you like, yo, I'm never gonna do this again. And then you find yourself knocked up again and it's like,
Releases drugs to make it seem like it's less painful after the fact.
Women are the most scared people it is. We do this shit. That's what it is.
and that's the thing, when you're pregnant, you know that baby gotta come out no matter how it comes out, that baby gotta come out. You're ready and it gotta happen now. Like, fuck.
For the record, my kids are 10 years apart, so it wasn't like I was like, yeah, let's do this tomorrow.
Oh, I have gaps too. I have a 6-year gap, then I have a 9-year gap.
Yeah, all that contemplation time, that's still.
I had
Nah,
2 years,
full
no,
year.
because I couldn't do no abortion. I wasn't gonna do no abortion.
You know, there's
Like, if-
implants, there's all sorts of stuff that, you know.
My
Some
first
people
one
get
was
pregnant
4
on birth
hours.
control, dear.
Yeah,
I had
that's true.
48 hours. I had 48 hours of labor.
Girl,
4 hours.
God bless you.
And then I burst a hole in my lung from pushing. And I got pregnant 2.5.
You did what?
What the hell was?
Get out of here!
1912.
Following.
I think she's not subbing these guys.
And please tell me you were one and done. Please tell me after 48 hours of birth, you only gave birth once.
This is following 9 months of hyperemesis where I threw up a hole. No, what happened was 2 years later, I was sitting in the kitchen and our little 18-month-old was sitting in her high chair and she was very close to her daddy. She was always daddy's girl. And she looked at him and she crooked her little finger. She wanted some milk and she said, "Hey, Gare." And I said to myself, "No, we're not doing this. There's not going to be 3 of us. There's no hey, Gare." And I decided to have a second child. And I have the same hyperemesis. So those who are medically aware, that means I was in the hospital on IVs 6 or 8 times with both of them. The labor with him was 36 hours, and it was a better pregnancy because my first pregnancy was an all-male OBGYN, and they were telling me I was
like my job to check them.
Oh, mine was horrible. They were like, "You're trying to throw up the baby." I was so excited to be pregnant. I wanted nothing of this. And yes, I did do it a second time, and yeah, I did. Going through childbirth is a huge thing, and for years I did workshops for expectant mothers about the emotional changes of pregnancy. That's what my first book came out of, and one of the things I always told them was, do not forget about your labor and delivery, because I know that's what they used to tell women. Oh, just forget about it. You won't remember it. Well, I remember all of it, and I think it's something women should remember because it's such.
My child is 15. I think I still got postpartum.
And also about the throwing up, that's another fucking
Yeah,
thing.
that's terrible.
Question now.
Don't get that.
Yeah, but
I have a question now. I have a question. Another question. So, have you ever had a flashback of that pregnancy and then, like, for some reason, like, slipped or slapped your child because of that? Like, did that ever happen?
There have been points in raising them. They're now 41 and 43. There have been times when I felt like saying, you little shit, you have no fucking idea what it took to bring you here. But it wouldn't do any good.
That's
so.
why the urge to slap the shit out of them when they disrespect you wells up. So you know your hand is across the face before you even contemplate carrying on with it. My first son was born, both of them were born in a military hospital, but the first one was an experiment because every fucking body and their mother was crowded into my room while I was laboring and while I was delivering. The people who were training, I don't know how many goddamn people.
Everybody was seeing your poom poom. Okay.
I didn't give a shit. I did not.
I know you don't care.
Get this shit out.
When you're in pain, you don't. Everybody want to be like, oh my god, they're gonna see me down there. When you in fucking pain, you kicking everything off, and you got your shit all wide open, and you don't give a fuck who sees
trying to pull him out. So, okay, listen, take a tape measure and get to 10 centimeters, make that into a circle, and that's how big the shit gotta get, okay?
Mhm.
This is what we go through, and then we get ungrateful children, okay? This is how, like I said, Brian would have been dropped off, no, where'd he go? He would have been dropped off at the orphanage as soon as we got out to hospital, because 13 pounds and 28 hours of labor.
Oh, that was Michael.
That's Michael.
I can't get over that. I can't get over that. We can't go on and have a relationship after that.
My mom said it was smooth. I was like 9 pounds, but she said she went in at 8 o'clock because she was, and I was there by 6 p.m.
Yeah, my mom said I was smooth.
She said it was like going to work. But she had a C-section or whatever. And she said that's where I got that from. She said she showed up and said, "Here for my C-section."
She's so smooth.
And the comment in the chat is right. Men should have no say because we the ones have to go in there and actually have another person pull out our body, okay? Shit, y'all get some say, but keep your shit wrapped up or stay away.
I had a pregnant
Let me
dog.
tell you, if I was a millionaire, I would have multiple kids, more than 4. Yeah, I would have a lot of kids.
I have 2. I'm happy male. 2, 20.
Come out here, I would have like a 10, 12. Yeah, take those. Yeah, crazy.
What if y'all could be like dogs and have
Don't worry, y'all want your kid have a
7
vagina.
and 8 at a time? Y'all opt for that?
Listen, Justin.
Like long shebang?
No, listen, let me say this and I'm gonna be quiet. This will be real quick. My last child, still, even to this day, I'm getting better, but for a long time, I had PTSD where when I saw other pregnant women, I'd be like, ew, I think you might do that? Seriously, I could not fix my face. It was just like, ew, that is so gross for years. And I promise you, I postpartum, I felt like that lasted for, I don't think it kicked in until maybe like 24 months later, but then I felt like it didn't leave for like 6 years. I'm trying to tell you.
What does that mean?
Which part? Postpartum,
Like, what is that?
depression,
What is that
like,
okay.
yeah,
It's terrible.
pregnancy depression.
It happens, it's different for everybody, so, you know, if she explains it to you, somebody else explained it a little different. There's people that don't want to hold their babies or don't even care for their babies.
Look, I had it for 12 hours.
everybody's
I
different.
know I had it for 12 hours. I went home because we lived in Georgia, and this was in July, in a trailer. It's fucking hot as hell. My husband at the time went and got a window unit air conditioner because the other had kicked out. It was over. It was done. We rented a trailer. I went home. I left my baby with my friends and my husband down the street. I just got in the car, didn't tell them shit, went home. My parents had been visiting. I had left before that time. I went home. I put my 38 on the counter, okay, because that was the neighborhood we lived in. And I cleaned my house from top to bottom the first day out of the hospital. The next day I couldn't walk. I regretted life at that point, but I had it. I was like, if somebody had come through my door, other than somebody I was related to or friends with, they would have been going out, been carried out because I had my 38 ready to go. I'm serious. I'd be like, I'm done. It would have been insanity.
That's how the lady that I used to live next door to, when I was in Texas, she had a baby, and she was the sweetest person. And after she had the baby, like, she just used to be doing weird stuff. Like, I would see her holding the baby, no back support, the baby just like flinging around. I used to be like, something wrong with her.
That's wild.
Yeah, I think it went bad for her, and then she ended up getting put out of the like place. I don't know what happened after that, but I remember thinking like, damn, like it was such a like nice pregnancy, and then it just went bad. And she just would be looking at the baby like she was over
It's
it.
women who actually kill their children because of postpartum. It's so severe. Like Janelle said, it's on a spectrum again, like many things. It can be really bad or not so much.
Yeah, I think I had like minor postpartum with baby number 3. Probably lasted a few months, but I got over it. Like, I was like, get your shit together.
That's how animals be though. My friend kept leaving me with his cat kept bringing me his kittens. And I was like, what the fuck is going on here?
husbands or don't have baby father there. They just with that baby by themselves, baby crying, baby with colic, and
Do the dads be good with them? With the dads?
Child. No, but I ain't gonna lie. Both my baby daddies is beautiful. I was the one with baby.
yeah, I think if they present,
kids while I was at work.
yeah, I think the ones that are present, yeah, but the ones that are not there, I don't know.
Both of mine were pretty good dads, especially when they were small. I was surprised, but yeah.
When it comes to my newborns, I am like an animal when they have their puppies. I don't want nobody carrying my newborn. So I never allowed the dads to really do anything with them.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I'm not so.
So I'm literally like, I would compare it to the animals. The way they are when the dad tries to come around a puppy yeah, that's the way I was. So I used to be fucking exhausted, and I used to still just be there pumping and holding her.
I would never recommend her to be her. But they supposed to keep them for like 8 weeks at like 5 to 6 weeks. She just stopped. She stopped feeding them. She stopped doing. I had to get them so I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? She'll like kind of growl at them like toward the end, like when they'll come near her, like, girl, get away from me. And about her food, when they're trying to like come near her food, I'm like, you going to fuck the kid up like that? So I don't know. Maybe she had fault. Maybe they'll come in animal form too, because she wasn't with it. She didn't want to be no mom.
Oh, is Lisa down? Oh, she's still with patients, right? Well, what is 3.560 kilograms? What is that?
What's going on?
Measuring cocaine? Yeah, that's cocaine. Come on now. Yeah.
We don't know what the hell you talking about. You just come out of nowhere. Lisa here.
Just give me a.
I want to know about 3.5 ounces. What?
3.56 kilo.
It's probably about 5 or 15, depending on the day.
Thank you, Brian. You read my mind with that.
You said 7, 8
You're
pounds?
trying to convert it to pounds, like 7 or 8 pounds.
Who's 7 or 8 pounds?
That was my son when he was born.
Oh, okay. I was 7'15".
They gave your baby to you in ounces?
Yeah, kilos. Yeah, kilos.
Yeah, crazy. Where you was
Yeah.
born? Like you was born in America?
Yeah, what the fuck?
No, man, she was acting up.
Like talking about kilos. What's going on?
Yeah.
That's the way they set it in the scale. I don't know.
Yeah, they measure both.
I looked right at the screen while they was doing what they was doing. I would look to the side. I saw pounds and ounces.
Yeah, I mean, I memorialized everything, so, I took the pictures of him on the scale and everything.
Yeah.
So, that's what I'm looking at.
I needed oxygen, because, like,
Not treated oxygen.
I'm dead, that's serious.
Because you was about to pass out?
Yeah, I didn't think of it, like, so, all 3 of my sons were C-sections, but my first one, like, for never experienced or whatever. And
You said that you had a C-section. What's that?
no, I said all 3 of my sons, their mothers,
Oh.
C-sections. Now, for me as a dad, the nurse said, hey, you know what, when we come and get you, you need to go right at that point. So, went into the delivery room. I didn't know if I was in a delivery room or an ice locker. It's like fucking cold.
Yeah, like an ice box.
And they had my
And you naked.
laying there, and they just had like this sheet, like
Butt ass naked with a sheet in front of you.
Yeah,
I just broke up. Can we hurry up with this story?
That's how they do C-section.
I know, and that's why I had a flashback. Literally, I'm getting hot.
Having a hot foot. I'm just saying, as a guy, I have no qualm because I just kept looking at her. I'm not good with blood anyway. I'm looking. She actually laughed. Wow. But no, they told me when they pulled my son out and took him over to the little weigh scale thing, it looked like he was at the deli. When I stood up, like I noticed while they was doing it, like one of the clips on the bed sheet or whatever they had blocking her lower off, it had dropped and nobody clipped it back up. So I just kept looking at her closer. And on the riff, I saw this bloodied arm from one of the doctors. And so the nurse said, "All right, you ready, Miss Young?" And I stood up and I consciously looked up at the ceiling so I wouldn't look, down towards her, stomach where the C-section was. And then when I looked down, I looked right at the spot on the floor where there was blood and like some cloth. I always thought I stood there for a couple of seconds, but apparently it was longer because two of the nurses had grabbed me on both sides and had to walk me over and gave me one of those little oxygen things. Yeah, that shit.
Yeah, bro. You ain't supposed to be looking on the other side of the sheet, bro.
Like I said, that shit
I'm
is.
telling y'all right now, if y'all gonna knock it up, right, y'all gonna have to take blood, because whether it's a C-section or not, it's gonna be some blood, y'all. And especially when the doctor wanna make fucking jokes like, "Oh, you have a redhead," I'm gonna fucking slap the shit out of him saying that. Yo, but it's gonna be blood. I'm sorry.
My thing, I kept hearing all this metal clanking while I'm looking at, my son's mother. I was like, are y'all delivering my son or putting in a small block V8? Because that's a lot of, tools that y'all got over there. And I'm like, dude, hearing the clank, clank, and I'm like, what are y'all cutting?
Yeah, bro. They cut it up multiple layers of her stomach before they pull the baby out. Yeah, I know the experience of both sides, and I'll take a vaginal over a C-section any day. And that's just me.
I got better with my other two. But yeah, go ahead, man.
Who says that?
I said even with the split, because they gotta do that watch ass sewn up again. I've heard all the stories.
Yeah, let me tell you, I'm not even gonna lie. Jamaica Hospital, they did an amazing C-section. I'm talking about the scar, everything. Beautiful. You don't even see that shit. No, like, I guess I just feel good. But he also did his thing, with the stitching. But it's just the after pain. Like, you gotta be on these drugs because of the pain. It's just like, you're not enjoying the baby. You don't have the same bonding with your spouse through a C-section versus a vaginal. So I prefer a vaginal. And that's why you see after my C-section, I went vaginal again, which is called a VBAC, for anyone that doesn't know. I ended up doing a VBAC because I wanted to experience that with my current husband. Because his daughter was the first with the C-section, so we never experienced vaginal. So that's why my third and my fourth is vaginal.
There's something about that I feel like granted, as a dad, I have no idea, from a woman's standpoint, but like when we found out like that she was gonna have to have a C-section, I kind of felt like, I don't know, like cheated from the experience of like, waking up at 0 dark 30. Oh my God, my water broke. Let's get to the hospital. Let's go early. And it was like, so you're about 8.5 months. Let's schedule your pregnancy for Tuesday at 2 o'clock. Is that good for you? And I'm like, what? Like, oh, all right. I guess we're doing it Tuesday at 2 o'clock. Yeah. There's something missing. One of my boys, he had that, like him and his girl was like 3:30 in the morning. He's dead ass asleep. And he said she was fighting it because she was in the bathroom just going, oh no. And he kind of woke up hearing this whimpering like, what the hell's going on? Did your water break? And he said, his girl was like, no, that's not water. I just spilled my drink. It's like, what? Like it's the first pregnancy. She totally did not like come to that conclusion that the baby eventually has to come out. But anyway, yeah, man.
Yeah.
You know something? They're trying to make my sister C-section, right?
Yeah.
And my sister was like, no. And my niece came out in 7 minutes. I mean, that was her second child, but my niece came out in 7 minutes. They're just sitting there trying to make more money. That's what
No, of course. Let me tell you something. For my C-section, she definitely could have came out vaginally. She is my smallest baby, smallest head. I was already 6 centimeters dilated. She was able to, I understand heart rate is dropping, but guess what? With my third and fourth pregnancy, the heart rate was dropping also, and I delivered them vaginally. But I get it. The doctor's about to
to go home. His shift is about to end. Yo, let's get this surgery. Let's get this surgery money real quick. Send this bitch to the back and let's cut her up. And once again, I believe she couldn't pay vaginally. I didn't need that C-section. But, you know, you gotta let people do what they do.
Somebody call 911. I can't breathe.
Someone, please.
Y'all traumatized me today. What y'all doing?
What is that traumatized? You already got kids. You can just, you don't have to know about labor and delivery.
We hyper-focused on C-sections and what's y'all doing?
Oh, no, I was just saying that I prefer vaginal over C-section. That's it.
Oh, God. My C-section was not planned.
You had a C-section for one and two, or just?
I had been in labor all day long, and then it was 8:30, 9:30 p.m. And it was like, your daughter, she's down there. You've dilated 8 centimeters, but she just won't come out. And I started crying, like I was crying. I was like, I don't want to see such a please. And it was like, okay, we're gonna get the midwife to come in here, and they're gonna do some positions with you. They put me in a pretzel, they had my leg all up at one end of the place. They tilted the bed upside down, and mind you, I had to get a surcharge because she was coming out early. So now it's time for her to come out. She didn't want to come out. And after like an hour and 45 minutes of them trying to do all these positions and she ain't move, it was like, yeah, we're going to have to put you in C-section.
How much did you weigh?
8 pounds, 14 ounces.
Yeah, that wasn't coming out. There was a chance that even if you would have fully dilated to 10, she was still not coming through your birth canal. It was not going to happen. Because with the third one, she was 7'10".
It was conversation.
The third, Kylie, she was 7'10". They said if she was 8 pounds, she was not coming. She was not.
I had my son, he was 8 pounds, 4 ounces.
And he came out.
And he came out vaginal. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you had a vaginal C-section like me. Vaginal C-section.
Yeah.
Even my labor when I was 15, beautiful. Best labor in the world. Another Jamaica hospital labor. I'm talking about I was there for 23 hours and 38 minutes. Didn't feel no pain. I never knew what labor pains was with my first pregnancy. Because I didn't feel any pain. I took epidural. I was good, numbed. I pushed him out 30 minutes.
There's gotta be something in the news. It's gotta be.
I pushed him out 30 minutes. He was 7
Give us breaking news first. Is there a new ice cream shop, a new restaurant open? What?
Breaking news. Breaking news. Sorry, I'm in
Oh,
grocery store.
No, please bless First Lady with another baby. Thank you.
How did you do that? Hey, blasphemy. I'm about to start crying again. Don't you ever say that. That's curse words.
So, alright, breaking news. So, they about to really go in on the Argentinian president. They're throwing shit at him. They're fucking about to whoop his ass. Right? These Argentinian people are not fucking playing games. Apparently, he cut some benefits for some folks, and they're pissed. They took to the streets and they're revolting in Argentina. So I don't know. I'm trying to look at the article now, but I'm just jumped back in the car. And I'm driving around. So I don't know if anyone wants to look that up. Do we care about Argentina or not?
What they gonna do with Argentina?
Don't cry for me, Argentina.
So I was reading this article. So where did I just see it? There's protests, corruption scandal and protests. Javier Milei faces to his toughest week. Click on it. Sorry, my service is really slow. I'm out here in his toughest week in Argentina. In Argentine politics, a few weeks have been as tumultuous for a president as the one Javier Milei had just endured. His popularity, which until a few months ago seemed unshakable among the sectors that lifted its power, is facing rapid erosion amid corruption allegations
2026, the Libertarian government finds itself under unprecedented pressure. The epicenter of the political storm carries the Milei surname, though it is not only the president who is directly implicated, but also his sister and right-hand woman, Karina Milei, currently Secretary General of the presidency. Audio recordings released by the streaming channel Carnival placed an influential official at the center of an alleged bribery scheme tied to the management of the National Disability Agency. So these cases add to the ongoing investigations against the president himself, such as the cryptocurrency scandal that has been under judicial scrutiny for 6 months, including one case moving forward against the Argentine president in the United States. Interesting. Didn't the Trump admin cite Argentina like plenty of times? Was it Argentina or Chile? I can't remember. There you go. Hey, John.
Hey, what up,
Here,
y'all?
I'll put the,
How you
I'll
doing?
link the story
You're
at the
not
top.
here? OMG, it's gonna rain in August.
I'll just throw the link in the chat.
All right, so something's going on with something what the CNN said that they agree with the mayor. I'm gonna hear this clip.
Wait,
Yes or no?
is she breaking up or Zoom?
Am I?
No, you good. You good. Play it.
Alright, let me see.
And Patty puts it on top. I don't know what's that. New York Times article, I guess. Whatever you want from me.
I want some prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It's the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance. These are the sort of basic assurances that every family should have, every step of the day, regardless of where they are in our country.
I mean, he's expressing something that I know you feel and most people feel, which is a combination of sadness, but raw rage. That's right. Forget about thoughts and prayers. These kids were literally praying when they were running through a church window.
The rest of it is just what's next. It says,
This is light music on the
authorities said at least 2 children are dead and more than a dozen were injured. Obviously, we know that Wednesday after a shooter opened fire during a mass. Catholic Church, other liberal figures also blasted prayer in the aftermath of shooting, including MSNBC Jen Belsky, who said prayer is not freaking enough. Prayers does not end school shootings. Prayers do not make parents feel safe sending their kids to school. Y'all disagree with that? I think that's something to agree with. Prayers isn't enough. Y'all got a problem with that?
It's not enough.
That's not enough.
It's not gonna stop everything.
No, I mean, that's the start of it. You start praying to figure out a solution. So that your mind can open up and clear the thoughts for some kind of solution to this problem. But everybody keeps saying, well, it's not going to work, and nobody's trying any damn thing. So then we just keep twiddling our thumbs year after year after year after year.
First, if we could spend $1 million a day on putting the National Guard over in DC, we can figure out something for the schools. We could have some staff that are dedicated.
Well, first of all, a huge percentage of this country doesn't even think that school shootings are a problem. Right? They don't even acknowledge it. They're like, well, this is, the cost of kids going to school. It's like, you don't really hear a peep from the Republicans. So that's why I'm like, so the first step
accept is that this is a problem, right? People need to accept it as a problem in order to move forward.
Stop clapping.
I'm trying to train it. I don't know if it's.
It shouldn't take, it shouldn't take something like this happening to people to be alarmed. You know what I mean? Like, it's like people don't care, or people don't respond more forcefully until the shit impacts them directly. And it shouldn't take our elected officials, it shouldn't take our fellow citizens having this impact them on a personal level, whether it's their child or at their school, if they are a teacher. It shouldn't get to that point in order for people to act, and not doing anything that cannot stand. Fucking do something.
So let me ask you a quick question. Gemini, you brought up the National Guard and how much you're spending, right? So would y'all be opposed to the National Guard actually bordering the school systems?
I would, only because their primary function is not to shoot and terminate a threat when dealing with civilians. You need somebody that's dedicated to that. Like, this is my job. I see you. I recognize the threat. I terminate the threat, civilian or otherwise. It don't fucking matter. You need somebody that is their MO. That's their focus, right? Not somebody that's standing in doing a job that is not typically allocated to them.
All right, well, what would be equivalent to National Guard if it's not National Guard? What would be equivalent if they don't have the power?
Security company that's dedicated to the school system, flat out. Armed, the same way like I have armed security when I do certain things, right? So, I mean, come on, like we have armed companies. We just need to hire. That's all.
Not mentioned, I don't know, it was an hour or so ago, or when Katrina and water and or mainly water, but they were spitballing some ideas. Yeah, my opinion, again, just my opinion, is that the notion that there is one singular, solution, I think needs to be greatly diminished. Could it be a series or multiple things, whether it's stricter gun laws, whether it's holding our elected officials accountable, bulletproof glass for the windows at schools, the notion that, okay, this one thing will, solve all the ills of school shootings and mass casualty events. To me, that's what kind of grates on my nerves. Could it be a series of good ideas enacted?
Not to switch everything up, but just out of curiosity, did y'all speak about Russia attacking Ukraine overnight and unleashing over 600 air weapons? The second largest attack, and then ended up with I forget how many deaths, 27 tonight, 4 kids. Have y'all discussed that or no?
No, that happened last night.
Yep. They don't give a fuck. He came and shook Trump's hand. Then went crazy. Like, he don't give a fuck.
Well, Trump already kind of excused it, though, because Trump was like, well, they're going to fight until the peace is actually done. He literally said that.
He did. Trump made a comment about it. He said he's very disappointed.
Oh, wow. That's a way to get him, Trump. Get him, boo.
Disappointed, finger wag, So meeting with Russia, I'm just curious, like what did that accomplish if they just launched the second largest airstrike they ever launched on the Ukraine? How did that, like, what did we accomplish?
It distracted us from Epstein for a day or two.
That's the worst part about the.
I was on to say this real quick. We get right back to it because I still think that Ukraine is crazy. But there is a gentleman. There's this bitch ass dude on the app called Hollywood Prince, and I just he got outed on the stage. I was one a while back, and now he's coming back around trying to be around. He was outed in the chat when I was on stage for somebody had in the chat. They were like, I was monitoring this other stage, and they were like, y'all gonna really lit this pedo on the stage? I'm like, you can't be saying people are pedos without proof. Like, that's not cool. Like, if you got some proof, then we can go ahead and address that. And then I was like, who are you talking about? They're like, Hollywood. So he was next to me on stage. I'm like, hey, come off the mic, bro. They accusing you of that, and I need to hear your side. He's like, well, I didn't know she was. Okay. All right. Immediately, I'm already on his head. Come to find out when the conversation was finished before I moved him out the room, he had been charged with sex trafficking 2 minors on 2 different occasions, and he is a convicted pedophile. Not only is that, he's convicted pimp and a convicted pedophile. So y'all see him around because he's back trying to come on the app. His name is Hollywood Prince. He knows how to present like he's articulate, but he's a fucking pedo. But anyway, we can get back to Ukraine.
What's his ethnicity?
Unfortunately, black. And he out here in LA.
Whose mic is open?
Roberts.
Yo, pardon me, I didn't know my speaker was off. But what up, man? I haven't seen you in a while. You good?
Yeah, you good, bro?
Yeah, I'm good, man. That distraction tactic was so embarrassing. Not only did it not distract you, but Putin went and played him once again. It is absolutely embarrassing that a man who you rolled out the red carpet had your military bow to him to lay that red carpet, have their jets fly overhead and all of that, and then this man goes back and continues. Increases his bombing, and on top of that destroys an American company over there as well. What a freaking, excuse my language, ladies, what a pussy. Like this is ridiculous. And then we have to watch.
Who's the pussy?
Trump.
Trump.
Oh, I just wanted to make sure.
So and then check this out. Then on top of that, you gather your cabinet around you so that they can shower you with accolades and stroke your ego. This is literally sick. This is sick shit that we're looking at, and we need to call it. And I've already said it. I'm called. I don't need any other kind of experts to say anything. We live under an authoritarian regime that is run by the MAGA party. The MAGA party is an offshoot to the Republican Party. They came into power and they're running this country.
Yup, your debate is turning out to be quite
Man, his debate was on point. He did well. He could have did better, but his points were on point. Right? Like, there's no question
his
about
vision.
it. Yeah, for sure. He definitely is yearning to be an authoritarian. He wants to be a dictator, but he has to settle for being an authoritarian that can manipulate our justice system, our legal system, in whatever way, in our constitution, in whatever way he can. But there's no question about what his ambitions are. Like, he's very, very fucking clear about that shit. And on top of that, he doesn't have the respect of other world leaders. They don't fuck with him like that. They don't care about what they tell him. They will come over here, receive the red carpet treatment, go over there and do whatever the fuck they want. He is not respect it. They know that he can be manipulated. They know that. I feel like Putin has to have some type of leverage when it comes to Trump. Like, it always seems like he's bending the knee. Like, he's always giving him the benefit of the doubt, or granting him grace, where I don't see why the fuck would you. Like, he don't give a fuck. Every time that he says, I'm done, he knows he's about to smack the shit out of Ukraine again. He's like, okay, I got it. I understand. Don't sanction me. Okay. Smack the fuck out of him. Fuck you think this is? Like, he don't care. So why are we acting like he does? Like, I'm confused. I don't get it.
Well, they believe the Russian propaganda that whatever Russia is saying, he believes it. I'm like, he doesn't believe what he's seeing. I'm sure he's getting footage of what's going on in Ukraine. He just doesn't believe it. Or doesn't want to believe it. Because it's not convenient for him. I mean, his whole thing was America first. So, it's like when something's not fitting into his narrative, he's going to pretend it does fit into his narrative.
Well, he did say he's disappointed. No, don't you do that again, Russia. He said he's disappointed in 4 kids dying, 600. What does 600 air weapons look like overnight? Like, they went crazy.
I'm still looking for that story.
Well, I saw it. Check it out what up, man. Drone warfare is big with the Ukraine-Russian war. That I'm learning more about. Project I'm working on, or I've been working on for the past, I don't know what, 2 months now, I think. But shit's relatively speaking cheap, and deadly at the same time. But the fact that Putin, this orange, this orange comb over, just as Robert says, as Robert and both of y'all said, I think how we've rolled out the red carpet and what did it accomplish. And I've consistently been putting in the chats when conversations were coming up, is distraction and deflection. And just, Epstein, he's trying to run away from that. These other issues are legitimate, with the assault on our cities now, like with him trying to bring military to Chicago. I will not be surprised because of this unfortunate incident in Minneapolis. Could that be an opening for him to do that, all the while letting Putin just continue to ride roughshod over Ukraine? And what Jim and I think you said, like the other world leaders, they see his playbook. They'll come over here and like smile in his face, but I feel, in a broader sense, my concerns, all the positive equity that America has built up over the years with the international community is being squandered, and now we're in the negative. And once, hopefully, he's out of office, how long will it take? What will it take? How long will it take for us to get that credibility back with other world leaders?
Brian, when's he gonna be out of office? He's gonna put out of office. To First Lady, you make very valid points. To First Lady's question, she said she doesn't see the article, and I will put the link, but we know somebody doesn't click links. So, the title of the article is Russia launches second biggest air assault of Ukraine war, killing at least 21 and damaging EU building. The first paragraph says Kyiv, I think that's how you pronounce it, was bombarded overnight by Russia's second biggest aerial attack since its full-scale invasion of Ukraine, with at least 21 people killed, including 4 children, according to officials. Among those killed are children aged 2, 17, and 14. That's a summarized version of it.
I wasn't talking about like that. I was talking about so I could play it.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was an article. I never seen it.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I was searching for it so I could find something to play.
Oh, you're looking for an audio snippet. Got you. My. You sound like a OG right there.
I'm talking about my uncle.
Put on your red dress.
My.
If somebody done blocked my uncle out of this space, y'all some dirty people.
Y'all blocked, not the
No.
I'm glad I wasn't here, so y'all know it wasn't me.
Oh yeah, I think I blocked him by mistake. Don't worry, guys, I'm on the block.
My block list is long, but he is
I
not.
don't like people. That's what's wrong with the world. I like to fight, so I don't block.
Well, I will say this. Y'all gotta be careful with your digital imprint. Because, you know, when you have people in office that can go back and pull some stuff that you said previously before and talk about how great you are, and now you tell a different story. You know, people, they will hold true to what you originally said. Just saying. So, y'all be careful what y'all say on these tapes. Any objections?
No, if I said it once, I said it to your face. I don't care. I said that. I leave footprints in business. I don't give a fuck.
But to your point, First Lady, one of my, I guess one of many, but raised eyebrows or just concern from reading, Project 2025's mandate for leadership, the sections in there where government or entities that are usually neutral and have no real oversight from the executive branch, he wants to take over. And it was spelled out in there, but specifically could be concerning for any of us in here or on this app. The FCC, Federal Communications Commission, the FTC, Federal Trade Commission, but the FCC, which controls or has oversight into, our digital apps like this, TV, radio stations, whatnot. They want that under the control of the president, and that's what one of the things that he's been, vying for. So, if you look at history and how Hitler came to power in Germany, it's some of the. It may not be the same, but it sure is rhyming. Because it's a similar thing when you control the news media, when you control labor unions, when you can control countless other aspects of society, and then you start to, I don't know, have your former national security advisor house raided by the FBI because you don't like him. So, be careful of that overreach. And yes, well,
This supersedes a focus of the party in a way that other presidents haven't had before. So if people think of it that way, let's talk about him literally being like a savior, like brought by Jesus. So if you want to consider that too, Christians haven't talked about other presidents like that in the past. So there's a piece of it there that I see why people think that. I don't consider it cool, but I see why people think that.
I don't see that, and I am evangelical. And I don't see that like in church. I don't know. Again, I get it's anecdotal. I see it more here on Clubhouse and maybe like on Twitter, like on social media. It's not necessarily what I observe like in my day-to-day real life when I talk to people. And I certainly understand why the term the MAGA cult rhetoric is used. I absolutely do understand it because I do think there is this strange unwillingness acknowledge any fault of Trump's whatsoever, and I just think that's very obtuse. But
I actually did. Sorry. I think you make a very good point, Secretary, but I actually think that the MAGA cult sort of like idea was created by people who were like a periphery of Donald Trump, and basically tried to create this like public image of themselves. One of that, obviously Donald Trump has a bit of like a personality cult thing going on, but I think like we have examples of like what happened on the staff, right? Like with Ali Alexander and like you know what I mean?
Yeah, for
and
sure.
these people tried to create like a cult. They literally tried to create a cult on the staff. Like that's literally happened.
The thing of it is, to that extent, like I used that exact terminology, the Ali cult, because it was just weird. It was like some kind of weird mind control thing, the way that so many conservatives glommed onto him instantaneously. And like it was definitely very, very strange.
Yeah.
And like I said, I was guilty of using that exact terminology, the Ali Alexander cult, just because. So that's why I say, like, I understand particularly political opponents referring to MAGA as a MAGA cult. Y'all know Monica's diehard MAGA. And Monica herself, I feel like, is one of those people that has a hard time being critical of President Trump. Even the things that are obviously wrong, she will make excuses for. Whereas I've never aligned as quote unquote MAGA. I do support Trump. I voted for Trump. Like, I make no bones about that. But I also, like, I don't like Trump as a person. I never liked Trump as a person. It was really hard for me to even get on the Trump train. I think initially it was kind of like, well, he's our conservative ticket, so like, get on the train.
Exactly the same vote.
Yeah, and like even with the second election, man, during the primaries, I so bad wanted to like DeSantis, like I really wanted to get on that train, but he just did not impress that much. Like I kept wanting for him to impress me, and I kept thinking he'll get better. He just never really delivered, and honestly, I didn't like any of the other options that were running against Trump in the primary. So it kind of became a dead ringer that, I knew Trump was going to grab it. And even when he grabbed it, I wasn't like, oh, yippee, this is the greatest thing in the world. I know this is going to be an unpopular opinion because I know a lot of people don't like him, but when he picked J.D. Vance as his nominee, that's when I was like, yes, cha-ching, J.D. Vance really speaks to me. I love J.D. Vance. And so I felt a lot better about my vote just because of bringing J.D. Vance in. And I know a lot of people don't like him, but I do.
That's really interesting because I actually, I think J.D. Vance is fucking sick. I think that he actually could be the person that, continues this, movement after Trump is out of office.
And I think he would do it better.
Yeah.
I think he would do it better and with a lot less division than Trump.
What does Banner look like?
Trump is,
Is that Ron DeSantis from Project 2025?
I don't know.
I don't even want to go in. Project 2025, this is
Hold on. I want to answer it. I want to answer Hakima's question. Hakima, did you say something else?
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Better. Okay, Trump is brash. He's unprofessional. I think he needs to stay off fucking social media. I think he need not be on global news saying they don't know what the fuck they're doing. I know a lot of people, they like that about his character. Those are not the things that I like about his character. I like that he's not a lifelong politician. That's one of the reasons why I also like J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance has only been in the Senate 2 years prior to taking on the VP ticket. And you know what else I like about JD Vance is the fact that JD Vance was once a never Trumper. And he came around to supporting Trump before he was chosen as the VP nominee, like a couple of years before he was chosen as the VP nominee. But what that says to me is that he's willing to learn. JD Vance also had some really, really harsh opinions on abortion. And when he realized that happened, so I don't understand how that tracks. We haven't always had this epidemic of school shootings. So this is a lot. I mean, really, if you look at charts, this all really went crazy in 2018. It jumped from 1970 to 2017. We were tracking between like 10 and let's say at the highest like 60 school shootings a year. That includes suicides, domestic disputes, drive-by shootings. That includes everything. Okay, it's all lumped together. Then in 2018, it shot up. It doubled. It actually more than doubled. It went from 60 to 180 or something like that. No, 119. Okay, and then it went up from there. 2024 was the highest at like 350, I believe. Don't quote me on these. In the 300s. Okay. So this is like a new. I mean, this has really gone crazy the last 5 or so years. That it's like I'm tired of people saying that, you know, oh, you're more likely to get hit by a car. I don't give a fuck, y'all. This is unprecedented. This is scary. If you have children in school, okay, I'm tired of people saying that my fears are unfounded because this is actually very, very scary situation that we're experiencing right now. And to say it's Christian related, my God, that's what a weird thing. We have more access to mental health than ever.
That's so weird. That's so weird.
Let her finish, and then you can respond.
All I'm saying is, sir, we are less religious than we've ever been. I don't understand. Like, why didn't we have an epidemic of school shootings back when we were extremely religious and kids were actually going to mass? People don't go to mass every week. They hardly ever go to mass. So I don't, like, where's the correlation?
Yeah, that correlation definitely doesn't follow, and I agree. The only pushback I got to what you said, we do have access to more mental health, but we kind of do, but we kind of don't. It's like the majority of the counties, I think that's that I heard. Majority of rural counties don't have like a psychiatric nurse, let alone a psychiatrist. So we do, we kind of don't. And I think that one thing is, you know, this is a multifaceted thing. I'm not a 2A guy, right? I have a whole separate philosophy with respect to guns, and I'm not anti-gun, but you can be pro-gun and you can be pro-gun and anti-2A. I won't bother to say that at this point, but it's multifaceted. Social media definitely is playing a part in our mental health crisis. There is a very lax view of responsibility with respect to guns by some of these families, like the amount of kids that are going to kill with guns, but with respect to school shootings specifically, I think that they kind of, we gotta look back at it, it's kind of like, man, Billy would never do that, and they just kind of go on with it. When the signs were there, because the last few, it's like, how did this dummy get a gun, or he had a gun, and how come y'all didn't see the signs? Like, y'all not paying attention to y'all kid? Like the signs are there, and we're kind of like, didn't pay attention, you know?
But what if that is the answer, though, Finley? What if it is that dumb? Like, if you look at the strong correlation, when did we start having school shootings? Like Holly even said, you started seeing attacks on it, like, yeah, well, that's not necessarily a person, but you start seeing, like, attacks and gain some ground, posting that, like, I guess you could put late 70s, 80s, and then there was a brief pause, and then you had Columbine. So, if you're starting to say, hey, what was the precipitous?
Quite literally is the fact that we took mom out of the home, or we took a parent out of the home. What if that is, it's that fucking simple? Because that timelines, if you look, they tend to correlate right there with, and I'm not saying that women need to be barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen. I'm not Stig or some of the other guys on the app.
But hold on, dude. But what if it is something that simple? Like, we just removed a parent and guiding force, somebody to connect and teach their kids, and now we're putting it in the hands of 23-year-olds who last week were poking and token and basically getting plowed and gangbanged in fucking college. What if it is that simple?
Hey, Brad, may I chime in on that point real quick?
Go ahead. I was asking Finley, but if Finley could respond, and then you can go, Adrian.
You're saying, is your thesis that because we potentially took a parent out of the home? Is that what you said?
We didn't just take a parent out of the home. We took the majority of parents out of the home, like the overwhelming majority in the country. So what if it is something that simple that we could just put parents back in the home?
I think there's definitely something to that, right? But I think it goes back home. I think, and again, this is something that even though I'm an anti-gay guy, with particularly school shooting in general, I think it's bigger than that. I think the community, as we used to know it, like, you know, and where I'm really hungry to you, like, that doesn't exist anymore. Like, we have helicopter parents and, like, but can't nobody else do nothing with your kid, and we can't assist. Like, there's no assist. It's just like the parents and that's it. Nobody else into my kid.
Yeah, they're
I think
creating it takes a village to raise a child.
Yes,
mantra.
yes. And a lot of it is paranoia. Like I was listening to, and I don't want to get too far off base here, Brad, but I was listening to a conversation about like kidnappings, right? The traditional stranger kidnaps your kid off the street is about 100 to 200 per year in the country. The majority of them are family members. The majority of them, and 97% of them are all returned within like a day or two, but it's mostly family members taking a kid, right? Something along those lines. But the paranoia around that has caused people to like isolate themselves from like their neighbors that live like right next door.
Oh my!
And I think that plays into this because again, there's sometimes like your neighbor can see things that you can't see because you're too busy, or there's sometimes your kids will talk to your neighbors that they won't talk to you about, right? I was one of the few kids that talked about sex with his, right? I was one of the few kids whose parents talked to one about sex with me when I was 7. My friends learned about sex from my parents because their parents would not talk to them and they were afraid to talk to their parents.
They're all right. They're all Christian.
Hold on, let Adrian go. Yeah, stay was polite. You waited until 20 minutes or so.
You said after the last one. I get it.
I apologize, Mark. You'll get after Adrian.
Awesome.
No, let Mark go first, man. Go ahead, man. All right, then Adrian. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's something going on with that guy. Can I talk? If I'm not, there's something going on here. All right, there's something going. It's hard to explain, but there's something going on here with technology, with information at the click of a button, and Christian people children who have information at the click of a button. I'm rambling here.
I'm confused. We have been over this.
Marshall, hold on. Let him just land because I want to get to Adrian.
What I'm getting at is, why is it a white Christian person, all the time?
But it's
That
not.
does these
The
little things.
mass shootings are qualified as more people wounded. No, I was gonna say the fact that school shootings, not everyone in which has been white either. My point is, you seem to want to attach a religion to it, and I can't figure out why you're so on attaching Christianity to it. Noting that your argument is because they're Christian now, they're more susceptible to be violent. Despite the fact that, as Holly and several other people have said, this religion has been practiced in the country for 250 years nearly. We're not anywhere near as violent as we were in 1867. We're worlds away from that, right? And Christianity has existed the entire time, right? So if it's existed the entire time, and you only have a couple of spasmodic periods of violence, which lasted, one like 10 years and then like 40 years. Maybe even a little longer than that. I just can't remember that straight. But other Christian
you, you can call the police, right? If you don't like the way your mom is yelling at you, you can come tell us. The guidance counselors and the teachers and stuff like that was planting these ideas in kids' heads that, hey, you can be emancipated from your parents if you don't like the way that things are going in your household.
Lady Star! No, Father. Hands off me, woman. Don't enter without an invitation, man. Lady Star! What is it? Cult Kingslayer. Between your father and his vengeance. I suspect that.
Master! This man is our prisoner.
This monster killed my son.
And crippled mine. He will answer for his crimes, I promise you. But not here.
I will have his head. And if you try and stop me...
You will strike me down? Have you forgotten me, sir? I am the widow of your liege lord, Eddard Stark. I am the mother of your king.
And where is our king now?
You know very well. He has gone to the courage to accept the surrender.
Gone to the crag, but not to negotiate. He brought that foreign bitch with him.
How dare you?
Threatening my lady is an act of treason. How can it be treason to kill Lannisters?
I understand your grief, my lord, better than most. I understand it. But in the name of my son, the king in the north, stand down.
When your son returns, I will demand his murderer's head.
Wise men do not make demands of kings.
Fathers who look to their sons do. I will have his head. Thank you for fighting on my behalf, Lady Stark. I would have come to your defense, but...
Take him to the stockade. Find him with every chain you can find.
You're a real she-wolf for your lady years. So much fish left in you.
And gag him!
Lady Stark.
You don't, you risk getting locked up.
Because you don't get the deals right now for the power to talk.
Adrian, do you, again, so Adrian, do you consider 4 mass shootings in 14 years a lot?
One is a lot.
Okay, so, your Norway example seemed like a stretch to me, like, just because something happens one time,
in a controversial new bill that just passed, all 50 states approved 930
other Christian nations and this issue in Norway, which has had 4 mass shootings in 14 years. So it's a pretty good example, right? Like, I hear you saying that's a lot. I understand. In comparison to the U.S., that's not a good standard. I don't know why you said Norway seems utterly ridiculous. Just because it's not, does not mean there's a pattern.
No, he blamed Christian.
He's on the phone.
I was talking to CEO.
Yeah, I'm saying Mark blamed Christian cookies. He said that's the problem.
Totally. Well, I mean, if we could have been dating,
Rupert. It's a fact. I just wanted to point out that
Hold on a second. Adrian wasn't done.
Well, I thought it was done, man. No. Go ahead.
Hey, I didn't mean to
People are anxious. Go ahead.
No. I did not mean to interrupt you, Adrian. You're not there.
No, you go ahead, man. That's all good.
So I was just kind of this. So your thesis is that the increase in CPS has caused a decrease in parenting, which has caused an increase in school shootings. Am I restating your thesis?
The usurping of parents' authority is my stance, because that absolutely happened.
So I mean, I disagree, because I don't necessarily think that parents' authority has been usurped. I think that.
So we're overcoming a lot, and I think Kennedy is ultimately doing it the right way, recognizing if we're going.
Yet, but I think that parents have gotten lazy.
To sustain this long after Kennedy and Trump are gone, we better establish that scientific credibility, if you will, and that is.
They think that they're too involved. You know what I'm saying? They're kind of uninvolved. I don't know what's going on, but I'm going to be micromanage those that are here to assist. Again, this idea there's no community, but you're not going to tell me to do with my kid, but I'm not doing anything with my kid. That is my thesis.
Let me respond. Do you respond to Finley? So I want to respond to Mark really quickly.
15 seconds. I've spoken with teachers, but it's been a lot of teachers on this app that speak out, especially when it comes to mass shootings and things like that happen. You know what the number one thing that all of those teachers have in common that they say that they love? They say they love helicopter parents. They say that helicopter parents are the best parents in the school because they're the most engaged, they're the most involved, they're the ones that come to the parent-teacher conferences, the school board meetings, the PTA meetings, all of that stuff. And they don't play about their children. They want to know exactly what their children are learning and see how they're being productive in class and make sure that they're on top of their things, right? In school and at home. So a lot of teachers love helicopter parents. So to have these parents disengaged from their children is a problem, and it leads to more things. So there's nothing wrong with being a helicopter parent, with being involved in your child's school life and home life.
I was just going to mention really quickly to Marcus. First of all, I don't know if Marcus being like genuine or is he just trolling? Because I'm pretty sure he's researched this, but his claim to some degree, bro. I like to believe that you did. But you say it's fact. It's a fact. It is not a fact. The Virginia Tech shooter was Asian, my nigga. Okay. The Parkland was like half Hispanic. We are talking about they was Hispanic, and like Red Lake was Native American. Appalachian Law was black. Detroit was black. Knoxville was black. Like I don't understand why where you're getting all of them were white and Christian, bro. That's why I feel like you're being disingenuous for the sake of being disingenuous.
Majority of them all white.
That wasn't what he said. That wasn't what he said though. He said that all of them were white and Christian.
Yeah, I ain't Christian. That's like, it almost sounds like you have to be some religion when you're born in this world. So if you're born in a Christian country, that automatically makes you Christian. I don't believe that at all, bro. You can't, if you're not practicing Christianity, you don't go to church, you don't pray in the name of Jesus, you don't do none of these things, but automatically you're Christian? Like, how is that even logical?
It works that way.
Even if an Arab is born in an Arab country, that don't automatically make him a Muslim if he's not practicing Islam. And people who practice Christianity are not going to shoot up shit.
I said something simple, but it is hard to prove, no doubt, that most of these school shootings are of white young kids who are raised as Christians. That's a fact.
Okay, wait. Could you cite your citation for that, please? You keep saying it's a fact. What citation do you have?
It's hard. First of all, you have to go to the parents, right? Because they're the ones.
But my nigga, how do you know? That's what I want to know. How do you know? You keep saying this. It's a fact. I want to see your citation.
So if we were to do proportionalities based on population, I'm sure it would be like, yes, there are more white, freaking confused men out there that think somehow being a school shooter or a mass shooter. No, but the reason why I'm saying, hold on, relax, chill, man. I ain't going anywhere. I ain't mad. I ain't calling any names. I'm not doing any of that. We're just having a conversation. Relax, drink some whiskey, whatever it is, smoke a doobie. Is that still the lingo today? I don't fucking know.
Early right now. Just get to your point.
Yes, ma'am. So the whole thing, if we based it off of demographics, I'm sure it would correlate on a per capita region. But again, you couldn't even do that because it depends on where you're going to cherry pick. Like Thomas just said, you have multiracial people doing this. You have all sorts of people. So the issue isn't the religion. I get the whole Marilyn Manson effect, but it's not that. Otherwise, guess what? It's always white. Hold on, dude. It's always white. Chill. Don't do that.
Mark, have some discipline, please. Just Be quiet, let him finish.
It is not always white. It's already been, like listed out for you. I don't know. Maybe I have to spoon feed it, but I'm telling you, they are not always white. They're not always Christian, and they, in fact, go against a lot of the religious teachings and a lot of their manifestos. So if I'm sitting here listening to you, I'm believing with the news media and a racial stereotype. Like the majority of crimes in this country are committed by guess which race? Black people. I hear that a fucking lot. It's not true. It's not even remotely true. But I hear that a fucking lot, and it's that media narrative. It's that propaganda narrative. So this is part of the problem, Mark, is that you're actually not looking at what's going on in a case by case to actually look at solving the problem. I just said it may be as simple as that adding a parent in the home. I don't think it's Christianity. Christianity doesn't do it. I don't think Islamic, Judaism, Buddhist, or whatever fucking anybody else believes in is that triggering factor. I just don't see it. I don't. You're just, give me, it's a white Christian male that was featured on CNN. That's all you have.
Can I say this, Brad? I went ahead and I posted in the chat the more up-to-date information about mass shootings here in America, who's perpetrating them, so on and so forth, what type of gun they're usually using to do it, all the, like, just a lot. Now, it does not give the religious breakdown, right? That's where you got me. I would say I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge that, realistically speaking, a lot of these mass shootings we've had have been white male, but that does not mean that we haven't had other. I think we all can acknowledge that.
Of Christian persuasion.
I'm not saying of Christian persuasion because I don't have the information or the facts to back it up. So I'm not going to say that. Now, as I said, I posted the link in the chat. You can read it. You can get more educated about it or see what the graphs and things are saying, right? In this case, I think that it's one of those things that's hard to predict because if I remember correctly, the gentleman that we're talking about is 21 years old, which means he was of legal age to buy weapons. Last time I checked, he did. Brad, correct me if I'm wrong. Did he have anything on file, or was he seeing anybody that would have been able to label him a danger that would have put him on a flag list for whenever he went to purchase that gun, it would have been flagged,
well,
right?
technically, they were struggling with their identity since 2020. So
was there anything on record to show or to be put on that background check when you run that would have labeled them as inaccessible to a gun? No, right?
No, nothing has been reported yet. So no.
Yeah, so he wasn't seeing a doctor while he was struggling with his sexual identity that would have been able to annotate that and submit that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, this is one of those freak things where unfortunately he purchased the gun legally and he went and he did it. There would have been nothing realistically anybody would have been able to do to stop it. That's just the facts of it. It's fucked up. I hate the fact that he went out in a coward's way instead of standing 10 toes down and facing the laws of justice and facing those fucking people. It's fucked up that those children had to go through that and some of those children had to use themselves as shields to protect other children. It's just one of those type of things. Because the reality is when it comes to individuals like this, they're going to find a way to do something one way or another, right? And that's the facts that we're dealing with. All this if and shoulda, coulda, wouldas, and what about this, what about that? No, you know how I am, Brad. Deal with the facts of the case. Don't add shit. Talk about it in the context that it is.
yeah, but the facts is the context saying it's just one of those things. It's kind of wild, respectfully. And hell, Miss Clark has been a while. It's kind of I don't know necessarily know I want to accept that. But we're pushing back against this thesis that the white Christian men that is definitely not the evidence does not.
So listen to the race on Christian. Wait, because I don't mind doing this. We can blame this. Wait, hold on. So why don't we do this? So Thomas actually had a whole list going. I don't know if Thomas can do it or somebody who's got. Because like right now, I'm trying to figure out how to not break this crock pot. I'm now on my third one. So what I'm trying to do is let's see. Can anybody break this down real quick? What is the race of those? And I'm willing to bet it probably is overwhelmingly white. I'm willing to bet it's probably male. Those are two.
Brad, are you about to ask about active shooters and shit? And the stats on them?
No. Let's do it. We're talking about a school shooter, so let's go ahead and diagnose this. Like, let's find it, because maybe it is. Maybe it's as simple as, you know what? Let's fucking remove all the white kids out of the male kids that, you know, I don't know, have like fucking, yeah, I don't know, whatever. They play fucking.
It's overwhelmingly white. It's overwhelmingly white. Over 90%.
Yeah.
Over 90%.
Yeah,
Over 90%.
It's not 90%.
It's not.
It's over 90% up until recently.
It's not.
I got it.
Up until recently,
I
yes.
don't want to be doing this at all. I just hate when I have to do this, but I have to do this. Please, everyone will get a chance to speak. No need to talk over, and please be courteous of other speakers. If you just joined the room, don't just get up there and try to speak. Understand other people have been waiting to speak in front of you. Also, if you are on stage, you need to cash in your pink ticket to be able to stay and speak. Sorry, and a lot of pink tickets in the audience. Please cash those pink tickets in, and I'll go ahead and go on mute now. I think it was it Miss Clark that wanted to finish her point?
Yes, ma'am.
Or was Weedman? Okay, Miss Clark, finish your point, and then I believe Weedman wanted to.
Throw me the cue too after we've been.
Okay, so just so that way we can have a quick breakdown. I'm gonna move through this quick, right? Location and timing. Most mass shootings are likely to occur in workplaces and school. Weapon. Handguns are the most commonly used weapons in mass shootings at 74%. Rifles are at 32%. Shotguns are at 16%. Perpetrators usually tend to be white at 54%. Perpetrators are overwhelmingly male at 95.3%. The average age of a mass shooter in this country is 34.5 years old. As I said, it does not give the ideological demographic of if they're Christian, if they're Pentecostal, all that other stuff. And the site that I have does not list if they're normally Republican or Democrat or far right, far left, or anything like that. Mass shootings are most commonly perpetrated with handguns, one being at least handguns, like I said, 73.5% here, and at least one rifle, 32.5%, at least one shotgun, 15%. Most mass shootings involve a single weapon, sitting at 66.67%. And most mass shooter perpetrators are typically males, with solo males being 94.6%, solo female only being 3.8%, male-female pair being 1%, and two males being less than 0.6%. There's the information.
Okay, so we should that. So just real quick, I want to emphasize it. So it's 54% white males. All right, that's probably in alignment with the racial breakdown of the country. Are we all in agreement?
Yeah, it is, Brad, but it's also, it says, she's right, 54% whites, it's also 22 to 26% black, and it's 10% Latino.
All right,
Just to add those last things.
You know what, fine, then we are all on board, we agree that maybe it's not just the skin characteristics. Oh my God, we might get somewhere. It may not just be the skin characteristics, it may be something a little bit more deeper. All right, go ahead, Finley, or whoever was next.
I believe it was Weedman.
Yeah, Weedman, go ahead.
Weedman.
Oh, Weedman, I'm sorry.
No, she broke it down. She effectively broke down what the statistics are. Jay Waver, essentially the FBI and the CIA does extensive research on this. Actually, one of my concentrations for my bachelor's degree was school and campus security. So what we did is we go back to the 1800s when the first documented attacks on schools actually started to happen. And it gets pretty deep. With that being said, her statistics are right. I would say more in the recent years, we've seen what would be off base of the norm, which was white, middle-aged men from the age of 35 to 45, whether you're talking about schools, active shooters out and about in the world, it's middle-aged white men. That's been typically the 90+% ratio up until I think just the last couple of shootings might offset it a little bit because there were some different racial ethnicities involved. Nonetheless, I'll be honest with you guys, I don't think race is the biggest deal here, right? And I think we can all agree to that. We have kids that are being shot, and what's happening is they're realizing that people within my community, the security and risk management industry, are paying attention, and we're making moves, and now schools and communities are reacting, and so we're able to install different things and try different measures, and we're testing, we're exploring options, right? There's never going to be a picture perfect situation here unless the truth is we lock the fucking school down. And then even if we do, we have what took place just the other day. I don't know if this is the Minnesota shooting, but is this the one where he shot through the windows? This is because there was like two of them just in the last couple of days. Is this the one where he shot through the windows?
Yes, this is the one where he shot through
Right.
the window.
So we get to this point now, which was my biggest worry through all my studies over the last 20 years in college and in this profession, is that we can create great access control, remove bottleneck situations from that access control. We could do a lot, right? What we can never stop is somebody from the outside just shooting fucking in. If somebody's determined to shoot, kill, and harm, they're gonna do it. They're gonna find a way, whether it's a bomb, a knife, a sword. You look at China, you look at England, you see all types of the violent acts in mass, right? And they're not used with firearms. I think just a couple of years ago, some fucker walked into a goddamn mall with a goddamn sword and chopped fucking 33 people up. Now, did most of the people survive? Yes, and I think so. There's a difference there. Nonetheless, race, while it's a topic in the discussion, those of us in this industry are cued in on what's taking place, on the actors, the people that are investigating these things. They're aware of these breakdowns and these statistics based on the information we receive. And I could just say, I don't think that should be the main sticking point in conversation. I think it's divisive. I think it doesn't allow us to get to a solution. And I'm going to pass the mic real quick. Sorry for being so long.
Can I speak, please? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I'll let you go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, good. Go ahead.
I can let you go. I'll go out there.
Thank you. I just wanted to know if we brought up mental illness, isolation, bullying. I think when you have that combination, it just adds to the piece of the puzzle, that isolation, especially from their parents, that the parents don't know what's going on. So I think mental illness needs to be really impacted. I mean, gun prevention, of course, but these kids, some kids out there, I don't know what's going on with them, but yeah.
So the National Alliance of Mental Health says that, real quick.
No, it's Mr. Finley's term. Thank you.
So the Violence Project talks about this, and I think one of the reasons that we think that most mass shootings are white males because we're thinking about school shootings, and they tend to make the national headlines, whereas your day-to-day critical urban violence amongst people of color is not tends to be not always multiple victims, and it tends to be it's a narrative. So if it's a gang-related violence and two people got shot, it's not gonna make national news. It may make no local news. It's not gonna make national news. But when Tyrone does that with Pookie in it, right, with 2 people. But if Chad decides to go in and shoot up, the school, and kills 15 people randomly, because of whatever reason that he has, because his brain ain't wired correctly, that makes national news, and of course that's what's highlighted. So that's what the perception is, and it's not the reality. But I want to point to something that another part to my thesis about: one, we don't have the community we used to. Number two, the way that we are, especially in the school system, the way that we are raising boys. You may not believe this. I know that there's patriarchy people out there that believe there's oppressive patriarchy. Boys are failing. They are failing. They're slowly checking out of society. And it starts young, because the way we educate boys, it's a whole problem systemically. And these aren't my words.
To pay it forward so no one has an excuse if they need.
That there is a problem there, and when solutions are offered, the pushback is, no, we can't do that for boys specifically because we're going to go back to the old system, patriarchy, evil, blah, 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 blah. But the reality is there is a male deficit happening right now with respect to economically, educationally. I mean, if you've been to high school graduation or college graduation, look at the top performers. They're mostly all girls. There's a guy sprinkling there every now and then, but mostly all girls. There's a problem there. And I think it's worth having the...
I think, wait, someone want to jump off? Someone jump off the mic.
No, I just needed to ask somebody who knows how to cook. Do I heat the crock pot bowl up first before I put it in the stupid fucking thing?
Dear Bradley, no.
No, you don't do that. That's funny as fuck.
So you just put it in, that is it, right?
Yeah.
Alright. Go on. Is the fire department on your speed dial, Brad?
a fucking screwworm.
An entire country, I swear to God, he's blowing up more kitchen appliances than anyone.
What is he making? I'm surprised he's still around, bro. Listen, you're very resilient.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Mrs.
What is he making?
A pile of mess, that's what he's making. You know,
Grits.
he actually
Grits, bro.
Bradley, what are you making, honey?
I'm gonna try to make a shepherd's pie.
He's making shepherd's fucking pie. He's making shepherd's fucking pie.
He's making it says an 8-step recipe. It's easy. I just need it. So I got a quarter lamb.
Baby, no.
I shaved
The
that
lamb
thing.
is cooked in the crock pot. We're not putting the potatoes. We have to boil the potatoes, mash them, and then bake them. This
This is fucking way too complex. I'm just doing it by this recipe. We'll see if it goes and have it again.
Yeah, I got you, bro. I got you. I bless you, bro.
The first thing you want to do, Brad. The first thing you want to do, Brad, is you want to score the crust with a little mat.
You can't say the word score. He doesn't know what score means, Blake. He thinks he's thinking about football or rugby. Okay, let's get back to the conversation, please.
All right, so back to
just don't talk over. Just don't talk over each other. Did someone new want to get it?
Yeah, I was gonna resume. I'm gonna check right into. Because I remember talking about mass shootings being 4 or more, and I think that's like intellectually dishonest. Because, like, for example, if I'm in a street gang, and I know my ops are standing in front of this gas station, and I go do a drive-by, and 5 people get shot, people are still not going to call that a mass. If you could say technically it is, but no one's going to call that a mass shooting. Now, if a random guy walks into a Walmart and just starts shooting up the place because he's crazy in the head, that's a mass shooting. So I think just because something legally says 4 or more, we all know what really a mass shooting is compared to like gang activity.
Well, we have to drive-by shootings, DJ. Again, this is a lot of us have a 1990s view of like violence. That isn't as common as it used to be. And believe it or not, I get the legal definition, but the 3 or less is not as rampant as you think it is. And gang violence is tracked a little bit differently, and there's a ton of data on gang violence. But I know that we're trying to make the comparison between the drive-bys and the school shootings. And again, I address that there is a narrative problem here, to be fair, which is why we think it's all white males. But that drive-by narrative just isn't a thing anymore. Not saying it doesn't happen, but it's not like it used to be in the 90s. It's like rare, very rare.
Detroit's way more calm, but do you guys want to, like, just for sake of argument, define mass shootings in a very specific way? Then we can all be on the same page with each other.
Mass shooting is defined as 4 or more people being shot at one time.
So let's stick with that. We stick with that. All right. For simplicity's sake, thank you, Marshall.
Yeah, there's another term that we could add in, and I think technically is it a catastrophe in this case? Well, I think anybody being shot is catastrophe. What is two deaths define catastrophe? Sure. But my thing is this: is to DJ's point, it's almost as if we want to. It appears this way, as we want to sit back and kind of differentiate the killings of one group compared to another. If someone goes into a bank or a school or whatever and starts killing a bunch of people. Now the gentleman, as far as I know, the two children died, from as far as I know, in the shooting that took place recently. If a guy is driving and trying to get his ops and he ends up shooting, 4 or 5 people, the death is the death. But like how they died or for whatever reason they died should not matter.
Yeah, let's stick with the basic.
They were killed. So I don't like playing the semantics game respectfully, saying, oh well, he did it because of this XYZ, but this guy did it because he was doing it running away from the ops. He was trying to deal with the ops. So I was like, well, they murdered niggas.
this, and that's all that matters. So that's just
Thomas, the reason
The context does matter.
right, because how you deal with it is going to differ. This is why cities that are doing a good job of dealing with violence are finally able to deal with it, because they look at the underlying issue instead of we're just going to be aggressive and just be aggressive for the aggressive sake, right? That's not how you deal with crime. You're going to deal with the school shooting incidents, which we're really not dealing with, differently than the gang violence, because gang violence, you can look at the underlying issues to stem that and slow it down. I mean, you'd probably never stop it, but to slow it down.
But to that point, Mr. Finley, as someone pointed out to the chat, hold on just 1 minute, please. I'll just be brief. You know, are we discussing mass shootings in general, or in specifically in this case, school mass shootings? Because the remedy and the prevention of it does have some different variables. So which one is it, gentlemen?
I thought we were specifically talking about school shootings, but
Alright, let's stick with that. Let's stick with that for simplicity's sake.
I mean school mass shootings specifically.
Yeah, sure. I mean, at the end
Let's
of the
stick to
day,
school because it's in the title.
but like they're all fucking crazy.
Shed some light on like the situation to like help y'all out.
Oh, help us out, brother. Go ahead.
I actually live in Minnesota and I actually work with the BCA, and I've been working on this case. I was on vacation for 10 days, so I like just hopped on it within the past 2 days. To give y'all some information, I would actually really consider this more of like a terrorist attack. This is something that's been going on that for whatever reason the news has not been like specifically telling people is related to these online groups or these terrorist organizations. This one specifically, I would just relate it to the NVE group. They're called the Nihilistic Violent Extremists, heavily related to a group called Terrorgram. So if anybody remembers the shooting that happened December of last year, the girl's name was Natalie Samantha Rupnaw. Her name was on the gun. A lot of these things like that you wouldn't think are related are heavily related, and it's all like terrorist activity. So there's basically these online groups. They vary in age, and they're.
Wait, can you hold on a second, sir? So I'm from Minnesota myself as well. I'm up by Two Harbors. So, first, right, I don't know what ERR means on the crockpot thingy, so like this is all fucking done. I give up. Secondly,
error.
But what is this guy? I mean, then you're the whatever saint, whatever SMT, whatever. Do you have proof of this? Do you have like some evidence of this? Because this is the first I'm hearing about this. Because I've never heard of an online terror troll farm that's recruiting people across the nation to commit school attacks. Like that's just. I mean, that seems like something that would have been released by the FBI, or at least schools would have been made aware of, and parents would have been made aware of. I'm sorry, it's not that
Kids have roadblocks. You should be
I
concerned.
can definitely. I mean, yeah, I can.
Terrorgram is a real thing. It did it. I've seen it in the news and stuff.
Because like this is the first I'm hearing it.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell
So
you.
I think it's like basically it's a collective of different terrorist groups. Groups that are like anything from like accelerationist neo-Nazis to just sick fucks that glorify mass shootings and shit. And they do weird things, like they'll have like shrines for the people that have done these mass shootings. It's just I don't actually participate in those places obviously, but it does exist.
Thank you. Thank you, Pete. SMT, can you elaborate a little bit more on what you said too? Because, like, again, I'm not trying to draw anything. I'm not trying to make a mockery of anybody. I have ignorance on this. I am completely ignorant to this facet of this conversation.
Terrorgram, as IMC is actually is very.
Can I let SMT go, Meg? You can go right after him, but can we let him go? Because I really want to hear this, and since he brought it up, I heard what Pete said. And I value what Pete said. I just want to hear what SMT has to contribute.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are ignorant. That's the only reason I came in here. I know that I was ignorant to this, so I'm just trying to like lay out the facts so people aren't ignorant, because it's actually a big deal.
Do you have sources like we can post? Because KK's got spirit figures and a hat, but I don't know if
I can post like, specifically, we have had a string of what's known as swatting calls. So they're basically like fake 911 calls that come in, and these groups basically are inciting each other to get points on a leaderboard. They gamify this, so it actually gets into like what Pepe said, like neo-Nazism, accelerationism, where they have these concepts that basically the white race is in peril and they're doing what they have to do, and they want to overthrow the government and basically insert a new world order, in which case they are secure.
Can we also toss in Scientologists in that mix just because?
So, another important aspect of this is, I would say, like the children. For whatever reason, a lot of these groups are actually like kind of obsessed with it. A lot of them are pedophiles. A lot of them actually specific. So this group, Telegram, is under another group. It's like an umbrella. It's called the 764 Network. That's like specifically really well known for basically having children take videos of sexual acts of themselves and then blackmailing them to get them to do various acts, whether it's acts like these where they harm other people, acts where they harm animals, acts where they harm themselves. And they radicalize these kids into these people that you're like seeing today, you know, these mass shooters. So
damn, man,
back to the swatting calls. So back to the swatting calls. So it starts with swatting calls, fake 911 calls. They're starting to get these points on this leaderboard, right? You get more points the crazier things you do. So I'll say it's not 1,000% sure, but there was a shooting in Minnesota on Lake and Stevens Street in Minneapolis, in which case 2 men were shot, but there was no suspect. It's possible that that one was related. Then that was on the 23rd. On the 26th, the day before yesterday, there was a shooting at 3,300. I can't think of the street name, but there was a shooting at 3,300 something right outside of another Catholic school, in which case 7 people were shot and I believe 1 was killed. It's heavily possible that that one is related, so I'm kind of pointing out like how things are progressing because they're getting more points on the leaderboard in these groups, right?
Should we add in kids doing like car theft as one of the examples? Basically getting kids to be recruited into doing part of these acts?
Yeah, car theft and like just severe beatings or like animal cruelty. I mean, those are other examples. So anyways, on the 27th now, we get to the shooting, in which case 20 people are injured, 2 are killed, or 17, I apologize. And this person could have killed more people. Obviously, like they only used 2 magazines out of like the 5 to 7 that they had. They also had 3 pistol magazines and they had a shotgun. From my understanding, that was not used. And then they got away. Actually, to be specific, yesterday they did get away, but instead of driving off, they stayed there, walked around in a park, and then killed themselves. When they do these bigger acts, this is where you get into like the Satanist ideology of it. They consider themselves, they call them a saint. They anoint them, quote unquote, as a saint. And that's why Samantha Rucknall is like a great example of that, where she references somebody in like Turkey who killed a few people at a gay bar as a saint, because in these groups, whenever they want like notoriety, some strange reason, doesn't quite make sense within a holistic point of view, but they want notoriety, they get clout, quote unquote, and they become these saints. So the higher you get on the leaderboard, the more people you kill, the higher chances of you becoming a saint in the group. So I'll I'll kind of leave it at that. I just think it's important to like know, because for whatever reason, like I said, they don't share, like a lot of these cases are heavily connected, and it's not really hard to like, I guess, find that from just like reading. But it's important to know that these are like terrorists, like real terrorists.
This is fascinating. May I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, this is absolutely fascinating because
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, no, this is crazy, and if this is happening, I just could imagine foreign governments leveraging, this is a new kind of troll farm. If you really think about it, we have a similar thing, this whole vigilante thing going on here in Calgary, where the gangs are getting little kids to kind of pose as to try to find out sexual predators. This is in Calgary, Alberta, and we have a lot of very conservative people, conservative Christians and conservative Muslims here, and they're really, I don't know anybody that likes sexual predators, but there's been a couple cases, I think 3 this year, where kids under the age of 14 were luring sexual predators, and just last week, one kid got picked up in a van with no windows, and their friends followed him around, and they brought the cops in, and they arrested the guy. So this kind of vigilante, for whatever cause, whatever reason, going out of your way, doing crazy shit. Whether it's
can I add to that?
Yeah,
Here?
crazy.
So I own residency in Alberta, so they're actually attached to the ICE unit, the Internet Child Exploitation Division. The only reason why I know that is my husband does K-9 training for the RCMP. So I know exactly what you're talking about. 2 of the cases were actually attached with law enforcement with parents' complete involvement. So it's not complete vigilante. However, I know what you're saying, but I just want to make sure, the case you're talking about, I know exactly what you're talking about. The ICE unit was a part of that. It wasn't just kids for the hell of it.
So I have a question to those, because this is all fascinating to me. I did not know this was going on. Thank God my kids are grown. So why hasn't this been brought up in the news? Why? We just had this Minnesota school. Jacob Fry. Hold on. Wait, hold on. I've got Jacob Fry on my fucking TV right now giving me the "we just need the ban" speech, and we're going to rally this with Ilhan Omar going, America is a terrorist country and we need to stop this violent hate, and going down these rhetorics, but nobody mentioning this part. This, parents knew about this because, they're working, they can only do so much at a time. But if they knew this shit was actually going on, they would be like me, hold on a moment, what the fuck is my kid doing? It's no,
This shit is harder to control.
I didn't ask you, hold on. I didn't ask you, I asked the people that are in the US that know this. You just found out. You're in Calgary, you don't know this. So, who knows this?
Brad, as someone who's in Minneapolis, these are the same people that the police force left loaded guns inside their cars during the very first night of George Floyd protests. The cop car gets broken into, and so because they use the claim from the police, go get the loaded gun that someone broke the cop car because they just wanted to cause damage to the cop car, nothing more than getting a gun. They released tear gas indiscriminately to everyone. Same people. So,
I'm not sure. Brad, I was gonna correct me, Cass.
Thank you, Brad. I just want to say thank you for asking that question, because I didn't know that either, and it makes a lot of sense, because now I'm thinking these are not lone wolf incidents as we thought before. Probably there is something to it, that it's a network that we can look at. But this is really fascinating news to me, and thank you, Saint, for saying this, and also Brad for investigating.
Yeah, thanks for this room, Brad. I mean, this is fascinating. The same shit's gonna end up happening in Canada too. So it's not completely off topic, definitely.
I agree. It's something, excuse me, Mr. Finley, I'll go right straight back to you, sir. Something that's interesting, and it goes back to the full circle of what someone had brought up earlier, and we only had this room open for an hour, which is the parent being removed from the actual family, the parents not being actively engaging with their child. So these young teens in particular can engage in really deep dive search onto their tablets, onto their computer screens, within this community. So it kind of does tie into it. I'm opening my eyes to it as well. I'm the same. I would love to do a room on this topic just to open the ears and eyes of parents that may have young teens. I'm going to add you as a friend right now, and I would love to chat with you about this. Go ahead, Mr. Finley, and thank.
So with this group specifically, because I've heard of it before, but from my understanding, it's like very fringe and like only a couple of cases here in the States, because it's not just here in the States that this group has had influence on. There's like other instances in other countries, but it's like very fringe, and it's like the connections aren't there to say that there's a pattern that we have to do that it requires a response. So I think again, there's only been like 2 people that are loosely connected to this particular online group, as far as I understand.
Can you go into more detail about what you understand about?
So it's been mentioned. So I study criminal justice still, and I read a lot of stuff like by the Violence Project, the Innocence Project. Like there's different groups that I read a lot about, and I've heard this like whenever there's a mass shooting, once the dust settles and like the facts come out, not the news facts, but like the facts come out from the organizations. They talk about what they've investigated, et cetera, and they write about this stuff. Like it's been mentioned, right? But it's not that there's a clear. It's not been mentioned enough that there's a clear link between all of the school shooters here. There's only been 2 in which this has been loosely mentioned. And the Madison is one that I can think of off the top of my head. I forget the other one, but I know the Madison shooter because that's when I used to be in law enforcement in Wisconsin. So I still follow a lot of stuff there. And so the Madison shooter, and I forget the other one. But the Madison shooter for sure, but there's one other one, but I can't remember the name of it. But if you guys are really interested in like really digging past this, and I too got off of the white male train when I started digging into even like shooting, like mass shootings, because you begin to understand the narrative and what draws attention and what does not, which is why we shape our minds around this. But again, that's also why I have the thesis that this divestment in boys is kind of creating all of these problems, because there's uptick in youth crime amongst young men. Obviously, school shootings are the problem. Dropout rates of young men is bad. Reading scores are bad. It's just bad all around.
In the Minnesota area, we kind of set a giant middle finger to the federal government for funding because it came with so many strings attached that they couldn't run the schools the way that they were. And so then the federal government said, okay, we're going to discontinue all of your government grant foundations. So Minnesota just got hit with every government-funded non-for-profit was unfunded. So add that to the mix of this current time.
Yeah, so just to clarify, whatever facts or lack thereof that were just shared. So December 16th, 2024, Madison, Wisconsin, what he's referencing, Natalie Samantha Ruppnow. Telegram is also related to the January 6th incident in 2021 that happened at the riot at the Capitol. There was an incident March 1st in Waukesha, Wisconsin with Nikita Cash that was related to the terrorist organization known as the Order of Nine Angles. May 18th, 2025, Los Angeles, California, Guy Edward Bartkus. January 22nd, 2025, Nashville, Tennessee, Solomon Henderson. July 28th, 2025, New York City, New York, Shane Samora. And to be specific in global incidents, because this isn't just over here, there's May 20th, 2025 in Perkala, Finland, where I believe he was 15 or 16, went to school and videotaped himself stabbing his schoolmates. Then there was another incident, the one that Natalie Samantha Ruppnow from Madison, Wisconsin referenced, August 12th, 2024, that happened in Eskişehir, Turkey, from Arda. I apologize, I have no clue how to pronounce that. But just to be specific, these are some incidents that are actually related based on literally the manifestos of the people who did them and their social media accounts of like the past year alone.
So I'm just going to say this real quick. Hold on. So as I'm deep diving while listening to you as a T and
Joe, and a couple others. I mean, I even found I guess apparently this is real enough that Frontline did an expose on this along with National Geographic and other entities are starting to do exposés on this. Like BBC is now going to pick this up. ProPublica is picking this up. So now I'm like, I feel really dumb. I had no idea this was going on. I mean, you know what? The way it comes across, I probably would have just threw it out there as a conspiracy theory or some other crackpot kind of far-reaching thing like Martian moles take over
But it's a new culture of violence, and violence has evolved over centuries.
So to be clear to S&T's point, there is a larger group that I am not familiar with. I'm speaking specifically to school shooters in this particular group. That there is a larger group, and I also did mention that it's not just in the States. I did mention that it's global.
Let's hear it from public media, because actually this is where I first, maybe not first or second, I had heard of Telegram, and I know that Telegram, one of them came from Telegram, which I've been a bit suspect of. So I was taking my suspicion of Telegram, and actually NPR did something on Telegram. And I was like, hold on, Telegram, or they looked talking about Telegram, so that's why I watched it. So NPR actually broke one of the stories about Telegram. They also treated it, it was 4chan is the other thing that's also you could look up. But yeah, let's hear it for public broadcasting. NPR did do a really great expose on this a while ago.
Wait, what do we want to fund it? Let's cut fund it.
In my home in British Columbia, Amanda Todd, I don't know if you guys remember this story. She's a 15-year-old girl from British Columbia. And what happened is that she died by suicide, right, in 2012. And so this was an early case of online manipulation. She was being prolongedly harassed by this dude from the Netherlands, right? So she posted a video in September 2012, right, of her using flashcards saying that she was exposing herself, her body to by webcam to a stranger. And he said, if you don't send me pictures of you doing all these weird things, then I'm gonna it was a sextortion case and cyberbullying. And it was this Dutch guy, Aiden Kovan, this Dutch-Turkish guy. He was in Netherlands, and he was already convicted multiple times for online sexual extortion. And they actually brought this motherfucker to BC here, and he's in Canada now. He's got 13 years in prison. So I mean, this kind of online manipulation of young people. Yeah, it's just gonna get worse because the technology is getting more sophisticated. This is fascinating.
Hold on, because so before anyone goes, welcome Cedric. I'm not gonna break you. You can have all sorts of opinions up there. I don't as long as you can back it up and support them. But I'm just really fascinated currently. I just went to the State Department, and I shit you not, this is on here. The Department of State is designating Telegram Collective and its 3 leaders as specifically designated global terrorists pursuant to EO 13224 as amended January 13th, 2025. So this, ladies and gentlemen, was actually instituted by Biden's administration and codified over by the Trump administration. So 2 separate opposite administrations have carried this over. It goes through, Telegram is a transnational terrorist group that primarily operates on the social media and digital messaging platform Telegram. The group promotes violent white supremacists, solicits attacks or perceived adversaries, and provides guidance and instructional materials on tactics, methods, and targets for attacks, including critical infrastructure and government officials. The group also glorifies those who have conducted such abhorrent attacks. Attacks or attempted attacks by Telegram users motivated and facilitated by the group include the October 22 shooting outside an LGBTQI+ bar in Slovakia, a July 2024 planned attack on energy facilities in New Jersey, the August 24 knife attack on the mosque in Turkey, the September 24 DOJ charged 2 U.S. Telegram leaders with 15-count indictment for soliciting hate crimes, soliciting murder of federal officials, and conspiring to provide material to support terrorists. Additionally, the State Department has designated 3 leaders of Telegram as SDGTs, pursuant to EO 13224 as amended. Zero Daniel Armane Ferrari is a Telegram channel administrator. Ferrer is a Brazilian national residing in Brazil. He'll never leave there. Nola is a senior member of Telegram, is located in Croatian national residence in Croatia. and Hendrik is a Telegram channel administration. He's a South African national residing in South Africa. South Africa will give your ass up. I believe they will. So yeah, this is like some real shit. Why didn't we hear about this? That's
a really good point, Brad. Why haven't we heard about it?
It's a fucking high trap. It's got no head. We cut it off. This is somewhere else.
Yeah, it's decentralized for sure. I apologize.
No, I think what's crazy is that like this is what we're supposed to be focusing on. I think both sides of the aisle can definitely get together on this and try to like figure what this shit is, because like I don't know why it has to like be one or the other, but this is crazy though. This is the first time I'm hearing this. I'm kind of shocked that this isn't like mainstream knowledge. So thanks to I'm the Saint for that. It's also kind of a little ironic because the cult also venerates the saints, and you have I'm the Saint on it too. Just
local
It's actually not mainstream though. That's actually what's so what we're talking about is that I first picked it up off of Telegram and NPR, and then the Saint works in this, and then we're picking this up off of the channels. But the major broadcasting stations are not broadcasting this. I only found it on NPR as far as articles on stuff like that, or on Telegram.
So when people say that why haven't the news been talking about this, one of two reasons why. One, if this became mainstream media coverage, then A, you're going to legitimize them, or B, you're going to drive them underground.
No, option C, you're going to glorify it. It's the same reason why.
That's what I mean by legitimizing.
Yeah, it's the same thing as to why when human trafficking operations take place, it's not broadcasted, because what we don't want is for people who are sick fucks to get off, right? Exactly. On seeing the victims and the cases and the information. So you generally would have to have nowhere to look to actually see the court case and the entire operation from beginning to end. So I think that the moment, you're right, sorry Adrian, you're correct. The moment you legitimize it and you bring it to surface, you're indirectly recruiting.
Exactly. And then there's VPNs and there's all sorts of different ways of hiding exactly where you're living. I mean, it sounds like these guys are pretty committed to the cause and they've been doing it for a long time. That's why we know who they are. But if you have crazy kids using the internet to do crazy shit, if it's a one-off, good luck trying to find out who they are. Like, you know. And the other thing is that, you know, how much control do you want over the internet, right? Control, like, even all these massive social media companies or internet companies and whatnot, they can't have total control over everything. Like, it's a hard problem.
That's where they flourish. One of the reasons it's flourished so much on Telegram is because it's very unmodified or moderated. Yes, Telegram is entirely unmoderated, so that's why it flourished so well on Telegram.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I mean, a lot of social media is like controlled by somebody. Like, a lot of the internet is already controlled, so I don't know why you couldn't just, you know, filter the kind of messages and information that is being, you know, going through your system and just stop that from happening. Like, it's completely possible.
Let me.
I'm saying that it is possible because someone was saying that, like, you can't stop it, and that's the point I was making in the chat, that I think some people, you know, always bring up this counterpoint of, like, not being censored, or, like, you know, someone not having too much control over the internet, which they already do. They can, you know, stop you from saying certain things already. I don't know why some people are like, want to, you know, at the risk of allowing this kind of culture to continue, like, they just want to protect some kind of, like, free speech thing, which is, this isn't a free speech thing, you know, things on the internet. So
yeah,
I think people should get over that, and things that are obviously influencing a certain kind of outcome. I think it should be okay to censor that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, if I was the leader of a very, let's say, North Korea, very unfriendly country, and I wanted to create a whole bunch of problems, but I didn't have tons and tons of money, man, you know, recruiting very mentally unstable teenagers is not a bad idea. It's a cheap way to rip apart the culture of, it's asymmetrical warfare at its highest. It could be asymmetrical warfare. I'm not saying it is at this moment, but
Well, you also have the administrators of the platforms, and I'm not sure if this is, as to my knowledge, Telegram is founded and still owned by a foreign national. Maybe Russian. I think he was
Russian. Yeah.
So there's a certain amount that can get through because Russia has very different, and also him as the owner has, I guess, a very low moral code. But no, if this was in the US and this was like Instagram, they would probably get censored. But no, this is from a Russian Telegram and from a Russian owner, and it's kind of interesting actually how the shooter had Russian written, although incorrectly, in English on the guns. That's a little bit creepy actually, but.
So I want to go.
A lot they are foreign owned, that causes problems.
So I want to go back to this Minnesota school shooter. So we're saying that this Minnesota trans shooter, because apparently they were trans, and that's got to be the highlight talking point. But apparently this shooter, the school shooter, is somehow connected to this organization that I'm now watching. Like, they got to pull documentaries and research on it, and I guess apparently they're responsible for the Christchurch attack. So somehow it's correlated to this.
Yeah, so again, on their rifle, which I may even have a picture of, I'll look, but in the video that they posted on YouTube, on their rifle, they had painted the name Rupnell, Samantha Rupnell from the Madison, Wisconsin attack onto their gun. So, and an example of what I was saying about the Saints culture, that girl, Samantha Rupnell, committed a heinous act, in which case hit their leaderboards, and so they revered her now as a saint. And this person specifically looked up to Samantha Rupnell, thus putting her name on their gun.
Right, it's like these crazy fucks in Europe who say, like, in the name of, I don't know, ISIS or something, they kill someone. It's not as if they're an organized insider member of ISIS. It's just that they go online, they spend all this time in their parents' basements, they get inspired by them, and then they do shit, and they want to claim association with them. It is a loose association. To what degree or not, well, that's, debatable, right? Under how much influence is probably a case-by-case sort of thing. But it is one of these things where the intentions of the individual person is terrorism. And they may claim to be, part of this terrorist group, but they may have never been to, ISIS, they've never been to Iraq or whatever, Syria. And so it's one of these things where, crazy people with lots of bad ideas meet each other, give each other worse ideas, and then claim association.
I just don't. So I just want to, anyways. I don't like giving. I'm not even trying to give like personal opinion. Any of this. I just think the facts are important. I'll just give an example of, I brought up March 1st in Waukesha, Wisconsin. Basically there was a boy who killed both of his parents.
Waukesha.
Thank you. I have no clue how to say it. Waukesha, Wisconsin. He killed both of his parents, and during the trial referenced the Order of Nine Angles. So this group, also known as the O9A, they're actually like heavily organized, and they have like roots back to like the 1970s. And this group specifically goes out of its way to have its recruits rise through its ranks by basically infiltrating political sectors, law enforcement sectors, basically to help them do the things that they are doing. And this is a global organization. One example is, I think it was 2020. Let me look through my. Yeah, in 2020 there was a person in U.S. military, Shandon Simpson, who was found to be like one of the people that was in this L9A order. So to like basically give like a visual concept, there is a large umbrella known as like the COM network. Under that umbrella, one of the groups is like the 764 network, but there's other ones, like the Ottawa Division, groups where they have arrested some of the higher ups. Just like Telegram, they have arrested some of the higher ups. Yet we still, over the past year, have had multiple occurrences where people are tied to this network and committing these heinous crimes. If we're like on Clubhouse right now and we're all in this house and we see each other every day, excuse me, and we hold true to these ideologies. I mean, I think, like, for example, we know how people on Clubhouse historically over the past, like, what, 5 or 6 years have planned huge events, have done, like, things, you know what I mean? The social media networks that they're using are simply like this but encrypted. Discord is just like this but encrypted with better text form. Another one is Signal. Was it last year that they were mad at the president because those military plans they were talking about them on Telegram and they invited the journalists and they screenshotted them like these are encrypted networks that a lot of people are using, that basically these people are using them to keep this violent information that they're sharing amongst each other safe without obviously getting caught and arrested. They're sending out, like books, zines, programs, whatever you want to call it, on like how to make poison, how to make bombs, how to properly kill somebody, how to properly plan, something like this, in which case to like route yourself into an area and get as many, like these are like things that are actually like, in my opinion, in some cases, very well organized, depending on the person. And I would say this from the evidence of you have the people who are just calling 911 with fake information, and then you have the people who are actually starting to commit these acts, and then you have the people who are doing like these bigger events of terrorism.
So, I understand all that, but here's what I'm drawing, like, based on what you cited, and then what I'm reading, because, like, I'm just completely fascinated, and then what I'm watching, like, just quickly on clips here, everything goes, it's white supremacy. However, I'm going to carve this one out. There seems to be, it does have this, like, nationalistic tendency, not going to discount that. But I'm confused as if the leaders, not all of them, they're not all white. That's an amazing part. And none of the people in this seem to be, like, I would say white supremacist, but it's labeled as a white supremacy. And I mean, I think the reason why it got missed and why people aren't aware of this actual being spread, because this is actually calling, like, I'm looking at like chats that they've managed to excerpts from court cases. They're showing like, oh, target your church. Like that doesn't come from like white supremacist groups. This is something far beyond that. I would say. Like, am I missing something, or is this just the way the news media is trying to label this? They can't figure out what this really is, or am I missing?
I mean, there are white supremacist groups that hate Christianity, so I would say that that's contradictory. Like, I'm not saying most of them, but there's a big section that think Christianity is like a foreign religion that is not European. So, yeah.
So yeah, for the 764 network, which houses Telegram, is actually heavily influenced by that group that I referenced earlier, the O9A, so the Order of Nine Ingles. And I think I posted like a short link on them in the chat, but I would do some research into that because that kind of answers your question. So this specific group is one of the Satanist groups that I was referencing, and they actually are heavily against the Western. When Pepe was up here earlier and brought up accelerationism, accelerationists are extremists who want to in this order of things we're talking about, who wants to basically have a new world order. This group, the Order of Nine Ingles, which heavily influenced all of these groups, um, is Satanist, and they are heavily against Judeo-Christian values, and they feel like our government and system in the Western world is too influenced by these Christian values. So if you saw the video, for example, from the Minnesota situation, you saw like on the gas canisters it said Jew gas. Um, just to kind of like tie it all together. So they have like this concept that I actually was just reading about it last night, but basically they believe that they're going to basically destroy the government here, and then at some point they're going to usher in this new world order of white supremacy. Then we're in like a phase where there's an aeon, so like a god that people worship. So they're considering America the aeon right now. This is where we're getting to like the Satanist concepts, right? So like everybody in the world is worshiping America, this aeon. Once that falls, a new aeon is brought in, but they're considering it like some time in relation to like its Imperium. I didn't fully read on it. God forgive me. I did post one of the leaks. Um, Something about colonizing outer space, and also like when the Imperium thing comes, it's supposed to like bring them joy and happiness. So as far as like the white supremacist aspect, I'll just say no. I don't think you have to be necessarily white to be a white supremacist. Because Solomon Henderson was most certainly black, but was definitely citing things from white supremacists and like using a lot of that language. Um, I think that this is just like, these groups who have these ideas and these goals and are radicalizing children. If that makes sense, like that's pretty much essentially what's happening. That's who they're recruiting.
You have fascinating cats, Saint.
So
This is crazy shit.
So, Saint, like, I'm watching Curtis's video. Thank you, Curtis. Curtis put a video in the chat for you, those of you that want to watch the shooter's video from Minnesota. It's eye-opening. Be cautious that you're not watching it in a place that, like, at work or something like that, or around your kids, and don't stream it to your TVs and be dumb about it. It's disturbing. It's actually something that I would be terrified of, and if I'm scared of it, you should probably be a little bit afraid of it. I'm blown away. I did not know this. I think this is a hate group. It could be white supremacy. Fuck them. I don't really care what clan they want to call themselves by. I don't really give a shit. If they have Casper conventions and Target bedsheet sales, I don't give a damn. I'm just fascinated that I never knew about this till today, and everything you said, saying I'm cross-referencing and checking, and it seems to be accurate what you're saying. So I can't say this is just some sort of conspiracy theory or some kind of rabbit hole. I would never condone this. This is not something in my wheelhouse. I'm actually kind of disgusted that this has not been brought up a little bit more and been more precisely correlated, especially when after the incidents you cited. I have an issue with this. I have another issue, like as I'm diving through, I can see why people would have been chosen to ignore this, because I'm watching this. The Young Turks, they're doing, the neo-Nazi lady with a trans man on, Benjamin Carolello, talking about how dangerous this woman was because she's the voice of Telegram, but then finding out she's later discharged of it and she wasn't connected to it, but they were like going on because she was blonde hair and they went down this race thing. I'm like, I don't know. I can see why people like just don't pay attention to stuff that we should be talking about. This should be something that we know about. This should be something everybody knows about, especially parents with your kids online. I'm massively confused why we don't.
Yeah, I want to leave, so I just want to say quickly before I go. Yeah, so I came in here. I didn't see any rooms like talking about it, but I work with the Bureau, the BCA, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, and so like basically what I'm like sending are just like public links that I found because I just literally went back to work 3 days ago. Yeah, yesterday was Wednesday for me. And like literally like emails hopped in and then this happened yesterday. And so these are like just the immediate things that like my research brought me to that are public. The information I'm sharing to you is like public stuff that I can like actually give people that I just think is important because it's something that the news is obviously like not informing people on, and they're targeting kids. A lot of these groups, exploitation. It's not anything in reference to gender or there's boys and girls. It's not anything in reference to political ideologies. As you see, when you pay attention to the Minnesota one, for example, it doesn't make any sense. A lot of people will be like, okay, this is a trans person on the left, but the person's like citing this Republican guy, but at the same time, it's killed Trump. Like these aren't anything that I would say are like held by any defined lines outside of these people specifically like reference their hatred of humanity and humankind, and they are enjoying the concept of getting notoriety from killing people in their early 20s. They're in their teens. They're 16 years old to like it's important for people to kind of just be aware, especially if you have kids who you know what I mean, are on video games or who you're hearing referencing like specific stuff. Parents are getting charged now for Samantha Rucknow's dad got charged. The one from Madison, Wisconsin. I think that may have been the first one. As they should, right? Because now who's about to tell these, for instance, yesterday, 20 people or 17 kids injured, 2 dead, people are looking for somebody to fall. Like, what do we do? So,
would you mind?
So important.
Would you mind like reaching out to KK? She wants to definitely. I do too. I think everybody that normally hangs around it, we find things that we don't know a lot about, and we want to do something more informative. I would love it very much if you would come to another one of our rooms. We'll do this on domestic terror or whatever label we come up with, and we can sit down and really truly interview you when you have more time. We can do it on a weekend. But if you could reach out to KK or myself, I would love to sit down and just have this like really in depth, a little bit more information, and we can put up KK's got Spirit Figure. She does this like whole power board where she's got all the links, and she does her whole thing. And we got like a psychologist, we've got teachers, we've got police, we've got military personnel and others. I would love to have you kind of help us walk through this and kind of be able to see this. I really truly am genuinely being sincere about this. I'm not trying to be troll. I don't give a shit about God. I don't care if there's 5 people there. I'm just genuinely very curious about this, and I promise I will do as much research as I can before you come in, so I don't come in completely dumb and you're trying to baby walk me or spoon feed me everything, but that we can get to the guts and the meat of the substance right away if you'd be willing.
I think it's like a new era of terror that most parents are not aware of, that our children are exposed to, that we need to really understand. Just like parents are not used to or aware of, these new types of drugs per se. It could be laying right there on the counter and you would not even know that be something potentially dangerous for your kids. So just even that knowledge will be good. So yes, I'm the same. I will definitely, we follow each other now. If you can send me some information and I'll work with you, we'll figure out a schedule, but this is great information. Brad, can you do a quick reset, please? Since I'm sure your crock pot is about to explode.
Oh yeah, that broke already. It's now
I'm not
from ERR and now it's broke. So I'm just gonna throw it in the oven and we're gonna try this thing. I put it at 475, hoping it'll cook fast.
I hope.
You do not cook lamb at that temperature, for crying out loud. Bradley, that's it. I'm gonna have to fly down and cook you 2 weeks of food at a time.
Dear God. You need a brand cooking insurance to help your appliances in your house.
Brad needs life insurance.
I think
Brad needs insurance. He needs to put himself in a bubble, like a self-protective bubble.
I guarantee you, a lot of PPC coverage is of the. I guarantee.
Is it mutton or is it lamb?
It's lamb. I didn't shoot this one.
Okay, so it's not mutton. All right. Well,
Did you say this one?
Brad, why are you cooking lamb in a crock pot? First of all, did you marinate your lamb before you even put it in a
Mrs. Clark, baby, I tried this with him. No, ma'am.
What marinate means.
Okay,
There is no butter. There is no rosemary. There is no garlic. There is no salt.
I know you're white, but you can't be that type.
He's the middle-aged white dude to make
Brad, I know you got some Worcestershire sauce.
Alright, Mrs.
some
Clark,
mustard and soy sauce.
if I heard him right, he's actually in the middle of nowhere, Minnesota. I'll give him a little credit. They really don't know places up there.
No. Brad's not there.
I know.
But Brad is certified outdoor, so he's an outdoor cat kind of a person. Indoor, he doesn't know how to do things, and he needs a special insurance to break it.
Brad, go grab a local cedar tree, grab some cedar sprigs, and add that.
Are you trying to stew this lamb meat?
No, I tried to make this shepherd's pie thingy. I got the cream. I threw the meat in there. I threw the potatoes in there, and then I threw the peas on it, and it was supposed to cook it. It says easy recipe. You don't even have to peel the potatoes. You can just throw them in there.
Did you wash the potatoes before you cut them and put them in there?
You're supposed to cut them?
You're supposed to wash them.
Yeah, no.
Brad. Oh my God, Brad.
So, and then the crock pot says error on it. I don't know what I fucking did wrong. And then now it's just a blank screen. And
Do you have any liquid inside of the bottom of this crock pot?
No, that was the other one.
Okay, it was probably erroring because it got too hot, and that's the only reason why the crock pot will error. So if there wasn't any water inside of the crock pot or liquid, it will do that.
I didn't put any in there. I did it on the first one. I did it on the other one.
Crock pots with displays on them?
Okay, we can have Brad's cooking school.
Mine has just a knob.
Can you reset the room, Brad, without your lack of cooking skills? So we have some new people on stage that may want to speak on the actual subject.
Alright, so pull your headphones away from your ear, turn down your volume. I'm for it, Jay's gonna get it, and hopefully you can hear me. Marshall, can you hear me? JK?
Yes, go ahead.
Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Political Compass, your one-stop shop for news and things going on in the world, where we have discussions and we learn things. We actually have back and forth discussions. We value all opinions from all across the aisles, and every topic that is brought up on our stage. However, you must stand firm, you must be tough, you must validate your opinion, and don't be afraid of criticism. We actually want to have a back and forth with you. This is a biased conservative house. I make no qualms about that. I hide nothing from it, but I do welcome all different political opinions. We do not discriminate based on race, gender, or fucking sky daddy issues. I don't care about any of them. All faiths are welcome. All races are welcome. All sexes, particularly those of women, are definitely welcome. We care about what's going on in the world. We want to cover the news. No, not everything's he's better than Kamala. I still think he's better than the Democrats' plan going forward right now. And with that being said, make sure you listen to the mods. There's two queens in the house, that is KK and Patricia. If either one of them does not like you, you have problems. I can't save you. Don't back channel me. Marshall is our historian, our legislative genius. He will sit there and call out us if we go astray or get some facts wrong. He's our information highway. We learn from everybody. I'm fascinated today. Today's topic was on the Minnesota shooter today, and of course the Scotland Queen Mary of Scots, the Scottish girl in her axe and knife. If you haven't found that one up, Google Scottish girl with axe, and you will find an entire fascinating thread. I just loved all the memes. But with this, we also learned today about Telegram, and something I was not really formally aware of. And I think we're going to have further room. So please follow the club, follow speakers, people you like, and come back. We try to do this about 1 to 4 every day, or at least in between, and usually on weekdays. But we're going to do an expose on this. We're going to deep dive into this. So we're going to gather some information. We're really going to try to provide some information to people and maybe draw a big crowd so people can be aware of what's going on, what this is about, so that you can protect your kids. That's the overall goal. Some of us have to actually stand up and protect the world. With that said, carry away. Do whatever where this new discussion wants to go. KK, I don't know where we're at right now. I'm just still fascinated and floored and still trying to figure out this fucking thing.
Okay, so this topic can go several different directions. One direction we were discussing earlier before we went down this Telegram conversation is, what is if there is a singular factor to determine who could be a potential shooter per se. We were talking about race, we were talking about gender, we were talking about the trans community switching from one to another. We had some stats given. If you're just joining the room, you can scroll up and everyone gave some interesting stats. So if the stage is popcorn style, please allow those who newly joined the stage to speak first. And then I'm going to mute up, and I just want to get your thoughts on what you think of the Minnesota shooter, what you know about that shooter, and if there's any defining factors that you feel like could have prevented all of this going on.
Yeah, so I'll put in my first thoughts, being that I'm probably the one on the stage that's the most recent out of the K-12 system, so I probably know the most about it, at least in recent times.
That's just because you're 12.
Yeah, it's fucking dumb. Like, I'm so sorry, but all the drills and all the safety preparations that we do, I mean, if you guys read statistics earlier, I'm hoping that one of them that was read is that the majority of the school shooters don't come from outside the school, they come from inside. It's the students that end up doing it. So, for example, when we go through all these like dumbass school shooting drills that we have to go through 24/7, quite literally all we're doing is just giving the game plan away to the shooter. That's all it is. It's, hey, the shooter's gonna come from one of you guys, and one of you guys apparently who's smart enough to operate a fucking gun and have a whole detailed plan out of how you're gonna kill people is gonna be too stupid to realize that when the classroom lights are off, that it means that people aren't in there. That's what all of a sudden that's what it means. Not that it's fucking off and everyone's huddled up in the back like a giant firing target to spray and pray in the back of the classroom corner. Or here's all the exit routes. Guess what? Now the shooter knows the exit routes too. So he knows exactly where to take you out from there as well. And like that's a big factor. I think that whenever people go into these safety discussions, or they go into even more things, like for example, the arming teachers and all that bullshit that they want to go through there, even though statistically we can add on more, adding guns to the situation doesn't necessarily make it more safe, especially when those teachers or the people that are armed civilians don't have training in high pressure situations, don't have military training, don't have police training, and even some of the police, when they do have training, choose still to not do anything. We saw that during Uvalde. So like, there's a ton of things where we see people with training and without with guns that even when they're present at the situation, I'm pretty sure from 1982 to 2012, out of all the mass shootings that happened there, less than 1% of them were stopped by somebody who had a firearm on them as well during that time. So, do I know what the solution is? No. But do I know what one of the solutions isn't? It's adding guns. That's not a solution. And thoughts and prayers haven't fucking worked for the last 30 years in a row. So that one's not doing anything either. What needs to happen, at least in my opinion, America needs to start caring more about children than they do about their gun culture. The moment that we stop caring about gun culture more than we care about the lives of people, or we care more about people than the right to have a tool that lets us play God, then maybe we'd be okay.
I do have a question. If you
That tool doesn't let them play God though, because you can't create that with a gun.
You sound like they're taking
I hear a lot. I hear a lot of people talking about gun control and different things like that. And it makes me really wonder, like, if we actually got off to things about gun control, what type of gun control would you want? Like, what type of laws would you want to see implemented that you feel like would make a difference in this case?
Yeah, sure. I don't want anybody, and call it ableist, I'll double down on it. I'll stand on it. I don't give a fuck. Anybody with some type of mental disorder, get the fuck away from a gun. You don't need one. If I can't have the mental disorder going into the military in order to do so, you can't have one to own a fucking gun as a civilian. I'm okay. If the military can realize that, so can like regular civilians. I don't think that's a huge fucking step to take. On top of that, when it comes to what's called evaluations, et cetera, I think that people should have to renew their gun licenses. I think that people should have to renew their psychological tests. Because, for example, one person may be okay mentally to handle a firearm during 1 year. In 5 years' time, something crazy could fucking happen to them where they develop something where they're no longer able to do so, right? So I believe in the same way that people have to get licenses renewed for multiple different things, so should gun licenses, and so should the test to see if you're mentally fit to carry a gun as well. That would be one of the most basic ones that would end up curbing a lot of shit that we have to deal with right now. Call it ableist all you want, I'll stand on it because it's safe.
No, I agree with you. I think a lot of people have been saying that in order for people to buy certain rifles, certain pistols, I know depending on where you live now, you have to have a pistol permit and different things like that. So there are states that have licenses in order for you to own, in order for you to conceal carry, and do different things like that. I think like even in certain states, if you're under a certain age and you decide to buy a pistol, you have to have a pistol permit, which you go to your local sheriff department. And yeah, you can't, in certain states, you can't even buy one unless you're 21.
Yeah, this county required a pistol permit.
I'm sorry, Marshall, what did you say?
This county required a pistol permit of the shooting. The county specifically requires a pistol permit.
I think.
Yeah, so, and then too, for the, I think the bigger part here, and I agree with you, is the mental. And this is where it kind of gets tricky. You're going to.
Is it just me or is she matrixing right now?
Yeah, you're
Can
you hear me right now?
Yeah, you're good.
Yes.
Right now, yeah.
Okay. So unless, and I agree with you, this is going to be one of those things where unless the state or the federal government puts something in place for people to take a mental test to ensure that they're capable of carrying, that's going to be the tricky part. Because that's the reason why earlier, and I don't know if you were here, I asked the question of when he went to get his gun, because as far as I know, if you have any type of mental disorder on record, you cannot purchase a gun.
Correct. It's already illegal under federal law.
Yes, and in this case, he was not seeing a doctor. He was not going to someone that would have been able to say, hey, surprise, surprise, this person's mentally unstable. Let's make it to where they can't get a gun. Like I heard people saying he was struggling with his sexuality, but even though he was struggling with his sexuality, that's not cause, unless we're going to make it law and cause to say, if you're a person who struggles with your sexuality and jumping between if you want to be trans or not, you have to go to a medical professional and then get that documented and then, put that in a way where you're no longer able to access guns. That's one thing. So I do, that type of mental test is going to be a hard one to get past because now the question becomes, who do you deem mentally stable and who you don't deem mentally stable?
It's not just that, it would fit the definition of an undue burden. Now, there's already an existing federal federal law in the books, which allows the federal government to argue, right, if you're schizophrenic and it's on record, right, like, you can't go buy a gun in most states.
If you have a history of DV, you can't buy a gun too.
Right, but I'm not necessarily speaking on this like history that's already been there. I'm speaking more of like you need a test on site in order to get that, not like bring your medical history, etc., etc. Before you need to go get assessed before going ahead.
One of the problems is that the court calls stuff like that an undue burden. There's a balancing test the court does with rights. And one of those tests is a reasonable person undue burden test, right? And the question is it an undue burden to have to take a mental test to be able to access a right? That is the question the court would consider. Given that it's more conservative, it might side conservative, but that would be the essential question.
I understand that. The opposing question from the moral perspective, at least to me, goes, where's the undue burden of the amount of people dying every single day, especially children, from this shit?
Well, that's a different argument. Marshall, I thought in this thought experiment we were I don't, and I could be wrong. I thought we were not using the Second Amendment as our like measuring stick, right? Because I'm sure in all his proposals, mine included, we would abolish the Second Amendment, and gun ownership would be a privilege, not a right. Certainly under the framework of the Second Amendment, there are a gazillion hurdles.
If you can get it passed, like, I'm not gonna, like, if there's a campaign waged to change the constitutional amendment and I'm on the losing side, I'm not gonna bitch about that. Like, I just don't. You fight a hard campaign for what you believe, and if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. So I wouldn't exactly be that way. More what I meant was, we either think all the constitutional rights matter, or we think none of the constitutional rights matter. The important part about rights is that they can be limited. The Heller test in 2008 said limited or fundamental but not unlimited. And the most recent, the Bruin test, rewrote the standard from the 1790s to like the 1920s or something. I say all of that to say that it is a constitutional right in that way, and that we can't.
I mean, is it a right?
We can't brush the listed right to the side simply because we don't necessarily like it. The right says the right passage is what you hold on. The right passage is what you propose, which is a constitutional amendment. That's completely within line of the system, like how you're supposed to actually do that, right? Like there's an amendment process, and like I said, if we change the amendment in a perfect world and I'm on the losing side, I'm not going to complain about it. Fair's fair.
I think once the boomers lose power, I think once the boomers, and I'm aware of how the amendment process works, and I don't disagree with you, Marsha. I'm a gun owner, but I'm very much anti-Second Amendment because I think that the floor is so low for gun ownership in this country, and too many idiots have guns, and they're making the responsible people look like they're endorsing the idiocy, and sometimes the responsible.
There's a guy, Mr. Finley.
Hold on, Marshall.
I'm sorry.
And sometimes the gun owners do endorse the idiocy because the fear is the slippery slope fear, and I think that's where we get it wrong. This idea that if you do this, then they're going to do that and that and that and that and that. And certainly, and we've seen this with gun rights. Certainly, there's a point in which you can put the brakes on this imaginary slippery slope, and that is a big problem because again, even a lot of law enforcement folks will agree there are certain things that are quote unquote common sense that we can do that's pushed back against. And one of those things is like the handcuffing of the ATF to freaking get the handguns out of the hands of the idiots. Like we handcuffed them from doing that because we fear the government overreach. And I think that in and of itself is kind of.
Okay, if I can jump in.
Hold on, Mr. Clark. I'm going to let Marsha go because you wanted to respond to that, and then I'm just going to interject for one sentence, and then I'm going to hand it right to you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Clark, you can go first.
Wait, I thought he's going to say something.
ex-chief may have where did he go? Oh, he's still there. I'm not saying he may have some sense to his argument. I'm saying listen to his argument. Also, for those that are pro 2A, like who own multiple firearms, like I do, I want you to recognize this moment, because once you give up a right to the government, you no longer get that back. You will never get that back. It's like asking the government to start a program and thinking they will end. So be cautious about your wish to end, modify, or do things and fiddle around with laws and constitutions and giving that power to the government and saying, here, let me turn this back. Please, offer your...
Yes, and for me sitting up here as an avid gun owner myself, when I think about turning gun rights into, like, gun ownership into a privilege, you now have an exclusionary. And with that exclusionary, who gets to decide who gets to own guns and who doesn't? Why, what, where? Because even when we talk about gun laws, and both me and my husband have been sitting up here in a vehicle talking about it, I remember most of the gun laws that even exist today, realistically, were in play to limit Black people. I encourage everybody here to go watch the documentary on the Black Panthers, or read Negroes with Guns. Heavily after slavery, Black people were like, hey, we have the right to take up arms. We have the right to exercise the Second Amendment. And we did so heavily with guns and different things like that to defend our towns. That's when gun laws started coming out saying who and who can't own a gun, why you can't own a gun, when can you carry a gun, stipulations to carry a gun. Even when we go back to the Black Panther era, when Black people started policing our own neighborhoods, crime and stuff went down, but you also had the altercations where other people felt some type of way about seeing a militarized group of Black people carrying guns. So what did you see in California? A lot of heavy legislation started coming about who can carry guns, when can you carry guns, and so on and so forth. So when I think of people taking gun rights, which, I'm sorry, me as a Black person has understandably, historically understood how guns have played a role in our community in protecting ourselves and different things like that, and what it looks like to be on the end of exclusionary practices where, hey, Johnny down the street, he can go buy 27 damn rifles, but, Tyrell here can't even get one. I can't get behind it. Even when I grew up in California, me and my family, and for those of you who know, we were ranch hands in California before Paris and stuff was urbanized. I distinctly remember my grandmother and my grandfather going through shit because they would be outside shooting coyotes and other animals to protect the cattle, and they would have the authorities come out because they heard gunshots, and the idea that Black people had guns was just throwing the police officers off. They were just so like, well, why do you have it? Why do you need it? Why do you this? Why do you that? And I distinctly remember my papa telling one guy, I don't ever remember you talking to so-and-so asking them these questions about why they shoot their guns. So why are you asking me? I told you I'm shooting coyotes. What's the next issue? So when it comes, I'm going to reinstate this. When it comes to exclusionary practices, that's a very tricky road, especially here in the United States, about who gets access to certain things and who doesn't. As a Black person, I'm sorry, I can't get behind exclusionary practices because I understand how they disproportionately disenfranchise certain groups of people.
And even to what like Brad was saying, I mean, like, once you give that right away, that like it's never gonna come back. Like once you allow the government to do something, they don't go backwards. Like look at everything the government has done. Have they ever truly reversed alcohol things that they made?
Look at the building of the presidency.
Alcohol.
The president has become ever more powerful over 250 years.
Yeah, and let Mr. Clark finish, and I'll respond to the alcohol comment.
And shit like that. Like even to I think it was Finley talking about the ATL, about like handcuffing the ATL to stop it. I'm like, the ATL, yeah,
say something to the.
I got that. Yeah. So Finley, you brought up to Mr. Mark's point of the prohibition area. You should. One of the key things, I hear this a lot when we have these discussions. Look up what the rules and regulations were for alcohol and distribution in the breweries and the number of breweries and all that stuff, and how their taxation was actually what was probably the most beneficial to our economy. Then prohibition happened. Then they lost substantial income, like massively crime went up and all this stuff. Then they said, hey, we lost things significant, we're going bankrupt, and people are still fucking drinking anyway. Now all of a sudden, they bring back prohibition, but they regulate the hell out of it. And they do a lot of different things. Like, you should actually go see what goes on in terms of the Alcohol Authority and what they allow, who oversees it, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, that three-letter agency, the ATF that makes up rules. See what they do for alcohol and the tobacco. Same thing occurred in tobacco. You can't grow a tobacco plant in your backyard thanks to our federal government. They took away your right to do so. Only 3 states allow you to grow, I think it's 4 plants in your backyard for personal consumption. When before, you could actually just grow tobacco in your backyard. You technically can't anymore. You cannot have your own still in your house. Like all those little beer makers or portable at home, like the breweries and stuff. You can't. You have to make sure you're within the regulations of your state and your county, and that you pay the associated stamp or tax or tariff in order to reduce them. So these things, like, yes, what I'm saying is once you give up that right and you say the government come in and fix it, I'm not with XG on this one. I understand it, but I have a hard time blaming the tool. I have more of an issue with the person, and I don't think just ending and banning guns is going to be a solution that works. I don't see it, because we're watching other struggles occur, and what we'll go down to is we're now talking about knives, and those are going to get banned, and we'll ban those like they're doing in Europe and Scotland, and we'll see that progression going.
So again, I understand that, and again, I'm not against regulation. I'm the last person to talk about regulation because I'm not definitely for regulation. I work in the most regulated industry in the world, but so I'm not against regulation. I think we're pretty safe. And if we had regulation, but we can't do it because of the Second Amendment. I'm not against owning guns. I'm against idiots owning guns, and that's not dealing with the idiots. That's my problem. But the problem is because of such lax regulations and the fact that even though like town A, and again, let's use Chicago example. Chicago has very strict gun rules, right? Very strict. But 15 minutes across the border in Hammond, Indiana, person-to-person gun sales are totally legal without a background check. So if I were a bad actor, I can just legally go across and not deal with Chicago stuff. We'll go across the border, or I go north, 90 minutes north of freaking Wisconsin. Same thing, very lax rules. That's another problem that we have with gun rules in this country.
The moment you cross that border, you might have committed a felony.
Nope, not a felony. So you can. Show me the law that says I can't go in Indiana and buy a gun. Person sale. So
You can't.
Okay, but that's my point. That's my greater point. I'm not against regulation.
But I live in Illinois. Even if I wanted to go buy a gun from a gun store in Indiana, I can't even pick the gun up in Indiana. They have to ship it over the border to a local gun store where I pick it up at.
No, I said person to person, not licensed dealer, person to person.
No, people do it illegally, but it's not illegal. I mean, it
I'm saying,
definitely is a problem. Let me finish.
Last time I bought person to person.
It definitely is a.
I what you're describing is exactly what I had to do. I bought person to person. Thank you. Please
Joe,
continue.
can you let Kima finish? I think his audio was a little bit fuzzy and you talked over him. Hey, Kima, can you go ahead and finish?
Only if you guys hear me, but come outside for the wind. Can you hear
Yes,
me?
we can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay. Now, it's definitely a problem with guns coming from Indiana, but it's not people from Chicago going to buy the guns legally. It's people in Indiana buying the guns, because all you need is a driver license to buy a gun in Indiana. And they are bringing the guns to Chicago, selling the gun. So it's not the way you described it. It's not illegal to just go buy a gun and bring it to Illinois. Like someone said, that's a federal crime. But not saying you can't do it, because what's the odds of you getting caught? but that's not the normal way it's happening. And like I said, it's definitely not illegal.
Can I say something to the point about the government? So I know, like, of course, there's a gun conversation that always comes up. Like, I don't really understand what the point is there. Like, what can you do against the government right now? Like, the government can still, I mean, from my perspective, I guess a more left perspective, I think the government violates people all the time, right? Police, like, they can pull you over, practically do anything to you, and what can you do back? Like, as it stands now, like, you're already living in a country where the government can do whatever they want to you. So I don't understand put back on, like, is there going to be some, like, ultimate day of a showdown where now you're going to have to use your gun to protect yourself against the government or something? Like, I don't understand what the pushback is on that. Like, it's just a matter of just, like, having a more sane and safe society and doing it in a way where, yes, you get to keep your guns and also keep it out of the hands of people that shouldn't have it. Like, I don't think it's a right for people who intend to kill people unjustly to have guns. Like, certain people should not have guns. Like, that's not how it has to be. Like, it can't be like, well, it's a human right, so everybody should have it. As foregone conclusion.
So, Cedric, I'm gonna give you, like, I encourage you to look this up, and it's no, like, source. Like I said, I'll welcome all sides, and I have my side, and I could be wrong. However, I'm gonna have you look up the Battle of Athens, not the one in Greece. I'm talking about the Athens, Tennessee, where a group of civilians, particularly veterans, were pissed off about the oppression of civil rights, the oppression of, voters and Democrats holding a demagoguery. And those civilians waged war in the town. They went and shot it to the point where the governor was, like, sending out the National Guard going, what's going on here? And these veterans pushed back. The multiple, and not just veterans, but the civilian population, because they were armed, pushed back and drove away these crooked politicians that were doing a lot of BS. It's a really fascinating tale of the U.S. And there's many other stories that are kind of similar to this. The bonus pay revolution is another one for World War I vets. You should look at that one. That's another time when Americans have taken arms and kind of pushed back against the government and sought to seek refuge, and actually have won in some of these cases. So it's not just like, they couldn't defy it. They did. But furthermore, people often leave this up because they're urban or suburban centric on their view. Yes, the majority of people live in very close-knit urban populations, and I agree with you. This is probably a source of problems. However, people forget that giant land mass that is the United States, and they forget that there's not only two-legged predators, but oftentimes there's not help out in the rural areas. Like, help is not coming within 5 minutes. It's a half hour to an hour. You're on your own, and you have to defend yourself against four-legged critters, as well as the two-legged kind that come out there and say, hey, we're gonna mess around here, because guess what? I can do this and know that I can get away before the police even come to the area to start their investigation.
With all due respect, then how does Australia survive that?
Australia really doesn't. If you actually go into the bush, Australia manipulates its numbers and manipulates it, but they have no problem glossing over the fact that they just like to murder fucking indigenous tribal people, black people in that region.
Don't get me wrong. I'll call them out on that all day. What they do to the Aboriginals is terrible, but at the same time, the argument is fighting against the wildlife. The Australians have had guns banned since '94, and they've survived the outback for I don't know how long now.
But they also give carve-outs only to certain people, like what Mr. Carver.
Yeah, like my buddy Harry, Brad. My buddy Harry's got that, and he has to keep the gun and the bullets in separate safes, which just to me doesn't make any sense. Like, what fucking use is a gun if it doesn't have any bullets in it? So there was the question posed about, essentially like, what are a bunch of hits with AR-15s and lever-action rifles going to do to the federal government? A prescient answer is consider Afghanistan. Those people were largely supplied with small arms, the few stingers they were able to keep from the Soviet Afghan War, the 1980s, and IEDs. And I managed to hold off one of the largest military invasions in its history for about 20 years. Right? Like, it's not that you can't do it. A lot of people will probably die if that ever came to it. But it is possible. I like also.
Granted, the terrain. Correct me if I'm incorrect on this, but the terrain is definitely a factor there, Marshall. It's not just the fact that they have.
One of the biggest factors. Same thing.
The terrain.
Same thing in Vietnam. It was a terrain.
Yeah, it had a lot to do with the terrain. Like, I'm just gonna say, like, where I live and when I go to the ranch, I'm like 40 minutes away from police help. And if I'm gonna go walking around on my land, I take a pistol or a rifle. I take a pistol and a rifle. A pistol in case I run into rattlesnakes, and a rifle in case I run into packs of hogs. Like, they're invasive species in Texas, and they really are little destructive critters. And so that's like a common thing. I also, at least for my money, I think suburbs and rural areas view guns a little differently. I mean, use Dallas as an example. Dallas is full of a bunch of hoity-toity people, the people my grandmother called Dodge Store cowboys. The folks who get the gun and gotta put it on their hip, and it's an appendage, and it's so cool, look at me. Versus rural areas, you know, like where Brad's from and where I'm from, where if I'm looking in my safe and I need to go kill a nil guy and the hog, I need 2 different weapons for that. A nil guy, I need 308, and they're invasive species here too. And like to take a hog, I need a 223. And they're viewed more as tools, like a shovel or a rake. I realize that's not exactly like a one-to-one comparison, but that's, at least where I live in Texas, that's the thing I've noticed is like one of the biggest differences between gun owners in big cities and gun owners that live in rural areas. Right? Like it's primarily one views it as an appendage, and the other views it as a shovel or like a pick.
I know you spoke to my point, and this is and this kind of gets to the hard part, because don't get me wrong, I agree with y'all when we say certain people shouldn't have guns, right? Certain people, or the crazies, or the idiots, right? But this still goes back to how do you determine who is the idiot and who is crazy, right? Because even me sitting up here, I can sit here and look down the road at Jim Bob, who sits there and chews cud and cuts and spits, and he talks with a real deep Southern Creole accent, and I know he can't read. Does he lose his access to guns? On the other hand, is he now an idiot and has the right to not carry his gun, even though he's living out in the woods where the boars, bears, and possums and stuff are? This once again goes back to who is determining who's the idiot, who's crazy, and who doesn't have the right. Because, like I said, we can sit here and talk all day about certain people not having guns, but who are the people that get to determine what those people are, what they look like, how they speak, and how they look? And I have yet to get the answer.
I gotta answer. So, if you have regulations, right? Really, back in rural America, we had a rifle, right, for critters, right, that we rarely used. So you could classify certain weapons, right, for certain usage, right? So, for example, I am pro people owning guns to protect their houses. I am pro that, because again, lived in the middle of nowhere, well, not really middle of nowhere, but you get what I'm saying, right? Rifles are a thing, right? Especially being in the rural South, when racism was a thing, white people were really crazy, and you know what I'm saying, they would look at you up. You needed a rifle to fend yourself off from the crazy bastards, right? The racism, right? And so I'm for that, right? But as a law enforcement professional, I do not like handguns in urban areas. I don't care who's carrying them, I hated them. Hated. Because at any given moment, all I needed was one idiot, right? Thank God it never happened. That's all I needed, and that's all I thought about when my city, encouraged concealed carry, and changed the rules, and then did open carry, right? That's what I thought about. So you can definitely have regulations saying that, for
deciding if they have a bias or whatever it is. Pertaining to this conversation, I think I don't really see where that bias would be. Especially if you're worried about racial bias. As far as I think that can always play into everything because I think racist people get racist biases and everything. Right? That their minds are involved in. So if you have a racist person involved in the decision making, then they might inject something into that. But if we focus on the type of profile that we're discussing in this conversation, like someone that glorifies violence, thinks chaotic violence is a good thing. Anyone that's showing any signs of that online and expressing those kind of things, maybe we'll try to have other processes added to it where they take a deeper look into the individual or something like that, and they start taking actual actions towards obtaining weapons. And they seem completely serious about this way of thinking that using these type of weapons to kill people is a good thing, or it's something that is like some kind of amusement or something. I think it's fine. It might not sound totally solid, but every single one of these people that do end up killing those people with guns do tend to express some of these or show some of these signs of expressing these kind of ideas. So I think that should be at least one way of targeting the kinds of people that should happen.
So you're saying that we need to go out and hire a completely new force that goes to the social media of every single American, flags them, puts them on the list? Are there somewhere they get a notification? Hey, you share this post about particular candidate that hit this person violently defended their home, but you were very much advocating for the violence against the person who broke in. So therefore, we're going to put you on a list and ban you from purchasing a gun.
So you're totally twisting away with that. Twisting away with defending the home would not be crazy.
I'm talking about, as he said, on social media. So there's been plenty of videos where I've seen men approaching women on social media, and I say, come see me out there, motherfucker, left. So for the whole idea of the using system, does that mean that because I don't but I did not interrupt you. If I said online and I said could not be me because somebody ran up on me in the middle of the night, I would blow themselves to the hole and I'll be able to shove a sprinkler if they ask and using the water my front lawn, does that mean I should lose the right to carry my gun? Because I was totally a nice survivor. I'm not going to be afraid to say it. I know this part, you don't have to say it every day. Women don't argue the damn bitch boom. When they put their hands on you, click, boom. When they give me a face. Stop arguing when people are telling them to back up, leave me alone, click, boom. Does that mean that I have to press my gun right? Because I openly express violence on this platform.
No, that is so false. What you just said, like someone just speaking to you and you just want to kill the shit out of them. That is kind of crazy. I don't think that that's something that you actually say and that you actually be so fully. Listen, I'm not saying, I wouldn't say that necessarily rises to the level of someone being insane or something too crazy. These are people that express that type of violence where they are initiating it, right? They're going after people that are just living their everyday, lives, right? It's not like any kind of defensive sort of scenario or anything. So, I'm not saying anything that can be twisted or misconstrued as, you're a violent person or, you're violent. It should be, we have to be more, we have to be more specific.
On it, I'll help on this. The judgment's being made already. It's how law enforcement operates, and you have AI that's tracking social media. So what you just said, and if you say that kind of comment over and over, there are trigger words that are tracked and are flagged, and it gets flagged. And yeah, that's future, and that's the future that's happening, and what law enforcement is using to try to catch terrorist threats or to try to catch where hate cells and problems permeate. And more they're relying on AI for things like chat rooms and social media. If you're posting something like that or you say something that's highly aggressive, it will get flagged. I mean, whether you like it or not, that's the future of how they are intelligence gathering. So just realize that. Also, I wanted to add to the conversation
Of course we're
that
standing up with love.
not all these
Of
people
course we're standing
necessarily
up with
show mental
thoughts
illness.
and with
And I
prayers.
put this in the chat. I mean, the worst shooting we've had in the United States, the biggest shooting, where over 500 people got shot and 58 people died, was not a guy that had any terrorist threats, no political agenda at all. The only thing that finally came out afterwards was that he had retreated somewhat from his girlfriend and his family, and he was had wealth, and he was using a lot of his money to play poker slots. I mean, that's about it. But not all of them are something you can catch in advance. No one would have had him on the radar, and he wasn't posting dangerous or hateful or aggressive statements online. But they are definitely looking for that now, and it's AI generated. It's how law enforcement tracks.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm just basically agreeing with that point of view. And I wasn't necessarily saying that like it's gonna solve the whole problem, but you should at least start somewhere, right? You should at least make the effort to reduce these kind of things. And I think sometimes there are obvious signs that for some reason get ignored. Like I don't know why they, don't stop some of these people from getting gun.
They just are going to go on the radar of law enforcement. That's just what's
Yeah, and
going
you
to
should
happen.
stop them when they proceed to act on it.
Yeah,
There should be some
intelligence
sort
is
of-
out there. They're also going to track people that threaten the government. I mean, again, it's trigger words. It's computers that find this, and their algorithms that track.
Well, they can't just track it, is what I'm saying. They need to
I've
act
been
on
trying to get in for a while. Abby, that sounds good. It just seems like we need a little bit more of a unified depository for the flags, or for the trigger words and the flags. It seems like they're a little bit compartmentalized, when it comes to school system,
I'll make you feel
military.
good about it, Holly. I'll
Okay.
tell you where it is. There's 79 fusion centers in the United States. And Google the word fusion center and read what they are. And they actually are tracking counterterrorism and tracking cyber issues. And the fusion centers are a combination of FBI, your local law enforcement, DHS. Sometimes they will bring in ATF. I mean, it's the whole point of the fusion centers happened after 9/11 when we realized that our intelligence gathering wasn't coordinated. So now there's these coordinated centers, and a lot of them in urban cities. But Google it and read about them. So is it perfect? Absolutely not. There's tracking also that's done, by private enterprises as well. I mean, the technology is there, guys. The technology is there, and it's tracking hate, it's tracking extremism, and hopefully it can track these horrible posts when it comes up and just put it on the radar. But
They
is there
used it
some
during
way
COVID.
it makes you feel
They
any
used
better,
it during
but-
COVID as well. You have to remember, they
Yeah.
used it during COVID as well.
Absolutely.
And that was across, so that's why the dangers like Meta, how much do they own? Right,
Is
how
there-
much could they muddle, tamper your vote?
Is there some, hold on, I'm not done. I wasn't done. Is there some way, let me just ask two more questions, Abby. Is there some way to combine that with the whatever software or depository that the gun shops use to do the screening or to check people?
Well, that would
Can we
be,
make
that's
it so that-
interesting, isn't it? That because that's ATF that
Okay.
really oversees that. But it's interesting that it probably is. Remember, everything is still within the confines of what our law is and what our surveillance rights are. and there's issues as to whether stuff gets, collected outside of the government and then forwarded on as tips to the government. I mean, there's some of that happening as well, but the technology is definitely there to do it. That's a question you might have with, your member of Congress or something.
State senators, yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, and then the last question I have for the room, does anyone know, maybe it's not out there yet, but do we know how many minutes he was shooting for before he shot himself?
I don't know. I'll look it up right now for y'all.
Okay, I couldn't find it. Because the reason I ask is I'm always curious when these things happen, like at what point, because I know I saw somewhere where some parents, some fathers supposedly were there and that they blocked his access to get in, and I was a little confused about that, but I'm just wondering, like, was anyone at this school or at the church grounds carrying? Because my kids go to a small Christian private school, and there are individuals who work on site who always carry or have access quickly to guns, but you don't know who it is. They keep that a secret, but it's just hard for me to envision, like, how many clips was he able to get out? How many before nobody had a gun? Nobody was able to intervene with a gun. That's the part I'm curious.
Well, there's a couple of things. Number one, it's been so long since I've been to church, a Catholic church, where this would have happened. Someone tells me they might not even have anybody that's carrying. I could be wrong.
They wouldn't allow it.
Yeah, the Catholic Church, I just wouldn't picture them allowing it. But then, too, he was firing from the outside, from, it's my understanding, a narrow opening. And I think it was so narrow that he couldn't even necessarily see who he was hitting. I guess that.
I was just gonna say, so there was reports this morning that he tried to go through the front door, but he was stopped by some adults, and that's the reason why he then walked on the sidewalk in the windows that you're speaking of, Pete. There's like those 4 single windows with really narrow openings. Those are the 4 that he went through. But yeah, that's what the reports were saying. He was stopped by the front door.
To answer you, we put plate glass. We plate on the synagogues now. I mean, that's one of the things we've done nationally is we've plated our windows in our glass. I mean, we retrofit our facilities exactly for this. So, and it's very different. And I think you're going to see the Archdiocese make some significant changes. I actually was talking to someone where I live that they were meeting with Metro, where I am, to start changing exactly the protocol when people go into church. But for us, we have I can't go into synagogue without metal detectors, and there's definitely people that are there to protect. The significant amount of guards, and then private, plain clothes. But you're going to see that with more places of worship than you're used to seeing now.
And I was just going to say, like, even if somebody was...
Hey!
It was made out of brick. But I mean, it didn't sound like you really, especially with the handgun, you'd have an opportunity to hit him from inside the church. It was just a really shitty situation overall.
I don't, maybe someone can help me that is in gun speak. Last time I held a gun, I cried. Sorry, I just did. But they said there were more than 100 shell casings found. So what does that mean? Is that a lot or little?
103 mags.
That's just like over 3 magazines.
Yeah, he fired 3 magazines if it was an AR. He may have got 3.5, maybe if it was over 100. It just depends on the number of the casings, and it depends on the number of weapons he had with him. So that's all that means.
He had 3 weapons. It says there was a rifle, and then there was a shotgun, 3 shotgun rounds, and then he also had a handgun, but a bullet got trapped and it jammed in a chamber.
So he stovepiped his handgun, which is a blessing, because you can see that wasn't proficient ability to clear that. That's usually just a slide and sweep back. And
did have one.
Oh, you did?
What looked like, yeah, he's holding it up as it had the writing on it. It looked like a 60-round magazine.
No, then you did 2 mags.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to act cavalier about it. I'm very practical on it.
Holly, I'm scouring and I'm not seeing any update or information on how long he was actively shooting. Just the round.
Okay.
So it might mean that the round that's being ejected somehow gets locked in to the slide mechanism, and it will not trigger another round to be ratcheted in or split into holding from the magazine on the pistol. So you just have like a shell casing that's jammed in there, and you have to sweep it back. You have to pull it back, clear it, and sweep back with your hand. And then you'll slide it a couple times, and it's just following with the ejector. It happens with shitty ammo a lot of the times, and improper gas pressures that aren't able to do a full extraction of the shell from once it's been fired.
As far as 30 rounds, I mean, I could do that easily under a minute, well under a minute. I mean, if he just has like a mil-spec trigger, like a standard trigger, like you'd use in the military, I mean, that could have pretty quickly, like.
So you think it could have been minutes?
No, I would guess it didn't even last 2 minutes. I mean,
Wow.
You can get through you can fire rounds off really quickly. Do you have some triggers they have a much lighter pull and travel, so you can rounds a lot quicker, but I'm just guessing he had just like a mil-spec, like a standard trigger, which, yeah, you could easily do that between a minute or 2.
Not that it matters, right? Because the whole point is to inflict as much damage as you can in a small amount of time, and then when you can no longer, for whatever reason, unalive yourself. But in that time, depending on the weapon that you have, it could be 1 minute, it could be 5 minutes. People are gonna lose their lives quickly and horribly. So, it is what it is. But Abby, I was going to say that Palantir, part of their project, is to, they're going to aggregate data from every platform, whether it be social media or just any online web that can be traced to your IP, that can be traced back to you. And so their algorithms are going to do more than just look for keywords. They're also going to look for like patterns. Where have you said it? What type of social media do you use, right? Where are you making these statements? Are you in a role that has, because we know that there are whole quote unquote online communities that hype each other up to do these mass shootings. The black kid who shot up his school, I think it was earlier this year or late last year, the one who called himself a Nazi, he was a part of a online chat group and, very much encouraged. What was that, Pennsylvania? I don't remember.
I don't know if you were in here earlier. We discussed this. There's a whole new thing. We're not going to go down there because we spent a lot of time talking to that and getting. We actually have I guess I would say quasi-pseudo expert who actually works in this field. He's going to come back. He's going to get in touch with KK. And we're actually going to do like an expose and a deep dive. We're going to have. Where's my other guy? What's his name? Pete or whoever. He's going to come back, and we've got a couple other people that are going to go. It's called Telegram. I didn't know about this, but we're going to hold an expose on that, and
a deep dive in it, so I don't want to go too much back down this because we spent like a good hour having this guy explain the high level, and we're going to get more intricate as we go.
Yeah, I can tell you, as somebody who's spoken with these people years ago, I just call them accelerationists. Most of them are neo-Nazis. Like, these guys are batshit fucking crazy. Like, yeah, we'll save it for the other room.
Yeah, I definitely, and if I can find one that is part of that group and bring them on, I definitely want to hear them. I want to interview them. I'm not afraid of them. Like, I would love to do a lot more to them. I promise I'll hug and cuddle them and call them George as I put them quietly to the great beyond. But I do want to interview them. I want to find out more. I'm curious as to why this only in January 13th of 2025 was given the designation of a terrorist group, and that we actually know who these people are and where they're hiding in 3 separate countries, where these leaders are, and we haven't done anything to extradite them. And both administrations, Biden and Trump, have recognized the fact that this group is very much a problem. So we're going to deep dive, King. Don't worry. Tune in, follow the room, people, and we're definitely going to have this expose. We'll be advertising it once I get some more notes together and KK does her spirit finger thing. We're going to get this going.
So there was another mass shooting, 1 dead, looks like 6 shot, the day before this in Minneapolis. It was in broad daylight, in the middle of the day. Suspected shooter fired approximately 30 rounds. Holy shit. Jeez. Just the day before.
But the ballistics, it's not the same person, right?
No, I'm reading right now about the story. Police arrived at the scene, they found a man dead.
Yeah, in Minnesota, I want to just add up. Minneapolis and St. Paul, it used to be beautiful. It was the St. Paul Winter Carnival was great. The Jazz and Blues Festival, one of the best I've ever been to. That's a shit show now. As somebody from Minnesota, I tell you, unless you're going up to Boundary Waters, Grand Marais, it's beautiful there. Split Rock, Goose Falls, 2 harbors. Bemidji, even then I'd be careful around Bemidji. There's no reason to go to Minnesota. I mean, and it's a shame because it is literally so beautiful. You could go see Walnut Grove. Go ahead and go enjoy it. You'll be shocked at the culture that's there, which is all Hmong, like literally mountain people who came down from Asia. The whole town is nothing but Hmong, and they celebrate Laura Ingalls as if she was like the founding saint of the Wild West and America itself. They put on pageants, they restore homes, they have artwork, and the food is fantastic, and they do a whole lot. But the whole town is Hmong. It's fascinating. You can go see Plum Creek. It's literally all in Minnesota. It's beautiful. The Mars Factory Span Museum. It's all great. However, it's just since Jacob Fry and a lot of leftists really involved, I really haven't fostered that sense of community. When I first got there, it was all green, beautiful, and people tend to smile. There was problems. I'm not discounting it. Like, the cops are assholes. Like, I'm just gonna say that. But there was like I said, it's like people took pride in where they were from. They took pride in their parks. They really had a lot of gripes about how civic leaders needed to start cracking down on a lot of things. And then COVID happened, and those poor people, it was the loudest ones were the ones you wouldn't think. They were saying, please send in the cops, please stop this, please. And now it's a shell. And I've taken people up there to show them. One of the famous ones was Greg Sotelo off this app. And he came up and he went, this is horrifying. I've seen Minnesota. I've seen Minneapolis. He goes, it was 5 years ago. It did not look like this. It's a burnt hulk of what it was. And this is what you got. So if you go up north, or maybe go a little south and just go visit Walnut Grove and have fun.
But Brad, what does that have to do with mass shootings, though? Like Sandy Hook, I'm sure, was in a beautiful, well-off community, and many of these shootings are in well-off communities. Like, what does any of it have to do with it? Like, I don't believe that this is a problem that you have to be in a trailer park to experience. You can be on the upper rung of the socioeconomic ladder.
Where are the majority of these shootings happening?
What do you mean? Like,
what type of schools are these happening in? Because someone didn't pick this up. We went from white Christian nationalists.
What were Parkland? What type of schools?
What type of schools? Where are the schools located at? Are they urban schools?
We know that no.
Okay, so why are there not mass school shootings in urban schools? They're easy targets.
Have security measures.
There you go. Bingo, there's start one. Well, they have security measures.
Right, but also there's shootings at Target. There's shootings at church. This shooting was a shooting inside of a church. I mean, it was at students who were a part of the schools, but don't forget about the synagogues. I think the last.
Okay, so now you're looping in everything. You just went from schools, and I told you where are the vast majority of the schools shooting. Wait, hold on, stop. Where are the vast majority of school shootings happening? They're happening in soft target-rich areas, such as suburban areas, because the PTA wants the look of a great school, but they don't want to spend money on security measures. They'd rather spend $150 on a new high school football stadium than give the kids band, art, and security protections. You don't want to spend it. Everybody wants the last thing they spend on is to be secure, which is fascinating to me in America, because over in Europe and other places, the reason you don't have a lot of violence on the schools is because they actually invest in security. They have measures in place.
They also
don't have
weapons on the scale of the United States. But and also, that we don't want to pay for anything hardly with tax dollars anymore. So I mean, all of the things that you mentioned, they sound great, but once it's time to start figuring out where the money is going to come from, people, even the people that have to vote on these types of things, they all of a sudden forget, right? Because as we've forgotten before, and we will forget again, the way people feel and having all these conversations, because this has happened too many times. It's the norm, right? Nothing's gonna change.
I just got through telling you. Go ahead, Finley. Go ahead.
One quick note about the soft targets. So Florida schools, because we've had a couple school shootings down here. There's deputies at every school, including the one in which the deputies failed to respond. Also, Florida State, which is a major university, Go Noles. Also, they have campus police, and there was a school shooting. I think Virginia Tech is the same. So, but I wanted to make sure again that it's not just security at urban schools, because they have shootings as well. It's the randomness of the school shootings that is happening. And again, I think it's this idea that it ain't gonna happen here out of this group. That's what I think.
So this is such an easy problem to fix. After 9/11, our government clearly said, there's about 90 public schools in the United States. There's about over 8 million unemployed veterans. Veterans who are trained weaponry already took an oath to lay their life down for our country. Put 2 fucking guards in every school. 2 unemployed veterans in every school. Have a staff of 5, let them rotate for lunch, whatever. This ends tomorrow. There has to be a political motivation to take care of this problem. The fact that we're still discussing this problem in 2025 actually might bothers me.
I'm just curious though, like,
there's officers here in Florida, Andy, and we still have school shootings. We have deputies at almost every school. We still have school.
One of the other things to note is as new school facilities are built, they're built with security measures taken into the architecture. So it's interesting because, Brad, you're right, they're softer targets, but in actuality, a lot of the newer schools probably have, in the physical location, vestibules and areas to deter the entrance or to go through certain security measures that you probably don't have in the urban schools. Yet it's interesting they're penetrating and getting through.
So no security system's ever 100%. Hold on. In my experience, I have witnessed this, that people pay the least amount for security. So I don't know what the guards are making in Florida. I'm assuming 30 to 40K. Maybe they're deputies, they're sheriff's deputies. I don't know what they're making, so that means nothing to me. But my point is that I just watched Texas putting a $150 million high school football stadium. Now they've cut programs. It's a big freaking school, but they've cut programs, and they complained about it. And I sat there and I said, that is a massive target environment. It's a huge school system. And I go, so I'm confused. Like, what upgrades did you do to security? And when I looked, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything proposed except for like one additional guard at $33,000 a year part-time, which I said, that's not going to cut it these days. Like, I'm sorry, we live in a more modern world with all the advancements in technology, not even just taking guns out of the way, but just like looking at what you have going on. Like, we removed the responses to bullying. Like, bullying never left. We never changed bullying. We don't need to bring bullying back. It just never left. What we changed was how we were allowing people to respond to bullying. Instead of going knock that guy back on his feet or girl, now all of a sudden it's you have to use your feelings and you have to repress all this rage and anger and humiliation you have, and we'll work it out through drawings and puppy love and Skittles. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist. You'd have to ask one of them. I just think that we took a wrong turn somewhere. And if you're really serious about protecting your schools, you need to get rid of hollow corridors. There's already been a study out there. $250,000 would actually increase the odds of you having survive a shooter attack in your school. And it was $250,000 per school across the U.S.
Brad, did you see
surveillance? There's also laws. You have to look at your state, because not all the states allow certain surveillance, license plate readers, facial recognition. Some states have a ban on it, but for the states that allow it, if you've got a car that's like circling a little too many times around your school, AI picks that up, and AI can, just as you were talking about, can see patterns, but they can also see it with the camera systems, and if something seems out of the ordinary, they have plate readers, and they can track it. It goes right into your Metropolitan Police, and they're going to investigate it. So, but not all states.
You there? You're in the matrix, Abby.
In the camera.
You're in the matrix, Abby.
Yeah, we heard not all states, and then sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not
so
all
can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So not all states have it legal to have plate readers and facial recognition. For the states where it's legal, you have surveillance, and you have between AI and regular surveillance. If a car is circling around a school in too many times, or in an abnormal way, they're going to pick up on it, and the cameras are going to trigger, a dive into reading the plates. And again, it's not all states allow this. The same thing with facial recognition. You're going to have, if someone is in the perimeter or the curtilage of a property and their face pops up on the camera, that's going to be triggered into facial recognition. If the person is then ID'd as someone either with a record, or they're even going to look at if someone has tats on their neck that are, white supremacist tats, or I don't know, you come up with something. They're going to look at their surveillance videos, but they'll use facial recognition. It's not in all states. Like in Florida, where you're talking about, you can do this, but you can't do it. I think like Illinois, you can't do it. My state, it's probably the #1 state where you can, because we've had this, because of our industry. But you should look at your state laws and how much they can protect vis-a-vis the plate readers and the facial recognition.
Brad, did you see on the news news, I think it was last week or the week before, this happened in Seattle, right on the ocean front, where that guy pulled out a gun and shot the vet that was in the wheelchair because he said that he was doing some type of stolen valor shit. Did you see that?
Yeah, I agree with it's getting across it. That's a whole different scenario.
No. It really isn't, because my point is, if you observed the response of the children, there were several children in the frame, right? If you observe the response of the children knew exactly what to do, right? To get the hell out of the way. And again, I think that we're trying to do all of this brainstorming, and people want to act like they're gonna do any type of problem solving at this point, where we lost the plot years ago. And we've already, produced a generation of children that are already almost war torn in a way. They know what I don't know if you've been listening to these kids describing what they went through yesterday. They're not shocked. They know, because they've heard the story. They're familiar with it. This is the norm. And I feel like we got to stop jerking ourselves off, trying to feel better about it, and accept that that's kind of what we've chosen as a society. And this is just kind of what it's going to be. This is what it's going to be.
So I will say this.
You're not going to protect your children from not only being shot, but I feel like, you're talking about trauma, robbing children of their innocence, exposing children to extreme violence, in real life. People talk about the video games, but we're talking about live and in color in real life. And, we can't act like this is not the norm, and that we didn't choose this.
So I come from a generation that was doing duck and cover drills for nuclear war with our desks. Apparently the desk from the 80s and the early 90s was sufficient enough to withstand nuclear blast. I think we should bring those back, because if they could handle nuclear bombs, what the hell, man? We just use those. I also had the fear. I was a latchkey kid. I was literally a predator's wet dream. If there was a non-paneled white van with no windows on the back, I was probably the target they were looking for, because I walked around with a house key around my neck on a string. Not even a chain. We were so broke we could only afford string. And God help you if you lost that fucking thing. So yes, I grew up in a generation that was scared. We had to immediately walk home. We didn't have cell phones. No one gave a shit. The only time your parents knew who they had kids was when the news came on and it said, it's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your kids are? That was their, oh shit, I have kids? Okay, so there's a little tongue-in-cheek in there, but that's literally how I grew up. And I'm going to tell you something, every generation has this fear. We had kids that thought bombs were going to go off. They thought Russia was going to invade. We had movies. We had media. We had news coverage that was inundating us with, we're all going to be, what was that movie, Red Dawn or something? Patrick Swayze, a whole bunch of kids, fending off the entire Russian army. And we were all going to be that. We were yep, I'm going to have my ear pierced, a handkerchief on my thing. I'm going to look like the boss with a cap folded in my back pocket. And I'm going to kill a whole lot of Ruskies. That was literally how we grew up. So I get the point. Yes, I don't want kids to be traumatized, but kids are traumatized every generation.
Right. We train, so I hate to break this to King, but we train our kids what to do with active shooters. We have drills with them. We now had this new initiative with the summer camps, because the summer camps were so at risk. So we have to put in, and those are exposed. If you ever went to camp where they're located, they're usually remote. They're on lakes with access, public access, and we have to train the children. We train them at our community centers, at our schools. We used to just have to train the staff. Now they have to know what to do, how to evacuate if there's a bomb scare. However, what Brad is saying, when I was a kid, we went under our desk for fear that the Soviets were going to bomb us. We had these drills in public school, so it's not.
If you go to old schools, you'll see the radiation signs.
Yeah.
There'll be a door. It'll have radiation. You'll fall out. They'll shut your door.
I remember that.
I was there.
They usher us down there with some cookie cups and green uniform. Yeah, hold on. They ushered us down there with some janitor in a green button-down shirt and green pants, and he was like, "Come in here, kids. I'll protect you." And we're all like, "Who gave this guy permission to like collect 40 fucking kids and huddle us in the dark in some fucking room in the basement of a high school?" We were like living Freddy Krueger's nightmare. Like that's how I grew up. So I get the trauma on the kids. I understand that, and I wish I could have just said, "Hey, it's going to get better," but there's going to be a new trauma. Like you have an online threat with kids today. That's what's actually plaguing you. It's not the gun violence.
Right.
It's the incitement to it online, which apparently is a triggering thing. And I'm gonna be honest with you, it's a cultural thing. Like we have to examine why is it overwhelmingly boys? What is it that we're doing wrong with raising men? Because clearly we're doing something fucking wrong, right? Everybody in agreement with that? We're doing something wrong if we're creating mass shooters who go to school when they graduate saying, "Life's too hard, I need to shoot up everybody."
People murdered back in the 80s too, like the murder is not new. It's the scale of the impact that a person can make with the type of arms they have available to them now. Like
I was pointing.
We saw presidents be assassinated. We saw that, right, on TV, right?
But it's not the weapons.
How many of us, if we're gonna sit in any type of empathy for our children, how many of us, when you went to school and we did not only nuclear drills where we got at the table, but we had to do severe weather drills. I'm not stupid. Like I know that you can't really shield a child from potential catastrophe, and catastrophes happen. But this is not a natural disaster. This is not a natural disaster. It's a norm, and I think that again, like people always take for granted shit that they never had to go through.
But what is the difference between
Our
that and
generation was not being mowed down in churches, in shopping malls, and that didn't happen until Columbine.
Wait, stop. I'm gonna get back, Pete, I'm gonna let you go, and then Pete's gonna go next, because he was talking about the video. But I'm gonna say this, I'm calling bullshit on that, because literally I could go from the country's inception and foundation to say that that's bullshit where kids were not afraid. There's various groups that have came over here, that were deported, that were enslaved here, that had to worry about other groups and be determined. America is not for the shame. Stop. Mute up. Thank you. Other people are going to talk, and not just kidding. But I'm telling you right now that kids, since America's start and inception of a country, have been plagued every fucking generation by some trauma that has existed, whether it be savage Indians, as they quoted back in the day, to fear of black people, to Russians, to Asians. You would be shocked at the number of kids that have to go through every generation there has been trauma. Anti-Semitism, the fucking Germans, Japanese were gonna kill and eat their kids. Like, that shit really went on here, and every kid grew up under the banner of it. So, I'm gonna go to Pete, but every kid gets it.
Yeah, so fuck it. Yeah, like, all right. Let's
I already said Pete's gonna
We
go.
already saw, go ahead.
Can I go after the next guy?
So I was just gonna say, I just find this all ridiculous to listen to. Okay, in the 80s, especially for 1987, the types of firearms you could get is actually a lot. The availability was a lot easier. A lot of the guns were a lot easier to alter and turn into machine guns and that kind of stuff. And I would say, yeah, okay, the school shootings seem to be more of a thing now. but it's not because suddenly we have different types of weapons that are more lethal. That's not the case whatsoever. And even then, yeah, there's more school shootings, but if you were to look at when homicides and gun violence reached their peak, it was in the late 80s and early 1990s. And the whole meme about meth records in schools happened mainly in, urban high schools, because these kids were shooting each other at school and after school. So I guess you kind of deny that there is a problem with the people, as opposed to everybody wants to look at the guns, I think, but why is it that we have this problem now and didn't before?
So I agree with the idea of there is an issue with how we're raising boys. I've said this a few times. That is an issue, but this specific issue of school shootings is on the rise, and we figured out the 80s violence, right? You deal with gangs, you get these young guys either back on track or you put them in jail, right? We figured that out. We not add a particular bad actor, right? And that's a problem. But I will say this, and I'll say it 30 times. Like, you cannot underestimate the fact that there is a problem with our boys. There is a major problem with our freaking boys. And we gloss over like, the guns, but we gloss over that major fact because they're not only shooting up schools and violence, dude, there's a youth crime, uptick in youth crime in a lot of cities. A big uptick. And it's only going to get worse if we don't deal with these young men and get them on some type of path.
Great, thank you. Go ahead, Blake.
Well, I have agreed with, some of the points that family and people make. It's like, look, we actually did not figure out gangs and stuff. We understand them a little more, but we haven't figured out how to deal with gang crime. The same kind of crime that we're dealing with in our cities, our inner cities right now, with young men with nothing to do, running around, stealing and killing. That's the truth. It's our sons, it's y'all people's sons up the streets, it's everybody's fucking sons out here doing this stuff. And the difference between now and then is actually some neighborhoods were actually safe in the early 80s. If it wasn't touched by crack cocaine and gangs, you were able to go on some blocks and some people understood, especially even the kids knew, like, that's not a block we can play on. Like, we can't hit licks over there. That's but now it's no holds barred. Like, whatever the impulse is at the moment, that's what's going to happen on the streets. And the people who are unarmed and unprotected from them are the same people who are unarmed and unprotected when somebody does a specific type of crime in which we freak out about, called mass shootings. Now, what we fail to understand, or we keep ignoring, is the statistics that we have for the amount of mass shootings in America are all grouped in a bunch with the ones we deal with more often, and that's, young black male shooting up like 3 or 4 people, pulling up on the ops, as they say, might hit 3 or 4 people, half of the targets were innocent, had nothing to do with their squabble. So that's the kind of mass shootings we usually deal with, and those are the numbers that are being clumped in for somebody to be able to make a national statement saying that mass shootings are on the rise in America. It's like, no, the same kind of shootings have been going on, and we've never figured out how to deal with that. But these school shootings and shootings at airports and stuff, it's just the same symptom of, it's not about trying to take the weapons from people, it's trying to figure out how to get more people to understand that nobody's coming for you. Nobody's gonna fucking save you. You are the ultimate beginning and end and responsibility for the protection of you and the people you are responsible for. Yes, we have laws. Yes, we have policemen. Yes, we have authorities. But at the end of the day, they have shown and proven that they show up when the crime has already been committed to solve the crime of your murder, your robbery, your rape. That's what happens when you depend on a system. So it's not to blame victims, but until we get the same attitude we have about protecting money in America as protecting our kids, saying statements like maybe the kids should not be held up in an unarmed fashion. You know, they shouldn't be held in a single place, a single location, unarmed, without any because we protect our money. Like a pretty bit. Don't think you're going to just place that has loads of money or anything that's worth it that like the problem is right in front of your face. You're scared to protect kids. You want somebody else to protect them. That's
right, and we protect our guns.
Thanks.
More than
Hold on
we
just a
protect
second,
our
excuse me.
kids.
Can I get back to that?
Excuse me.
Okay.
Yeah, well, not yet. Hold on, excuse me. Okay, not right, thank you. Just a minute, please. We're gonna be closing down the room soon, and I wanna just give last call for anyone that's in the goo that wants to come up and speak. Now is your chance, because we're gonna turn off hand raising. Also, before we let Mr. Finley and Queen also start, have a share, I want to give an opportunity for those who have been on stage that has not spoken yet, like Annie and Jules, and perhaps Mike, the opportunity to speak. Flash your mic or come off mic if you want to speak now. Okay, great. So ladies first, let's go Annie, then Jules, please. Go ahead.
Good evening to everybody on stage and in the audience. I live in Arizona. I'm a big fan of the Second Amendment. I was a victim of gun violence, which is why I'm a fan of the Second Amendment. All of my husband and I's children have gone through a school district which was recently, within the last 5 years, implemented armed security. So in addition to having a school resource officer provided by the city, which is grant funded, they work at each school, they work in conjunction with armed security that is taxpayer funded, that was spearheaded by a retiring police officer, and that's what the foundation was built on, with a group of veterans. And it was voted on, passed, and funded. It is possible. Force must be met with equal force, and it has to be done immediately. That's the only way we're going to protect our kids. Love y'all.
Thank you, Annie. Thank you. I have a history in the military community, and even some of my friends that are retired or out, they have done that. They did that a couple of times all across the country, as they kind of just set up just a presence known, just to be like it just kind of a force of presence that might deter any future issues. Go ahead, Mr.
Hey, thank you. I agree with everybody what you're saying, and I think the root problem, the FBI said today that the Minnesota school shooter was a person with a hate agenda. You can't say no, of course, duh, he has a hate agenda. But you have to look at what this country is doing. We're bringing in people that have an American hate agenda. Whether they came in through the borders, they have no respect, they hate America. Whether we're bringing in college students from other countries that hate America, spit on America. College professors are coming in from other countries that can't stand America,
Jules,
hate America.
are you talking about immigration right now? Because we're talking about the school shooting in Minnesota.
Yes, but
Okay.
I'm talking
about
this person had a hate agenda, is what the FBI said. We have a country full of hate agendas. We elect members of Congress with a hate agenda. George Soros wants these things to happen in America. He hates America. So this child or this transsexual, whatever, got the agenda of hate because it's drilled into him. Just like it's drilled into the other haters I mentioned for America. And that's why it's happening. You know, you have to respect America. You can't hate America. If you want to live in America, you can't just hate America. And with guns, everybody's blaming the guns. Of course, a person like that should not have had a gun. And we could see till tomorrow it's not going to happen where they're going to be prevented from getting guns. But we got to get the hate that's being taught in all around the world about America. And just look at, I don't want to bring the Middle East into it, but I'm going to. When you have countries that teach their children hate from within their schools, within their whole lives, they're going to have hate in their heart, and they're going to show that hate in their heart one day. And that's why I think it started. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike, you're on stage, hasn't spoken yet. Would you like to come off mic and offer a share? Mic 1, mic 2, mic 3, mic 4. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Finley. Mr. Finley's on the phone. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind Blake that being shot and being in an environment where you're going about your business and being shot, like whether you're in a church or whether you're in the Target or whether you're at school or the university, like it doesn't matter whether you're talking about people on the street that are shooting, like on the street, like the guy in Seattle pulled out his gun and shot that vet in the chest on the street, on a crowded street, right? Like, it doesn't matter. So that's why it's all grouped together. Mass shooting is mass shooting. It doesn't matter what neighborhood it happened in, unless you're suggesting that it's normal or acceptable or
no,
I don't know. So that's why. I mean, the answer, in my opinion, in my opinion, the answer, the remedy for all of the above would be the same, right? But that's never gonna happen. And so, I'm at Brad's point, it's like, fuck it, every generation has to, some of us have to duck, we never know when, you'll be a part of that generation that, really has to duck when you go to lunch. Which I did, I'm grateful for that. I didn't have to duck.
Right.
Because, there was violence, but I was able to take a lot for granted, and I'm very grateful for that. But, hey, say la vie.
All right,
This is just a part of the human condition.
Go ahead, Blake.
Well,
Did you want to quickly respond or no? Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Yes. Yeah, am I here? I don't know if my microphone's.
Yes, you're here, you're loud and clear. Rock it up.
This thing, I voted already, this thing keeps trying to read and over the same thing. So, the difference is the problem is the one category is taking and providing the perception that we are getting shot up in our targets and our schools and our churches in a ridiculous rate, as if this is the normal thing you're going to have to deal with as an American, is getting shot up at the CVS or getting shot up at school, when in fact that's not the more likely case of you being shot in America. The more likely case of you being shot in America is, 1, cheat on your wife, 2, go to the hood. That's how you get shot in America in the most case. But like the shootings on the street, though, Queen, we have a solution for it. We don't want to do that because we have to go out and target a certain demographic of people. When you told me hard in a certain area,
children, right? Like we can
not at all.
die.
No.
homicides at nearly the same rate as young
Yeah, well, it doesn't. Okay, so y'all are cool with it, and that's what I'm saying. Like,
I'm not okay with. No, this is the difference. I'm not okay with it. But let me tell you what happens, and what we've all known for a long time is certain things you cannot do in the suburbs that people do in the city. It's just certain. Listen. Until the demographic from the city comes to the suburbs. That's just the truth of it.
In the suburbs.
Y'all look.
And
Yeah, I bet you do. I bet you. No offense.
A guy shot his wife.
Excuse me.
A guy shot his wife.
Blake, are you finished or no?
No, I'm just going back and forth. I don't mind, cut it off. But we just run back and forth.
But
If it's okay.
people that are trying to
Oh, I'm sorry.
we can't
Yeah.
It sounds muffled.
Yeah, I'll yield.
Queen sounds like
Yeah, I'll yield.
she made a fort in her living room and she has bad acoustics in it. Blake, you sound like you're standing on top of your car in a parking lot. So that's the problem that we're having here. I'm not trying to be rude.
Okay.
I'm just saying that we can't hear. Yeah.
Okay.
Queen sounds like
That's
she's in
hilarious.
her living room and she's inside. Okay, go
Well,
ahead, Blake, and I'll let you guys go back
I
for it.
appreciate the call.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I didn't know that.
I like.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Blake, and I'll let Queen go back and forth with you.
Yeah, she's gonna live prepared, waiting for the next shooter. But the thing is, Queen, like when you go to the quote unquote hood, I'm just gonna use that as what we gonna call it.
Blake, you're in the matrix now, Blake. Blake, you're in the matrix. We can't hear you.
In the quote unquote. Oh dang. Oh, how about now? You're still choppy.
You're still a little choppy.
Sorry. Barely. How about now?
Yeah. Okay, try this
Yeah, that's
now.
pretty-
If not, then I'm gonna hold on and do go. Okay, you got it?
Yeah. So yeah, I'm saying like when you go to the quote unquote hood versus going to a decent suburb, here's the start, and I'll start with the more minor things that are indicative of the problem of the quote unquote hood, and that is you're gonna see ridiculous amount of loitering in places where people want and need to spend money and people need to make money. You're going to see people loitering and causing a tad bit, usually a minor but enough amount of a nuisance to make people not comfortable to live and pay rent in places to landlords. You have people more likely to destroy owners' property in those areas. You're going to see littering. You're going to see garbage all over the fucking place. This is coming from somebody who's from there and does live there. I've chosen to go back to the city to take a stand on my little patch of grass. I don't own anything, but I'm renting and I'm working. I'm working in that city. My customers are in that city, so that's where I'm working at. So I don't want any comments about, oh, you from the burbs. I grew up in both sides. So the deal is, when you go to the quote-unquote hood, you're going to see trash all over the place. And people say that's not a big deal, but that's indicative of the bigger problem. You don't care about where you live. You shit where you lay. People in the suburbs, a Karen will actually curse you out for throwing a soda bottle on the ground.
No, Karen pays for the services.
And a nigga who did it, who just moved into the neighborhood, is going to curse Karen out for getting in their face and being rude. Yes, she might have came at you rude, I guarantee you, but I bet you've seen 3 times as much rude in the hood than Karen can ever bring from Shaquana. I'm just saying. Now listen, she's gonna be a bitch, she's gonna be annoying, but you're gonna go back and you're gonna tell your mom. And your mom's gonna come out and fucking go back and forth with Karen. And here we go, is a missed opportunity for an alliance in a neighborhood in which we both need to live. In the suburbs, the police do harass people at night if you don't look like you're from there. You know why? Because they ain't about to play that shit over there. It's always been the saying, when we knew about a certain railroad track that we don't want to cross at a certain time of night. It's not because we're going to get hung for being black. It's because if you come up in there acting like a nigga versus being a black man who is a person who got a place to be, that's the difference. So whatever you want to say, the suburbs have had a more better reputation at dealing with snuffing crime out at the root versus in the quote unquote hood, you just let shit go. Because within those same cities, you don't even have to go to the suburbs. You can just go to a certain neighborhood in the city where more affluent people or more working class people live, and they kind of keep their neighborhoods clean. They kind of watch and be nosy when strange people are walking around who don't look like they've been there before, or look like they're on the way to somewhere in particular. You know, people ask questions. Hey, what's up, man? Where you going? You know? And the hood do it too, depending on what neighborhood you go in, but it's for more nefarious reasons. You go in anywhere in LA that you don't belong, somebody's gonna say, what set you from? So those are the differences. That's the differences. And we know how to deal with that. We just don't want to do it because what's going to end up happening is you're going to have county jails full of young black men, and people don't like that.
Real quick, excuse me, Mr. Finley, I interrupted Queen before and Blake, so we're just gonna start wrapping up this room here in just a moment. Queen, do you wanna go back and forth with Blake, just one more comment, then I'm going to go to Mr. Finley and we're gonna shut it down. Just real quick, though, please, ma'am.
Yeah. So, that was an interesting spiel on how we're all different because of the color of our skin. But I'd like to offer a place of commonality, something that we all seem to share and all have a problem with, and that's keeping our kids from being shot. So we can talk about the grass. I really wasn't here to talk about grass or sighting or any of that dumb shit. I was here to talk about the lives of children. Being a parent, knowing parents, watching my kid go to college and have to worry about some fool busting into his classroom and shooting him, right? I think that instead of focusing on socioeconomics and the differences between a poverty area with uncut grass and a middle class area where they may have money to pay somebody to cut their grass, I think we should keep the focus on keeping these children alive, which we're all seem to be failing on because we want to, we know what we want, right? We want our guns, and I love that for y'all. Y'all can keep them, but again, don't act surprised. When you see on the news the consequence of that. That's all I'm saying.
Got it. Thank you. I love that back and forth contention between Black and Queen. Mr. Finley is going to be our last speaker, and then we're going to go ahead and close down the room. If you are in the audience and have a pink ticket, please join the house. Is pinned up to the top, the political compass. And if you have any room suggestions, flood Brad's DMs. Send him the most random, stupid shit you can ever find, to include how to use a crock pot. He just sent me a text and he's eating burnt slop now, so Brad is not living his best life. So, Mr. Finley, and then we're gonna go ahead and close.
So I was just gonna say that to earlier comment that Blake made with respect to gang violence, we did figure out gang violence. Gang violence is no longer these turf wars that we had in the 90s in which random people were getting killed. Now the stuff is more targeted because it's those that are involved. That is a different problem, not the same problem we had in the 1990s. Number one. Number two, there's comparison between neighborhoods. The only reason that I live in an upper class neighborhood, the only reason our neighborhood is not in shambles is because we pay people to come and cut grass and pick up trash. Like literally, These rich people don't pick up after their dogs. So yeah, no, it's not a hood thing. People in the hood, quote unquote hood, don't have people to pay people to come pick up the trash. That's the reason why it's like that. So this idea that that's the reason why the criminals is that you're making that breaches is wild at best. But I'm gonna leave it there. I'm totally gonna leave.
I've heard they say I find that funny, and this shit is just ruined so much for that fucking, idea.
Well, that's what you get. There's a thing called Uber, sir, and like TV dinners frozen.
I could have just cooked it outside in the took the fire outside in the yard and cooked it.
Exactly. Thanksgiving. So Brad, you want to close this out then, please, sir?
Yes. I want to thank everybody for coming today. Thank you so much for entertaining my afternoon and bearing with the abuse and treatment that KK has lavished upon me so heavily. We thank you so much as always. Please make sure you follow us. We're going to be here usually in the afternoons. We'll figure out a schedule and we'll get better with the topics, a little bit more nuanced. We're shaking the rust off. 1 to 4 Central Time. If we need to, we'll open it up a little bit earlier to get you East Coast cats in. But we're going to try. We're working with this and hopefully you enjoyed today. Come back tomorrow and see what else we got in store. Hey, is there anything else, KK?
No, sir. So I'm going to go ahead and close the room in 3, 2, and 1. Thank you. Have a blessed day.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hey, what's up? How are you? You're the first contestant. I want to ask a question. Yay. Or not. Good morning. How are you? About to hop in the shower for a minute, so. Sure, makes sense. Join the room, then leave it.
No, I just saw you. Dude, that was what was up with the marathon yesterday?
I've been doing that more, like, since I'm not working
stuff. I'm kind of like lost out in space floating around. So I'm like, well, what do I need to do with my extra time? So while I'm regrouping, I'm like, I'll just keep talking on Clubhouse. So yeah, they've been extra long marathon hangouts.
True. Yeah, I didn't mean for the SBA thing to get out of hand yesterday, man. That went on for a long time.
Well, I mean, I guess it's human nature at this point. Like, we like to punish ourselves because, I mean, I do it. I do it too. It's like, I'm going to talk about this. And then someone asks a question, and 10 hours later, I'm like, oh, I guess I am talking about it. But did you notice, this has got to be an example of something. Like, the Calvinist and non-Calvinist got along with hardly any opposition whatsoever. All it took to accomplish that was 2 SDA people and a King James only cultist. So peace can be had between the 2 factions.
Well, this is true, but at the same time, like, the non-Calvinists did behave themselves. Like, you know, I don't care to get into Calvinism with people, but when they say crazy stuff or they make little side snidey comments, like, I let some of the snide comments slide yesterday, but like, you know, I mean, overall it was peaceful because the aggressors decided not to aggress.
Well, you know they'd say that about your side.
Well, yeah, I know, but I think
If everyone just takes it on the chin, peace could be had.
that's true. All right, I'm gonna hop into the shower, play yourself some music, or actually, you know what you should do is
It's making that music. Yeah. What should I do?
So there's a brand new Robert Gottfried out. It just came out yesterday, or maybe a few hours ago. That's about revolutions and Christianity, and it's really good. It's only 20 minutes long. And it goes into a lot of stuff about the American Revolution that you probably didn't know. And the establishment of religion with the federal government and all that jazz. And then it goes into the French Revolution and like a compare and contrast between the American Revolution and the French Revolution. It's super interesting. You should check it out. I mean, if you got nothing to do before people start coming in.
Oh, I'm playing Fortnite. Ditto was here for like 2 seconds. Mike?
Alright, well, I'll hop back out here in a minute.
Alright. Anyone else watching the replay, this could be your time to shine. Get here early, ask all the questions you want. Oh, hey Luke. Good morning, Luke. What's up, Luke? How are you? How's your day going?
Good. Just got my first break as usual. How are you guys? What's up, good?
Just got here, just getting started.
Very good. Yo, what's up with the podcast, man? Who do I have to call to complain to?
I don't know. I was just telling Chris, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know anything.
I'll call you later.
Yeah. Not sure what to do. It's like I took like a month off from doing that. Has it been a month yet? And it's like it already feels like a whole job to be like, oh man, I gotta like copy and paste and edit, put it back up there again, and then it's like, I don't want to do another YouTube channel. And it's like, well. And then also it's been like, very unorganized, like, it's been going like 9 hours. But it's also, not really had structure, but it never has structure. So I don't know. I'm like, well, how much staying in my lane do I need to do? And then what even is my lane? So yeah, it's like, do I just stay here and do like extra long hangouts like the Google Plus days? But then, people can see them on replay, which I have started doing again, but I'm kind of regretting it because I'm like, I don't want to be like fighting and political. And then half of it is fighting and political.
Hey, Michael. Morning. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. What I need is probably someone who's good at this stuff with structure and stuff like that. That can, I don't know, do all the stuff you want done. What you want a free job?
I wish I could, man. I really do. I really wish I could.
How are you, Michael?
Oh, you know, doing everything I can to avoid work.
Yeah. And then it's like, oh yeah, the last thing on that. It's like different groups seem to like different things. So like Rumble, it's hard to get any traction at all. YouTube, I can't really tell what they like. And then BitChute, it's like that was actually the biggest audience of listeners. But I think they really liked all the political conspiracy theory stuff, which is super interesting and entertaining. But I'm like, you know, how much do I want to go out of my way to get us all on some kind of list talking about like conspiracies that are probably true? You know, no one's getting paid. So it's like, let's just talk about stuff that's like sensitive topics and not even the gospel. So I don't know, that's where I am. So
not even the gospel.
We're talking about conspiracy stuff, like, you know, aliens under Antarctica, things like that. See, I just did it again. Yeah. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Hey, one day, Floki.
You're having a midnight crisis right here, live on air.
Dude,
Great.
I think so. Oh my gosh. But hey, if this is the extent of it, and I don't have to like go buy a Corvette or anything like that, I guess that's okay. Yeah, if it's
At
a midlife
least,
crisis.
if you're gonna have a midlife crisis, at least buy a Porsche. Come on.
I can never do that. You just call it a Porsche.
Because that's how it's pronounced.
I know. And then there's people like, yeah, man, I got a Porsche. And there's people that's like, you mean a Porsche? I'm like,
yeah, that will land me in jail because I will slap that person. It's hysterical because when my wife and I were in Germany for our honeymoon, so we went to Germany. We rented a 911 there, drove to the Nürburgring, drove around the Nürburgring, and stuff like that. And there was a guy there that was like, oh, you know, this is really cool. You know, look at these Porsches here. And the side eye that he got from everybody was just like insane, and he immediately felt like a small person. It was interesting, and like he expected to hear that music, that kind of like, you know, wah, wah.
I'm sure not the guy who like buys a Porsche jacket and doesn't have a car.
Yeah, but you know what's funny is that gets railed on a lot. So almost every year when we're not away, basically the tutor, or they keep changing it from tutor to like IMSA and all these different things. Anyway, the sports car challenge at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, just east of us. And the years that I do go, I buy tickets for the Porsche Platz, which, because Porsche always has a big thing there. And they had like if you own one, then you can get people like the guys from Porsche Motorsport. Like if you the first year I was there was a guy who had a GT4, and he got the guys there to hook up and tune his ECU, and he went from, so that car normally has 420 brake horsepower, and this is a guy that I keep in touch with. His name's Erwin. And so the Porsche Motorsport guys, they tweaked his ECU, and he took it to a place and put it on a dyno, and it was 505 horsepower after they tweaked it. And like just amazing. But I don't want to get my warranty voided, so I don't do that.
Yeah. Wait.
That brings a question. Should Christians buy expensive things? Should we be doing that as Christians?
There's no reason not to. I mean, if you have, follow Romans 14 convictions. I mean, in the Bible, clearly, you see poor people, you see rich people, and people love, the answer. If people are in love with their money and, treat it beyond just a tool, that's very problematic. have like a vulgar display of wealth that you're like, yes, I have billions of dollars. I have every nice thing. My toilets are made of gold. And you're like zipping past like every like hungry homeless shelter doing nothing. I mean, that probably says something you want to check, do a heart check on. But no, if you're like, yeah, man, I'm Christian, I'm moderately wealthy, I have nice cars, I like nice cars. That seems fine. I'd say, be generous with giving and stuff like that for people that need it. And then it's like, no, I don't know anyone that needs it. It's like, have you tried looking? Or are you like, nope, I was driving so fast, I didn't see. Yeah, like, I drove so fast on the way to work that I didn't see a single person needing money. It's like, slow down to 60 miles an hour and see if there's someone maybe you could handle a gift card to. I don't know. But no. Just having wealth and nice stuff is not in and of itself a bad thing. Do some good with that money.
Amen. I like to say, act your wage, right? Be responsible, and no matter where you at in your life, give. And giving doesn't need money. It could be time, it could be space, it could be anything. Amen. Good answer, Nate.
You would have said the same thing.
I just did.
And then there's Michael, who, I'm sure is generous than many Christians, is more generous than many Christians, because he's, talked about him and I guess his giving fund or whatever.
So here's another
I
question.
don't have a fund, I just give money to charity.
I don't drink, but how much, what is drunk? What does that mean? Like, is that subjective? Like, I know you can drink as a Christian, but like, how much is too much, I guess? Is it like a buzz? Is it like, I don't know, what is that? What do you think?
I think it's got to be somewhat, the line to crossing it has to be somewhat subjective.
Or is it,
it's,
I'm sorry, or is it your conscience that's leading when you're too much, when you're doing too much? I gotta go, but that's my question.
Yeah, I would say that too. I'd say objective drunk is when people are like drunk and passed out. You're like, yep, there's no question, they're blackout drunk. That line, yeah, would be like, Romans 14, your conscience, right? Because some people will be like, well, when I stumble after every sixth step, that's getting close to the line. So it's like, no, when I stumble after 2 steps or whatever, I don't know. However they mark that, and then it's like, as you, get more and more tipsy, maybe your line of where am I actually drunk at, you keep kicking that down because you want to keep drinking. So it's like, oh, well, if I was just starting off this way, I'd say this is probably getting close to that line, I should stop. But since I'm, in a happy buzz, I'm going to say, that line, we're going to move that line a little bit further. And then later that night, when the room is spinning, you're like, praying to God that you managed to wake up the next day, you're like, yeah, I crossed that line probably 5 hours ago. I'm sorry. Having been in this position 4 times is probably good. The Bible is not bad advice when it says work out your salvation with fear and trembling. So I would say that is your ultimate guide.
Yeah, like it's interesting. Like there are legal positions, right? Like if you're going to get behind the wheel, I don't know what it is in the U.S., but like in Ontario, it's 0.08, right? Like that, anything higher than that, you can be arrested for DUI. But like, I agree with you that it's completely subjective. So, I mean, how many times have one of us come across somebody? It's like, are you feeling? Oh, I'm totally fine. Meanwhile, they can't. Meanwhile, one eye's going in one direction and the other eye's going in a different direction, right? I'm okay, right? So, I mean, I would say that unless you're talking about, kind of the quote unquote, legal standard, then I think of course, it just becomes totally subjective. But yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons why, we make sure that, if people are coming over to our place, because, we'll constantly